So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie. What if Harry Potter was reborn in the world of Overlord? But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. To use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. A new, old world. I do not own Harry Potter or Overlord. Their owners are J.K. Rowling and Kugane Maruyama respectively. It is the day when the servers of the legendary game Yggdrasil will shut down. One of the most popular games of MMORPG, dive massively multiplayer online role-playing games. Suzuki Satoru, better known inside the game as Momonga, invited all the members of the guild Ains Ul Gaon. Unfortunately, only one answered and he already left. Momonga was the leader of the guild, and his character was an overlord and elder black ooze. The rest of the members also used heteromorphic races. Ains Ool Gaon only accepted this kind of race. But the rule did not apply to the NPCs that were created by the members of the guild. Right now, Momonga is sitting on the throne of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. This construction was made by the members of the guild. While waiting for the final moment of the game, Momonga decided to check the information of the NPCs next to him. To be more specific, he was reading the data of Albedo, leader of the Floor Guardians. He was surprised that the character was set up to be a nymphomaniac. Making sense in a way, as Albedo is a succubus. Still, Satoru Suzuki thought that this setup was over the limit. He wanted to change it, but the respect he has for Tabula did not let him. But Tabula already broke the rules, because Albedo was wearing two world-class items. So, Momonga decided to change the setup and erase the line where explained that Albedo is a nymphomaniac and add a line that says, "She loves Momonga." He was embarrassed for it, but it was all right. The game was going to end in a few seconds. He just remembered that he had to go to sleep to wake up early for his job. The time was 23 hours 59 minutes and 48 seconds. I really enjoy the time here, thought Momonga when the time was almost up. Yeah, it was fun. Thought aloud. Then he closed his eyes. The clock reached 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds, and then it continued counting. Momonga opened his eyes. He was still logged in this game. Or that's what it seems. Confused, Momonga looked around searching for any clues. Could it be that the server's shutdown was delayed? Momonga was in a panic at first, but that feeling went away. He decided to check if he could log out via the console panel. But the option was not there. Then he tried to contact the admins via message and chat, but without luck. "What the hell is going on?" screamed Momonga. To his surprise, his question was answered by another voice. "What's wrong, Momonga-sama?" Albedo spoke. The situation confused Momonga. The game did not have the technology to make the mouth of the NPCs open. Some laws also prevented the games to be too realistic, to ensure that people won't confuse the game with reality. "Forgive me," said Momonga. He could only stare dumbly at Albedo. "Are you all right?" asked Albedo. Not only her mouth moved, but her whole body was also moving and making the expression of concern on her face. The NPC was no longer only a doll. It was alive. Something made this change, thought Momonga. The developers will not do this kind of thing. The laws prevent any kind of virtual kidnapping. Then he wonders how much the tomb has changed. "Sebas, maids," shouted Momonga. He was answered with a "Yes." "Get closer," ordered Momonga, and the butler and the maids went closer and kneeled down. Not only they answered to a command that was not in the list of lines, but they also moved differently, though Momonga. Albedo was watching Momonga with some concern. Meanwhile, Momonga was thinking. His first move should be to look for more information. "Sebas. Go outside the tomb and see the surrounding. Check if there is any change. If you encounter an intelligent creature, interact peacefully and invite them to the tomb. Do not stray more than 1 kilometer from the tomb and avoid unnecessary combat." "Understood. Take one of the Pleiades to accompany you. After that, Sebas left the throne room. Momonga made a little experiment with Albedo's body, which made Albedo very happy. After that, he decided to call for a meeting with the floor guardians. The rest of the Pleiades were asked to defend the 9th floor. Albedo was selected to contact the floor guardians, except for 4 of them. 2 were excluded due to the nature of the configuration of guarding their respective floor. The other 2 were excluded because Momonga was going to go himself. Momonga teleported himself to the 6th floor, with great relief. He proceeded to enter the arena to talk with Aura and Mare, the young guardians of the floor. They are dark elves, the few NPCs that have a humanoid race. After a few minutes, the rest of the floor guardians were assembled. Shultir Bloodfallen, a royal vampire and guardian of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor, appeared first. The next to appear was Cocytus, a Vermilion lord, guardian of the 5th floor. Next was Demiurge, an archdevil and the guardian of the 7th floor. And next was Albedo, the supervisor of the floor guardians. The only ones that were missing were Victim, the angel and guardian of the 8th floor, and Gargantua, a golem and guardian of the 4th floor. After assessing their loyalty, he proceeded to use message to contact Sebas. After a short while, the butler Sebas appeared. Momonga asked him to tell the information to him and all the floor guardians present. The surrounding area of the tomb in each direction is a forest. There are no signs of man-made structures nearby. But far away, I could see some wood structures. I spotted some small animals, but there were no humanoid or large creatures, informed the butler. Are those structures the size of any race we know? Asked Momonga. Probably a humanoid race. Were those animals that you spotted monsters? No, they were life forms which had no combat power. I see. Then the forest you spoke of covered with fire leaves trees? No, it was a simple forest with normal trees. Nothing special about it. Did you see anything special in the sky? Buildings or anything? No, I did not. With that, the questioning ended. Momonga then talked to the floor guardians. He asked them to increase the security of each floor. He asked them to capture any intruder and to try to make the less harm possible. After that, he also asked Albedo to work in an exchange security information system. Demiurge was going to become the defense commander, although each guardian will administrate their own floor. Momonga asked Mare to assist the tomb. Mare proposed to use her ability to cover the walls, and also the use of magic to make the forest more populated with trees. This proposition upset Albedo, but Momonga dismissed her and accepted the idea of Mare. After that, Momonga teleported himself to his room inside the tomb. After a few experiments, Momonga understood that he has the racial advantages and disadvantages of his character. He is unable to use swords unless he equips with an item that lets him do it. Momonga was wearing her full armor and left his room, and later on, he was followed by Demiurge. He used fly and left the tomb. In the night sky Momonga saw the stars, and then a small village. It seems that the village uses electricity. This made wonder Momonga. Did he travel on time? Thought Momonga. The sky, the stars, the lights of the village. Everything looked like the pictures and movies of the world from 100 years ago. The air was fresh, and the sky was clean. The world has not destroyed its nature yet. What would Blue Planet San do if he saw this? Said Momonga with a low voice, and then he continued. To think one can see so far. This many stars. It's hard to believe that this world is real. Blue Planet San. We could still save this world. Perhaps if a correct ruler is in control, and there is not another perfect ruler such as yourself Momonga-sama, Demiurge said in a reverent voice. Indeed, it needs to have someone to correct its direction. Perhaps we are here so we can save this world from itself, answered Momonga looking at the village. What a moving statement. Be the savers of this world. If it is your wish, then by your command, I shall lead Nazarik's forces to control and save this world from themselves, so Lord Momonga can rule it. These statements were answered first by a chuckle of Momonga. He wondered if Demiurge was only playing along. As long as we do not know anything about the beings which live in this world, I can only say that it is a foolish idea. For all we know, we might be minuscule weaklings in this world. However, conquering the world might be quite interesting. Conquering the world is only something that you would hear in books and shows for kids. The fact that conquering and win a war against everybody is not easy. And then there was the matter of ruling the world. Maintain public order, stop insurgencies and the problems that came when you rule over other nations. Still, he remembered his friends from the guild that will be willing to do that kind of quest. Albert San, Lucifer San, Variable Talisman San, Bellriver San, said Momonga aloud while he was remembering them. He remembered what his guild members once said, and he said it aloud, "Let's conquer one of the worlds in Yggdrasil." He knew that Demiurge was the smartest NPC of all Nazarick, and will understand that he did not say a command. After cleaning his mind, Momonga went where Mare was. After giving him the Nazarick ring so he can teleport freely inside the tomb, and after giving another Nazarick ring to Albedo and Demiurge, he went back to his room. The next day, Momonga was using the mirror of remote viewing. He tried to use it and check in the nearby village. After a few hours and of trying, he was able to use the mirror. Next to Momonga was Sebas, who clapped when Momonga was able to successfully use the mirror. The mirror of remote viewing, as the name says, displays an image of a specific region. It helps you locate possible enemies, but it cannot display those who use spells to hide. It neither can see inside buildings, unless a spell is used in the mirror. But outside those downsides, it is very helpful as no one can know that you are spying on them. He wanted to confirm his suspects and check the day by day of the inhabitants of the village. Unfortunately, it was very late already, and only a few people were outside. A couple of kids were playing, and some adults were walking next to a park. After a few minutes, Momonga was able to spot something interesting. Two shadows appeared, and then those shadows transformed into males. A tall and bald man, and a short and fat man. The short man used a spell and killed the adults. The kids were killed by the bald one, together with what appeared to be their parents. Momonga followed the two men with the mirror. Sebas was also watching, and then he said, "What do you intend to do?" Sebas seemed to have been waiting to speak. Momonga wanted to say, "Nothing," but couldn't. He remembered to touch me, the creator of Sebas. He owes him a great favor, so he decided to make some orders. Sebas, put Nazarick in alert, and then go to the floor where Shultir is guarding. I will take her with me. Send a unit to the village. They should be adept at stealth or have the ability to go invisible. I understand, replied Sebas before leaving the room. After that, Momonga used message to talk with Shultir. Come at my side as fast as you can. I need you for a small quest. As fast as Momonga ended the spell, a portal was open and Shultir stepped outside it. She made a little reverence to Momonga, and her face has a shy expression. Momonga looked at the mirror of remote viewing and saw that the bald man entered a house. Using a spell in the mirror, Momonga looked at how the bald man killed an adult while screaming. Momonga-sama, I am ready, wherever you want, said Shultir with some expectation and only wearing her bed dress. Momonga turned to her and said, We are going to go to the village nearby. Be prepared. Shultir's face changed to a disappointing one, but she changed right away into a more serious one, and then put herself a crimson armor. Momonga stood up and used the spell, Gate, and passed through it, followed by Shultir. They appeared in the corridor of the house. Green lighting was cast from the bald man after he said, Avada Kedavra, but the lighting rebounded to him. They arrived late. The body of the bald man was lying on the floor outside the room. As a shame that we could not arrive in time. Shultir, use your raise Cain so they can guard the house outside and look for the partner of the bald man. After that, please search for survivors on this floor. I will check the first floor, said Momonga to Shultir. Momonga found the body of a man next to the door. After analyzing the body, he realized that they used a spell with high negative karma. After that, he started to check the house. Then he spotted a strange cloak. It looked normal, but he still used all appraisal magic item. It showed name The cloak of invisibility magic. Garment which renders whomever or whatever it covers invisible. Endures eternally, giving constant and impenetrable concealment, no matter what spells are cast at it. Creator. Death as the collector he is, Momonga wanted that cloak. It's nothing special, but the creator of the cloak got his curiosity. Momon Sama. I found a survivor, said Shultir. She already changed into her usual purple dress. Momonga followed Shultir and saw an infant. The kid was too small. Maybe more than a year old, but not quite 2. There was a dead body of a woman on the floor of the room. The same room where they saw the bald man casting the green spell. The baby has green eyes and a small scar on his forehead. Looked recent, so he may just receive it from the bald caster. The baby and the woman on the floor also had some negative energy, but the kid also had protection from a positive one. Shultir explained that the kid had a protection spell on him. She could touch him without a problem, but she felt some disgust when she does it. Momonga chuckled a little. The spell will soon run out. Maybe he will pay his debt to this family in another way. But his thoughts were interrupted by Shultir when she told him that some people were arriving at the house. Shultir was going to be in attack position, but Momonga stopped her. He asked her to use invisibility. She followed her orders and turned invisible. Momonga used complete invisibility for himself. At the door of the house, 2 men appeared. One was a man in black robes, thin and with greasy black hair. The other was a very tall man. He was as tall as Cocytus, with a long mane of shaggy black hair and a beard that covered most of his face. When the man in black robes appeared, he was scared of the dead body, and then walked to the stairs trying to be stealthy. The second man just started to shake his head, maybe not believing the death of the man in front of him. With only observing their reactions, Momonga decided to not attack them. He confirmed this decision when he saw the man in black robes crying at the sight of the dead body of the woman. After a short while, the tall man got closer to the other. Hagrid, go back down. The stairs will not support you, said the man in black, his eyes red for the tears, but his face was dry already. But Snape, I want to, said Hagrid to the man in black. Just do it. And start that machine of yours. You will take the Potter's kid, said Snape. To where? Was the answer of Hagrid. Anywhere. Somewhere safe. The Death Eaters will be on the loose now. The Dark Lord has fallen, and they will want to take vengeance, said Snape. A small chuckle was heard. Snape and Hagrid were on alert because of the sound. But they did not find anything, so they continued. Snape took the baby and then handed it to Hagrid. Take the Potter's kid. Now. I will inform Dumbledore. And I will hunt that stray dog, said Snape. After that, both of them left the house. After Snape and Hagrid left the house, Momonga and Shultir dispelled their invisibility. Shultir, please send one of the wolves you summoned to chase the man that took the baby, ordered Momonga. Understood, Shultir said. Then after a few seconds, she said to Momonga, I send one to chase that man in the shadows. I would also like to inform you that we have captured the other man that was with the bald man. We already send him to the 3rd floor, so he will be there already. Good. Now I think that is time for us to go, and after Momonga said that he cast gate, and went back to the tomb. Momonga appeared on the 3rd floor of the tomb. Shultir appeared next to him. Sebas was already there and bowed gently to salute Momonga. He explained that the wolves arrived a few minutes ago. The leg of the man was bleeding due to the bites of the wolves. Shultir called for her vampire novices to grab him and lift him. Momonga used message and asked Demiurge to go to him. After that, Demiurge appeared out of thin air. The man was still struggling, trying to get out, but when he looked up and saw Momonga, an enormous amount of fear went to his whole body. Fear he has never fear. He will support the wrath of Voldemort, and still, the fear will never be as similar to the one he was feeling at that moment. In front of him was the real Dark Lord. Standing in front was the death itself. Unlike the idea he has of death, this one was different. Tall, bone as white as marble, covered with a purple cloak with golden borders, in his hand. There is a staff, pure gold with the figure of 7 snakes and in their mouths. There are gems with 7 different colors. But the eyes, or where eyes supposed to be, 2 red lights glow. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me, I'll do anything you want, I will. Give you anything you want. Everything I possess, but please don't kill me, begged the man. Momonga's eyes glow, and then he spoke, Demiurge, you hear him? Take all the information from him, and once you are done send him with Neuronist painkiller. Tell her that she can play with him, but she should not kill him, until he begged for it. Understood, Momonga-sama, said Demiurge while vowing. Momonga sat in the chair. Although he no longer can feel tired, because it seems that he turned into the same as the race of his character, he still felt mentally tired. First was the long talk with Albedo, who asked why he took Shultir instead of her. After she calmed herself, Momonga explained to her that the enemy used magic as their main weapon. I understood that it was a risky move as Shultir's resistance depends on the attacker's strength, but I guessed I made the right call at the end, thought Momonga. But then the report of Demiurge appeared. Momonga is still doubting if the world where the tomb appeared is really the world he used to live in but in the past. No magic was present at that moment, but the report says that the magic community has been hiding for centuries, so it is possible. Shultir also gives him more surprises. The kid from that house was given to a family with no magic or combat skill. Accordingly to her, they take care of the child as little as possible. Unfortunately, the mirror of remote viewing cannot see the house. Shultir said that it may be due to the charm protections that an old man put in the house. Well, I guess I will look into the kid. I already started it, and I will be bad if I don't continue doing so. And I still want to see the world before it is too late, said Momonga aloud. In the room were only him and Narbarul, the maid and Pleiad. Momonga used message and asked Albedo to gather all people possible in the throne room in 2 hours. After that, she stood up and left the room, followed by Narbarul. When Momonga entered the room, the floor guardians were already there. When they saw Momonga entering, all of them kneeled down. Narbarul stood behind. At Momonga's left was Demiurge, and Albedo stood at Momonga's right side. In front were Mare, Aura, Cocytus, and Shultir, and behind them Sebas and the Pleiades Yuri, Lupus Regina, CZ 2128, Solution, Intoma, and in the shadows was Oriole. All of them were kneeling down. Thank you for your assistance in this short notice. And first I want to apologize for acting on my own. Right now, I want to assets some information to you. I will deploy Sebas and Solution into one village for a little mission. In the meantime, Yuri Alpha will take care of Sebas's tasks as a leader. The information we were able to gather and the information about your mission and other details will be shared to all of you by Albedo, Demiurge, and Shultir. Understood, all said in unison at the same time. After delivering that information, Momonga left the place and went back to his room. Once Momonga was gone, the first to stand up was Albedo. Then she said, Demiurge, please tell everyone present about the conversation you had with Momonga-sama. Demiurge stood up and said, while Momonga-sama was watching the village next to us, he said, perhaps we are here so we can save this world. From itself, Demiurge made a pause and then continued, and then he said, conquering the world might be quite interesting. It should be known that the final objective of the Great Tomb of Nazarick is no other than save this world from itself. The only who can guide this world to the correct path is Momonga-sama, said Albedo, and right after that everybody screamed in joy. Adoption. When Vernon Dursley and Petunia Dursley found out that the house across the street was sold to an old man with a big white beard, they got scared. They did not want to have those kinds of freaks close to them. They already have enough with their nephew. They felt at ease when they finally met them. The man looked old, but with a great physic body, always wearing a black tuxedo. His posture was always perfect and with a smile that conquered the hearts of the women in the street. His name was Sebastian Nazarick. The old man lives with a young woman, blonde hair with fair skin. Her body figure was the ideal shape that was taken from the fantasies of men. She wears a fashionable dress, long enough to cover her body, short enough to show some skin. Her name was Solution Nazarick. They were father and daughter. The Dursleys met them when the Nazaricks knocked on the door to present themselves as their new neighbors. They have a small and lively chat. The old man said that he is an investor, and his daughter is deciding if she wants to go to college or not. Vernon tried to win him over so he could invest in his company of drills. He talked about them, the domestic models and the industrial ones. The talk that many will try to end right away went for hours, as Sebastian listened to everything with respect. Sebastian gave his card to Vernon. This made Vernon a little ashamed as he did not have one, but at the same time, it reassures him that he is doing the good thing when trying to win him over. So far, the family looked like good people. The card that was given to Vernon was a magic item. Sebastian and Solution gave it to him to spy on them, and hear what is happening inside the house. The Dursley family has 2 kids in their care. One is Dudley Dursley, the son of Vernon and Petunia. They love their son as the biggest treasure of the world. The second kid is Harry Potter. The kid could cry for hours inside a room, and still, none will help him, 2 meals a day and sometimes only 1. The preference was noticeable. But the problems started to escalate after a while. Dudley will hit Harry for fun, and that behavior was encouraged by his parents. If Harry tries to retaliate, he will get punished by his uncle. If Dudley is sick, they will leave Harry alone while they take Dudley to the hospital. If Harry is the sick one, they will not go near him to avoid getting sick. All this information was sent to Albedo via message. In these short conversations, Albedo will receive all the information about the current state of the kid that Momonga wanted to protect. At the same time, they receive instructions about their next move. In the meantime, Albedo and Demiurge have been working and playing with the economy of this world, buying assets of different companies and then selling them. Momonga has given them the list of the companies. Some that will be big in the future, and those that need to be stopped. Any other company is free to work as long as it does not make any damage to the environment. At the same time, they founded a company on their own. The information about the current state of Harry infuriated Albedo. The report that Sebas gave said that Dudley pushed Harry down the stairs. Harry ended up with a broken rib, a broken arm, and a dislocated shoulder. Albedo did not infuriate because she cares about the well-being of Harry on a personal level. She is angered because he is the kid that Momonga wanted to protect and an important key for the plan to take over the world. After a small talk with Momonga, they decided that they should take the kid over. Momonga did not resist the idea of eliminating the Dursley, but he said that it has to look like an accident and without magic. With that in mind, Albedo elaborated a simple plan. Using the good relation that Sebas and Solution have with the Dursley, they give them a small present, a ticket for a couple's cruise. And while they travel to the cruiser, an accident will happen. They prevent that the Dursley will need to go to the highway and go to a high speed, and with a small modification to the car by CZ, the whole problem would be resolved. They knew that they normally left Harry with an elderly woman that lives in the same street. They were hoping that they will do the same with Dudley. Unfortunately, that was not the case. It seems that Vernon has family close to the city where the cruise will start. So, the accident happened, and the 3 of them died. The crash was so strong that any evidence of motor modification was destroyed in the accident. "A shame," said Momonga after reading the report. "The kid could have grown up to be a better man." "Poetic, maybe," said Solution. Her comment was because the Dursleys always bad-mouthed Harry's parents, saying that they died in a car accident. The whole situation with the accident was supervised by Narberl, while Harry was followed by Lopus Regina. She was instructed to let them know where Harry was at all moments and also when he was available for adoption. In the meantime, and with great joy of Albedo, Momonga falsified a marriage document. The creation of false identities was an easy task. The information of the civilians was, for the most part, made by paper. Momonga's new identity was the same as his real world. Satoru Suzuki, a Japanese man. Albedo's maiden name was Albedo Esmeralda, which changed to Albedo Suzuki due to this marriage. Both of them used the illusion spell to look like humans, and as soon that Harry was up to adoption, They visited the place where he was. Thanks to all the money they have accumulated from the transactions in the economy of this world, Satoru was a millionaire, and that helped too. Accelerate the process of adoption. After they successfully adopted Harry, they moved to a mansion. In their surroundings, multiple traps, magical and technological, were set up. The protection will work like the tomb, where nobody could teleport inside. And if they try to do that, they will be sent to the room of Kyohuko or with Neuronist Painkill. Once inside, Momonga left the kid in the care of Sebas and the Pleiades. Dumbledore entered his office. Behind him was Professor Minerva McGonagall. Dumbledore talked with the professor on how to approach the problem of Harry Potter. They had received the news about the death of the Dursleys and believed that they could try to retrieve the kid. Unfortunately, they could not do it. Every time they sent someone to check his location, they never got a concise answer as to where the kid was. The location spells weren't working due to some interference. They were getting afraid that the Death Eaters had already found Harry. When they finally find where Harry was, they try to go themselves. The plan was scrapped when they found out that the kid was already adopted. A couple of Muggles adopted him. It seems that they are a Japanese man and a Spanish woman. Dumbledore also contacted the Japanese Magic Ministry and the Spanish Ministry. He wanted to confirm that they were not wizards with any relation with Voldemort. It seems that as he was not a wizard from there, although the last name was the same of one of the old families from there. The news that Harry was adopted by a Muggle family was a small victory for Minerva McGonagall. She never wanted the Dursleys to take care of him in the first place, neither she wanted their death. But at least Harry Potter is with a loving family. Dumbledore wanted to retrieve the kid, and maybe ask Remus Lupin to take care of him. But Professor McGonagall was able to convince him otherwise. She told him that when he turns 11 they will contact him like if he was a Muggle-born. Harry now smiles more. His favorite playmate is Lopus Regina and Aura. But he loves to be in the arms of his new mom, Albedo. Even when Albedo does not like the humanoids, the sole reason that Momonga married her to adopt this child made her like him. So now she takes care of the boy from time to time. She said that it is a good practice, so she will be fully prepared when she has Momonga's offspring. Sholtir appeared from time to time, and the kids somehow feel a nostalgic feeling towards her. She does not care about the kid, but he cares about her. Harry Suzuki is growing fast, and he is learning a lot. He is going to a private school. But even before school, he was educated at home by his Uncle Demiurge. Sebas, the family butler, also teaches him how to defend himself, and his father Satoru teach him magic. Harry was able to use magic tier 0, 1, and 2 at the age of 6. His favorite spells are camouflage, magic arrow, summon monster first, and temperature change. Harry met his father in his real form when he was 7. He had seen undead creatures before, but when he saw his father, he still had a great impact. At first, he was scared, but when he heard his voice, he realized that was the same person and relax. That same day he met the rest of the people in Nazarick. Everyone knew about him, and knowing that he was an important piece for the ultimate goal of Nazarick, he was treated like one of them. When he went back to the mansion that day, he went directly to bed. He was tired but very happy, and on his forehead, over his scar, there was a sticker of a happy face that CZ put on him. At school, he is always the first in academic and physical results. The pressure to be the first came from his mother Albedo. He should not time the name of his father, was what she said to him. He has a few friends from school, but almost everyone is close to him because of his last name. Good in school, and good looking. That's what the girls say, although he is still not interested in anyone. Surprisingly, he spends a lot of time in public libraries. He wanted to get more knowledge and do something for the Great Tomb of Nazarick, or as he called them, his family. The company that now owns Momonga, or Satoru Suzuki, is a company of security. They provide their services to companies and to families. The family branch is focused on intercoms, security cams, microphones, and alarms. The branch that works with companies also provides electronic security. Their services expanded very quickly, and now, every major hospital in the world, and every major bank uses their technology. Harry Suzuki is 10 years old. His birthday is celebrated in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. His father and the rest of the Guardians are present. Momonga was proud of the kid. He excels in his school and has a gift to learn new things. In the past months, Cocytus teach him personal defense and the correct use of swords. Demiurge taught him how to analyze situations, while this is still in development because he was still 9 years old at the end of the day. Mare and Aura taught him about flora and fauna, and Albedo took him like her own. Overall, good progress. So, after the cake was eaten, Momonga asked Harry, "Today is your birthday, so tell me, what is your wish for this year?" "More than a wish is a petition," answered Harry. Then he stood from his chair and walked close to Momonga. In front of his father, he kneeled and said, "Please, consider making me officially part of the Great Tomb of Nazarick."
Everyone in the hall was surprised by his wish. Momonga's eyes glow, and he said, "Tell me, which position you want."
"I am sorry for being so egotistical, but I wish to be a floor guardian," said Harry, the wish that came from his heart. "I know that the Great Tomb of Nazarick does not allow humanoids who were not created by any of the supreme beings. But still, please consider me. I want to think that you have a plan in case I want to implement that rule. Am I correct?" asked Momonga. He was really curious about the answer. "Yes. I thought to ask Shultir-sama to turn me into a vampire." After that answer, Shultir shivered and jumped in surprise. Her face turned red, not knowing if Harry knows the implications of the transformation. Everyone else had a serious look. The happy atmosphere changed. Then Momonga started to laugh. "I am sorry. I am not laughing at you. I only expected for you to ask for this maybe later in your life, and maybe a different way to turn into heteromorph." The atmosphere changed into a more relaxed one.
"I guess that this could be a good time to tell you," said Momonga while caressing his chin. Then he continued, "In 1 year, a person will come to ask you to become part of a boarding magic school." "I apologize if my progress was not enough," answered Harry with his eyes now watching the floor. Momonga interrupted Harry by raising his head. "Let me finish. This school is part of a wizarding community," said Momonga while Harry was watching him. "Right now, our information of that community is small to say the least. Your mission will be to gather information about that community."
Momonga stopped to see Harry's reaction. He saw the glowing in his eyes. "You will also learn and gather information of the magic they use. Don't worry, I and the rest of Nazarick will be helping you so you can be successful. Depending on your performance in this mission, I will consider you as a floor guardian," concluded Momonga.
"I will do my best and I will not fail you, Momonga-sama," said Harry. "Ha ha ha ha, I know you won't. But please keep calling me father," said Momonga. "I need to practice. It will be embarrassing if I call you father in a floor guardians meeting," said Harry with a smile, and Momonga just laughed at the comment.
"Well, I have to go. Please continue without me," Momonga said before teleporting himself to another room. After Momonga left, Harry stood up. Albedo and Demiurge look at each other and then nod. They put themselves in front of everyone.
"Well, Harry, I will give you summarized information about the great plan of Momonga-sama. Just let me tell you that I can grasp only a small portion of the great plan he already has," said Demiurge.
"Most of the people already knows, but let me assure you something. The final objective of Momonga-sama is to save this world. He already predicted the downfall of the flora and fauna of this planet. His precision was calculated so fast and only with the bare minimum of information," said Albedo. Then she put her hands together as if she was praying and said, "We really are blessed to have Momonga-sama as our leader. Is okay to share the information with me? I am still not a full member of the Great Tomb of Nazarick," said Harry.
Aura tapped Harry's shoulder and said, "Momonga-sama said that depending on the mission you can become one." Aura smiled at him and then continued, "A mission where he will help you, and if you get the help of Momonga-sama, success is secured." After she said that, Aura give him a thumbs up.
"Absolutely, but we are getting off track. Harry, you are the key to our plan, and right now I will explain to you why and how you will need to work," said Demiurge.
Letter of Hogwarts. Hagrid is getting ready on his motorcycle. Next to him is Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore. The half-giant was anxious to go and see Harry. Please be careful. His Muggle family works in the security business, so you should not do anything suspicious, said Professor McGonagall.
They are Muggles. I don't think they can do anything to me. But don't worry, I'll be careful, said Hagrid. While he was putting his glasses on, he said, "Do you think he'll recognize me?" Dumbledore chuckled a little. Then the witch said, "I still don't understand why we cannot wait so I can go myself. 'Cause you want to go in alphabetic order. If we go that way we'll have to wait way too much." His name now appeared in the S, said the half-giant. Calm down, Hagrid. Now, do you have the letter? Asked Dumbledore. Hagrid answered, patting his coat pouch. Very well. Remember to explain the situation to his new family. They're not blood related, but they took care of him for so long, so they become his new family. I, answered Hagrid. Ains Ul Gown is the name of the company that Satoru Suzuki founded. It has only 9 years, but it is already one of the most important companies in the world. Security is their main branch, but they are now even in the entertainment industry. Libraries, record labels, TV producers, and game development. Their influence is even getting bigger in many countries, because of this. The mansion can have security with guns. Special permission was given by the government. Machines scan the perimeter, the ground, and the skies. CZ is the one that takes care of the security outside the mansion. Normally it is a very peaceful job. She can also have time to play with Harry from time to time. The pity attempts of robbery have always ended very fast. Just one bullet to the person is enough. She was told that she could not kill them, so she has always aimed at the legs. Sometimes CZ gets a bit jealous of Lopus Regina. She is in charge of Harry's protection outside the mansion. She goes with him to the school as his private maid. In 6 months, 4 different attempts of kidnapping happened. All were stopped by Lopus Regina with violence and a big smile. CZ was told by Harry that it was because the school is the main point for kidnappers to attack, as all the kids come from families with a lot of money. CZ cannot show any kind of emotion, as she is an automaton or gynoid. Still, she was jealous. She wanted to have more work. It is boring for her when she doesn't do anything. Suddenly the radar showed that they found a possible trespasser that came from the skies. Anyone else will think that is a bird, as the detector still needs some calibration. But CZ will always check the information. Failure is not an option. Weird enough, the cameras showed a man riding a motorcycle in the skies. Because the trespasser was using a vehicle, CZ used the radio and asked him to leave. She did it 3 times, and she never received an answer. After the 3rd attempt of communication, she opened fire. The man started to make evasive maneuvers. She was happy that it had passed 3 seconds and that person had not given up or fallen. A new record. Unfortunately for the man, CZ does not want to have a record of failing attempts. She aimed at the gasoline tank of the motorcycle. After she pressed the trigger, a small explosion happened, and the man fell heavily to the ground. The police arrived quickly, and arrested the man, and took the motorcycle. One police officer said, "Now this guy is big." "Nah. I have seen taller," said another officer, incredulously asked, "Really? Tell me who?" "Andre the Giant," answered right away. ... That's why I told you to wait, said Professor McGonagall. She was angry and concerned at Hagrid. He was in a Muggle hospital. They could not go and take him away because many people saw him. He also was in the Muggles' newspapers, for Merlin's sake, screamed the witch. Now, calm down. I will send someone to take care of him so he can come back without any problem, said Dumbledore to McGonagall. Then he continued talking. Well, you will have to go. It is only a shame that we could not deliver the letter on his birthday. You are telling me that you put Hagrid in danger, only because you wanted to give the letter in his birthday? Said angrily, McGonagall. Professor McGonagall has always been a serious person, and with Albus Dumbledore she normally let things happen. He has gained her respect, but this decision almost killed a good person, only because they felt like giving the letter on the kid's birthday. Dumbledore looked at the angry face of Professor McGonagall and excused himself. Hagrid knows that he committed a big mistake. He underestimated the Muggles. He was close to the house, and then a small girl in maid robes appeared. A rain of metal rocks was thrown at him. His arm and belly received many of them. He felt that blood started to come out from the metal rocks. He thought that the so-called fire guns did not have that big rage. When he tried to turn back, the motorcycle exploded. The next thing he knew was waking up in a white room, and a man in green was next to him. Hagrid thought that, I can still get out of here without much commotion, but his whole body was in pain, and the worst was that the Muggles started to take pictures of him. Save me, Merlin, begged the half-giant. Professor McGonagall arrived at the direction. She thought that she may have arrived at the wrong house. It is the correct direction, said to herself. At the entrance, only a grate was. At the sides are big walls, all with a beautiful shape on the top. Small slits to see inside from the walls, although you will only see the garden. It was a beautiful scene. At the main entrance, you could see that there is a road that should take you to the top of a small hill where the mansion is. There is also another path with some stairs that also take you directly to the entrance of the mansion. The mansion, from outside, looked big. She was stunned by the view. She regained her conscience and started to look for anyone that could help her. This happened for about an hour until a police car arrived and stopped next to her. "Excuse me, ma'am. May I ask you what are you doing?" said one officer. "Oh, thank goodness. I am here to talk with the family about a school proposal for the kid," answered Professor McGonagall. The officer chuckled a little, and Professor McGonagall did not take it very well. She is used to the small laughs of the Muggles at her back, but this man did it in front of her. "Sorry, ma'am. Is just that is difficult for me that the Suzuki family will accept your proposal. The kid of the house goes to the best schools in the country. But if you want to try is up to you," said the officer. "If you want to ask them for them to see if they will hear you, just use the intercom that is in the right. Just press the button and speak," said finally the officer. After that, the police left the place, but they parked their car close by in case the family wanted to take out the woman. She looked kind of crazy in the police eyes. Professor McGonagall went to the pillar at the right of the grate and touched the button. She felt a little nervous and said, "Hello? This is the residence Suzuki. How may I help you?" said a female voice from the box in the wall. Professor McGonagall was surprised by the answer. She composed herself, cleared her voice, and answered, "Yes, I came to speak about a proposition for the education of the young Harry Suzuki." "Do you have an appointment?" answered the voice right away. "And no, but..." The answer of the witch was interrupted by the voice in the box. "I am sorry, we do not receive any school invitation unless an appointment was made." This was the first time that happened to her. She has always delivered the letters to the Muggle-born witch and wizards. But she has never visited a family this rich. "Is there anything else?" The voice from the voice woke her up and realized that she left her finger on the button. Then before she could answer, another female voice sounded in the box. It seems that they were talking. "Who is it?" "Another school that wants young Master Harry. Did she tell you the name of the school?" "No, it seems that she does not have an appointment, asked for the name." "It's Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," said McGonagall right away. Then a small pause of silence happened. "Please enter. Follow the path of the stairs," said the first female voice. Suddenly a grate opened by itself. A charmed door. No, it can't be. None of his parents are wizards. Maybe one of his employees is. Though the professor. That would explain that they let me enter after I said about Hogwarts. The witch continued thinking while walking down the path, but if they are wizards, why they did not say anything to the ministry or to the school? There is no wizard that doesn't know about Harry Potter. Although it may not be that. Maybe it is Muggles' technology. The police car left once I entered, and they were not surprised by the gate. But then, why did they let me enter after I said Hogwarts? The witch continued thinking about it. Maybe Harry already showed his magical abilities. That could be the reason. Either way, I will find out soon. By Merlin. The path is too long, Professor McGonagall said aloud. Then when she gazed at the mansion she was left in awe.
The place was bigger than Hogwarts. It was not as tall, but it compensates for the lack of height with the area it covered. Pure marble covered the floor.
The walls are white and sleek. In the front, there are some pillars with different figures in each one, but the two that are in front of the main door were two dragons.
Even the door looked outstanding. It was difficult to describe the wood used on it. All the metal used is gold.
In front of the door was a maid. Long black hair that has a ponytail, fair skin. Her eyes showed that she may be Asian, but she will be considered a beauty even for the standards of the most racial purist. "Welcome to the Suzuki residence," said the maid, when she bowed a little. After that, she stood straight and said, "Please follow me." The maid took Professor McGonagall to a room, which she assumed was the living room. The couch where she sat was too comfortable. Another maid appeared, also with facial characteristics of an Asian, but she looked older, and she was wearing glasses. The maid offered tea to the professor, which she accepted. After a moment a woman in a white dress appeared. White skin, yellow eyes, and long black hair that fall until her hips. Her eyes were Western type, but the color of the eyes made her look a little weird and hypnotic at the same time. "Good afternoon. My name is Albedo Suzuki. You said in the intercom about a school proposition," said Albedo, who was wearing a high-tier illusion spell to hide her wings and horns. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Suzuki. My name is Minerva McGonagall. I am the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts," said the witch. Albedo moved her hand to ask the professor to sit. "I will want to wait for a brief moment, so my husband can be in this conversation," Albedo said with a little smile. "Harry should also arrive soon."
Is not he at home? Not at the moment. He wanted the new album of his favorite music band. May I ask the name of the band?
Is an American band. If I recall correctly, the name should be Metallica. Never hear of that one. Albedo chuckled a little at the comment. After a brief moment, a man entered the room. The man had short black hair and tanned skin. He was slim, but muscular at the same time. He looked young, but not very attractive. His eyes were also Asiatic. "Good afternoon," said the man to Professor McGonagall, and then he went and kissed the forehead of Albedo.
Sorry if I interrupted something. Narberl told me that there was a school interested in Harry, said the man with a smile on his face, while sitting next to Albedo.
"Dear, this fine woman came here to talk about a school for the special needs of our kind," said Albedo.
Oh, I see. Well, let me first introduce myself. My name is Satoru Suzuki. I am Harry's father, said the man that make a small bow.
"You're kind, you say?" Professor McGonagall asked, confused. As far as she remembered, none of the schools have records of any of them. "Correct. It seems that you may not believe us, I am sorry, but there are no records about any of you from any school." "Oh, I see that you made an investigation. Although I do not like too much that people search in the lives of others past without consent. I apologize for that. But if you are wizards, you should know about the importance of Harry Potter. Unfortunately, we have no connection to the magic world. Not from here or from any other country." "Pardon?" McGonagall asked, confused. "My family was removed from the community in Japan. Although the rules about interacting with Mahonashi are more relaxed there. The community did not like when we preferred technology over magic," said Satoru while gesticulating the information with his hands. "Mahonashi?" asked McGonagall, again confused. "It means, without magic, is the way that we refer those who are not wizards. I prefer to use it over the word they use here. The word muggle is used as a derogatory term. People without magic or Mahonashis have all my respect," said Momonga with a serious tone. "I see, in the case of my wife. Well, she was not born in England, but in Mexico. I am a first generation. And back in Mexico, I received proper magic education with a personal teacher that my parents hired." "Why you did not go to Ilvermorny School?" asked Professor McGonagall. "Mexican pride. Ilvermorny teaches magic that was created here, in Europe, but they do not teach the magic that was already used in the same continent they are. Many wizards, especially Mexicans, do not like that. They want to keep the magic used by the old cultures. I understand. It seems rather convoluted, your situations, but makes sense. The man chuckled a little and then said, convoluted? Well, you need to hear the day we confessed to each other that we were wizards. After that comment, the three of them laugh. Professor, you said that all the wizard community knows about my Harry. Can you please tell us what happened? If you say that he is a famous wizard, why he was in an adoption house? Professor McGonagall sighed a little and started to tell them the story of Voldemort and how Harry's parents died, also about the accident of the Dursleys, the only family that Harry beside his parents. They looked mortified by the information. After a while, the door opened again. Now it was the same maid that helped the professor to enter the mansion, and in the maid's side was Harry. Harry was wearing blue jeans and a black t-shirt with the logo that said, Metallica, at the front, and down the logo was a draw of the Justice Lady. Did you have fun? Asked Albedo with a smile. Yes and no, I was able to buy an album, but the clerk told me that the newest Metallica album will realize until August 12th, Harry said. Well, you will need to be more patient, said Albedo, and she received an answer, yes mom. Now, Harry, this fine woman came here to talk to you about her school, said Satoru while panting the couch, inviting Harry to sit between him and Albedo. Oh really? Tell me, does it has high school integrated? Can I make a test to skip grades? How big its library? Asked Harry as fast as his lungs let him. McGonagall smiled. She never thought that a kid with a face that looks like James Potter will ask this kind of questions. He was well raised. Well, our school is for 7 years, so you can say that high school is integrated. Tests to skipping grades depends entirely on the professor, and the library has its own wing in our castle, answered McGonagall with calm. Now the most important. With which university is affiliated, said Harry. Then he started to caress his chin and said, I am currently aiming to Oxford, but Cambridge is starting to look better and better every time I check on them. Calm yourself, little one. The school she represents is not like that. She is from a magic school, Albedo said with a warm smile. Magic school? But I already learning from you. Is it because I burned the flowers of your garden the other day? I swear it was by accident. No, my champ. You did not do something wrong. Look, we have taught you our way of magic, but each country has a different approach to it. And we thought that will be good for you to learn the magic of your birth. Parents, said Satoru, but I want to keep learning your magic, the magic of the family that I have now, replied Harry with a sad face. Think about it as a way to honor their memory, and you will still learn from us, so your repertory will be even more extended, said Albedo. At the current dialogue, McGonagall could not feel more relief that his parents were very understanding, and Harry's reaction was also something that touched her heart. Very well, so is this a summer school, or weekends only? Asked Harry. No, is a boarding school, answered McGonagall. What? No, I still need to attend classes. If I stop going to classes altogether, I will fall back. Normally that's the concerns that your parents will have, McGonagall said with one brow up. We have let him choose his study subjects, and it has made results when you encourage the kids to do what they want in the correct way, said Satoru. Is there a way to have only weekends? As only the magic, it is always easy to learn it? Unfortunately, no, but why you don't do it the other way around? Said Albedo while panting Harry's head. Harry looked at his parents and both gave him a warm smile. He sighed in resignation and said, Okay, I will go. I already skipped 2 years, so I guess that it won't be that difficult to keep up only with weekends. Albedo hugged Harry and kissed his forehead, and Professor McGonagall smiled. Then she handed a letter to Harry. This is the letter of your acceptance to our school. It also contains the list of school supplies, said McGonagall. Then she continued, you will want to accompany Harry to buy his school supply and meet the wizard community of England. You may also want to go to the Ministry of Magic to register your wands, Mr. and Ms. Suzuki, said the professor to the parents. Oh, but we do not use wands. I see, said McGonagall. In her mind, she said to herself that this was the reason why the Ministry of Magic has not checked on them. Well, What if we meet again at the Leaky Cauldron in 3 days? It is a pub in London that will help us enter Diagon Alley, which is the shopping district for wizards. Of course, we will see you in 3 days then, said Albedo while standing. When Professor McGonagall stood up, a maid went next to her and guided her outside. Before leaving, the maid took note of the direction for the pub. Overall, McGonagall felt very satisfied with this visit. Once the professor left the property, Satoru stood up and made a reverence to Harry and said, "What do you think of mine Oftrit, Oto?" Then the body changed and become Pandora actor. "That is good that you are talking this way now and not with the professor here," answered Harry. "Indeed. Still, I guess we were able to fool her. To be honest, most of the time I was not acting. It felt that the school won't help me with my magic development," said Harry with a little sigh. "But maybe its library may have information about the actual state of the magical creatures and their social structure," said Harry. "Okay. Let's move on. We still have things to prepare." "Understood," answered Pandora and Harry. Interlude, Omake. Job offer *note. I will try to put these special chapters every now and then, so it will help to add a little more context about the decade of the 90s. No vital information will be in these chapters. Hagrid was in the hospital. He was somehow tired. He was not able to leave the Muggle hospital. But the fact that people were not scared of him was what impacted him the most. He got small interviews, here and there from different people. It seems that the incident really escalated way too much. While still recovering, he was told by the police that he won't be going into jail. It seems that the Magic Ministry helped him in this, or so he thought. The Muggles believed that he was a burglar, that was or too brave or too stupid. So, they offered him to teach him different trades. All because he could not write well. The most impactful visit did not come from the authorities, nor from the wizard community, or even from someone from Britain. An American man with a very peculiar way to walk is the visit that was the strangest one in all his life. By the number of people behind him, and the bigger number of people taking photos of him, you could assume that he was famous in the Muggle world. He looked older than him, but not as Dumbledore. Black hair with some white hair showing up here and there. A shaved face with a smile at any moment. His physique was incredible. Behind the man, there was another man, even taller than Hagrid. He has curly brown hair, dressing in Muggle clothes. Hagrid could not understand how another half-giant was with the Muggles without any problem. He should be from the wizarding world, or maybe he is a representative, though Hagrid. Then the American man started to talk. "Hello there. My name is Vince McMahon. I heard that you were a big person." Mr. McMahon extended his hand to him. Hagrid shook his hand, and even when Hagrid's hand was the biggest, Mr. McMahon still squeezed his hand a little bit. "Behind me is Andre. I don't know if you already know about him," said McMahon while stepping to the side. Andre also extended his hand. Hagrid also shook his hand with him, but now his hand was the small one. Hagrid never thought that he will meet another half-giant, and never thought that this half-giant will be living with Muggles. "Hello. My name is Hagrid," said the forest keeper of Hogwarts. "Now Hagrid, before I talked about what I came here, I want to ask you, how do you feel?" asked Mr. McMahon. "Oh, good. My injuries are healing fast," said Hagrid, somehow confused. Good. Look, before I say anything else, I want to ask you, do you know who I am or about my company?" asked McMahon. "Sorry," said Hagrid shaking his head. "You don't have to apologize. England is a market I have not expanded as much as I would like," said McMahon with a little chuckle. Then he explained, "My company is WWF, which stands for World Wrestling Federation."
Hagrid heard the name, and by the word wrestling, he knew that is about a sport from Muggles. He knew that at some point, even wizards from Greece practiced that sport. "We always look for the best around the world. But from time to time, we look for raw potential. And that's what you are," exclaimed McMahon, while gesticulating with his hands. Hagrid was doubtful about this situation. He never thought that the Muggles will be so open about the inclusion of half-giants. "Thanks.
But I don't think it will be fair, said Hagrid, trying to escape from the situation. Believe me, son. You won't be the first wrestler with your high. Hell, I have hired taller than you. I mean, you are still smaller than Andre here, answered McMahon. He continued, not forgetting about Baba, Gonzalez, and believe me, if you think that Andre is tall, you haven't met Gonzalez. There is another one in Brazil. If I remember correctly, his last name was Silva, said Andre while scratching his head. Oh, I have to remember that one, said McMahon. Hagrid was stunned by what they were telling him. The half-giant in front of him was not the only one. There are several others like him in the Muggle world. McMahon saw that Hagrid was thinking about it. Then he grabbed a chair and sat in front of Hagrid. Look, son. I heard what happened, and why are you here? I know that. Sometimes the things are not what you wanted to, but you should always try to get the best of you, said McMahon in a serious tone. Then after he left, the idea sank in his head. Then he continued, I know many people do not think about wrestling seriously, but is honest work, so give it a try, and see if it is maybe your call. Muggles are worried about my future, thought Hagrid. The idea was confused to him. He was used to receiving weird looks not only from Muggles but also from the wizarding world. Only a few students from Hogwarts were the exception. But here, everyone wants to help him. Have you ever been to another country? Asked Andre. Only between here and Scotland, answered Hagrid, somehow confused. Pro wrestling can open you the door for many things. If you are good, you can travel around the world. Mr. McMahon is the owner of the most important wrestling company in the USA, but Japan and Mexico will also welcome you with open arms, said Andre with a smile. I know how it feels when you get weird looks. But there, in those countries, you will receive admiration looks. Hard to believe that, answered Hagrid with honesty. Well, I run my company in the USA, but I still have a good relationship with companies in those countries. Japan respects their athletes, and Mexico, well, for them, pro wrestling is more like a religion, so you can expect that they will not see you in a bad way anytime soon, said McMahon, leaning his back in the chair. Thanks. I don't know what to tell you. It looks an amazing place to work, but I am old already, not the most athletic as you can see, said Hagrid while patting his belly. Nothing that good exercise would not help. Exercise that will help you to learn how to wrestle, said McMahon. Also, I am looking for someone to pass what I know about wrestling. I do not have a son, and neither my daughters want to become wrestlers, but I want to pass the torch to the next generation, said Andre. Why? What happened to you? Asked Hagrid, somehow confused. Nothing. Just the years. My prime already passed, and my abilities are declining. When I talked to Baba, another wrestler with our height, he advised me to help the new generation just like he does it. Hagrid just nodded at it. He knew the sensation, or at least he thought what he meant. It's the same answer Dumbledore and McGonagall gave him when he asked them why they want to teach. And for that statement, he thought that he will be a good teacher. Thanks, ahem. I will think about it. Honestly, since the day I woke up, I have received a lot of people trying to help me. But I will think about what you told me, explained Hagrid with a big smile on his face. Great. Here, take my business card. If you made you mind, call this number, said McMahon with a smile while taking a small card from his wallet. I hope I can hear more about you, said Andre while waving his hand to say goodbye. A few months later, Hagrid is in a room in the Leaky Cauldron. He was sitting in the bed, and at one table, there was a small TV, and under the TV, there was a VHS player. Hagrid was watching the TV, and he was moving his hands as if he was punching something in the air. The TV and the VHS player was a gift from a Muggle-born student that already graduated from Hogwarts. The student gave it to him after that. Same student knew about his encounter with the owner of the WWF. Because there is no electricity in the school, he asked for a favor from the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, so he could store the TV and the VHS to use it there. After a few talks about WWF, The student that gave him the VHS gave him some tapes of pro wrestling. He also went to buy some other tapes himself. The tapes he has are about the shows of the WWF from USA, UWA from Mexico, and AJPW from Japan. His favorite wrestlers are Connect from Mexico, Baba from Japan, and Andre in USA. School supplies and the train to Hogwarts. Harry, Albedo, and Momonga went together to the Leaky Cauldron. Entering the pub, some people looked at them and then look away. Professor McGonagall said a little introduction to the Diagon Alley. She let them know the sequence to enter Diagon Alley and the conversion between non-wizard money and the wizard money. First, we are going to Gringotts, the safest bank, said Professor McGonagall. Not safe enough if they do not use Ainzul gown system, said Harry with a smirk. Harry's first impression of the place was not good. He looked at the alley with a frown. He tried to hide his astonishment. So pathetic, is what he thought. Narrow streets, no signals for the people who come and go. Lack of public security. The buildings look old enough to fall down. Many problems were seen at first glance. Enchanted building, guessed Harry. If so, it means that as fast as the enchantment runs out, the place will collapse, kept thinking Harry. On their way to the bank, the professor told them about the exchange rate and the currency used inside the wizarding world. They have 3 kinds of currency, and it seems that they use them all together. The whole process, although not difficult for him, is unnecessarily laborious. Harry only could think that the reason for this was the laziness of the Ministry of the Economy in charge of the wizarding world. Entering the bank, Harry saw the different goblins. He saw how efficient they were in their work, even when they work with instruments of the last century. You may need 30 galleons to buy everything. Means that it will be around 150 pounds, said McGonagall to Satoru. Then the professor got close to Harry and gave him a key. This is the key for vault of your parents. You can use it whenever you want. Thanks, said Harry with a smile. Albedo went to make the exchange of currency. The process did not take too much time. While waiting, Professor McGonagall started to point them to the stores to find the different school supplies. I see. I deeply appreciate your assistance, said Satoru. Then he asked, are those the only stores that sell the supplies? There are more, but those stores are more open when they sell to people that are not from here, said McGonagall. Albedo arrived at the conversation and smiled at the Supreme Being. The professor only frowned a little when she did not see her with anything to save the money. That made her wonder, where did she save it? Please, do not take it badly, but as far as the way the people react, and especially when is about a store. Money will always be welcome. So, can you point me to the other stores? Commented Momonga. McGonagall was taken aback. His words and tone sounded like he meant no harm, but she still felt uneasy. Very well, I can point you the places to get those supplies. Thank you, said Albedo. After Professor McGonagall explained the location of each store, they agreed on a meeting point. Harry's first stop was the Ollivanders. The clerk appeared out of nowhere, but Harry and his parents were able to detect him. The man looked rather extravagant. The way to find the right wand for Harry required different things that do not look related, but they still comply. While the clerk started to measure Harry, Albedo took note of everything. After a few minutes of measurements, Ollivander gave several wands to Harry. He made it so he could start a small trial and error exercise with each wand. The wand chooses the wizard, is what Ollivander said. Several wands later, Harry found the correct one for him. The wand has a core of a phoenix feather and the wood made out of holly. Ollivander made a comment about the wand. Interesting. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. Ollivander took the box and gave it to Harry. He took the box, and the clerk continued talking. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. The clerk looked at the boy, and gave him the wand, and proceeded to talk some more. The wand chooses the wizard, remember. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. After what Ollivander said, Albedo stood proud. Is this a mother's proud? Thought Albedo. Her train of thinking continued. If this is happening with the adopted child. When Momonga-sama finally decides to have a child with me. While thinking that, the face of Albedo started to turn red. After a few minutes, they arrived at Madame Malkin's robes to buy his uniform. The clerk did not pay much attention to Harry as he only asked for one set for summer and another for winter. When he was told that he has to wait an hour, he only rolled his eyes and thought, worst efficiency ever, even the government is faster. The next was the bookstore, which was where Harry spent the most time. He first went and searched the books he needed. After he could find all the textbooks for school, he looked around for reference books. Culture, history, and something that could seem as close to being scientifically elaborated. Harry was somehow angry for the titles he found in the library. Most of the information was based on tales and myths, without any substance to prove their claims. The worst books were bestsellers, and most of them were written by a person called Lockhart. It seems that all the books were written by frustrated fictional authors, whined Harry. All of them make claims without any proof, he added. The second bookstore they visited was a second-hand bookstore. Harry felt relieved to find books with real studies. In there, Harry could find books that were on the list for the school, and to his delight, he could find several other titles, which were not present in the previous bookstore. Harry ended up buying 30 books, aside from the books that the schools asked him to. Many of them were about enchantments and potions. He also bought a book called Pure Blood Directory. Harry went back to the mansion. Then Lopus Regina approached him and said to him, Yo, Rai-chan. How was the trip? Uneventful. It seems that people in the wizard are stuck in the past. 100 years or even more, answered Harry. So, if that's the case, why are you smiling? Because I am doing my mission. And it seems that it will be easier than I thought. Harry used the remaining time to read and learn the books he just purchased. The books also were lent to Demiurge and Albedo for further inspection. Harry arrived at the train station with only Albedo as a parent, and on his other side was Lopus Regina with her maid dress. The eyes of everybody turned to see the two beautiful women that were walking alongside Harry. Harry was wearing a formal black suit without a coat. When they arrived at the pillar where they should pass through, a family of redheads was already there. An old woman, who looked to be the mother of the kids, looked at them. At first, she thought that the kid was also a wizard, but she saw that he didn't have any trunk with him. The old woman took one of the children by the arm to stop them and go through the pillar. Because Harry and company were still staring at them, the old woman only made a gesture to salute them, which was answered by Albedo. Please proceed to the gate. My son also needed to board the same train, said Albedo. The woman felt a little uncomfortable at the woman, and then feeling turned into ashamed as her twin sons were looking at Albedo. The woman tried to nag them, but then they looked at the face of Harry. Harry's eyes were narrow at that moment, and his eyebrows were frowning. Harry used the spell, Fear, which was magic that the strength depends on the caster's ability. The young twins felt a chill in their spine and decided to move to the pillar. After that, Harry deactivates the magic. The woman only gave them an apologetic smile and then followed her sons. Alongside her were another two kids, a boy around the same age as Harry, and a girl, maybe a year younger. Harry sighed and then passed the same pillar. On the other side, Harry looked at the numerous people saying goodbye to their kids. They saw the redheads again. It seems that they have a kid around your age. Careful with those insects. Remember your mission and make Nazarick proud, Albedo said and kissed Harry's forehead. I will, answered Harry with a smile. Lopus Regina smirked a little. Remember that these inferior beings broke too easily. So, be careful and don't kill anyone by accident. Of course. If I am going to kill anyone, it will be on purpose, answered Harry with a little laugh. Lopus Regina smiled at his answer and petted his head. After he smiled at them and then went to board the train and went inside an empty compartment. Although it will be better to socialize, Harry thought that he could wait once he is at the school. Then he remembered about the houses system. In reality, This is the only opportunity to create connections without too many problems with the house rivalry. Honestly, you went into a war because they want separate and categorize people, and what they do in the school. Separate and categorize people. No wonder all the important figures in both sides studied in this school, thought Harry. When he was getting up, the door of the compartment opened. Anyone sitting there? Everywhere else is full, said the red-haired boy. That was not the person he was expecting to socialize with first, but it's a beginning. Harry moved his hand to let him sit. Later on, the door opened again, and someone said, "Hey Ron," but then stopped when they saw Harry. The ones that opened the door were the twins from before. "You know what? We will tell you later," said the twins, complimenting each other. "Sorry about my brothers, they made a lot of pranks, but what happened outside was rude, even for them." "Never mind," said Harry. "I am Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley." The redhead presented himself. "Harry Suzuki, heir of the Suzuki family," answered Harry.
"Oh," said Ron while his gaze went to the floor. After that, a small awkward silence happened. Harry thought that it was kind of normal. He has never been the one that initiates the conversation. Kids from other families try to impress him and befriend him.
Unfortunately for them, their conversation was empty of meaning to Harry. Harry has always enjoyed literature and studies. Reading was a great hobby, and even when he personally does not play video games, he enjoyed decoding the games and learning the secrets behind them. Inspired by the stories of Yggdrasil, Harry wanted to create a video game version but without virtual reality. But his first attempt was a failure as there was no PC available to can run the game. If he wanted to run it, a lot of content should be cut. And that is something that he did not want. The train of thoughts was stopped by Ron when he asked, "Do you think that Harry Potter is on the train?" "Sorry," answered Harry. "Harry Potter. He should be around our age, so he will need to attend Hogwarts this year." "I see. Well, I don't know about that. As far as we know, he may want to be unnoticed." "Why would he want that? He is famous. His parents, remember." "Oh, right." Another awkward silence happened. But this time it was shorter as an old lady selling sweets appeared at the door and said, "Anything from the Cardiers?" Ron muttered that he had brought sandwiches, while his ears turned red, and Harry just said, "Not at the moment, thank you." Harry understood by the looks of Ron that he really wanted something. He has been a good person. He even apologizes on his brother's behalf, thought Harry. Harry stretched his arm, and a small black and purple hole appeared. From it, Harry took some snacks and invited Ron. "Excuse me. Do you want some? I had 2 bags of it, and I don't think I will be able to eat them all," said Harry while offering one of the bags to Ron.
Ron was distracted and did not see from where he took those snacks, but he complied.
"Wow, these snacks are delicious," said Ron with excitement. "They're normal Cheetos," Harry replied without enthusiasm. "I have never seen them." "Does it mean that your whole family lives only in the wizard areas?" "Yes. Were you also?" "No, my family lives in the non-wizard world." "Oh, sorry. When you said that you were the heir of a family, I thought that you were those kinds of pure blood families." "One should never assume anything about the other," said Harry. Ron took his toad and gave him a Cheeto. Suddenly the door opened, and a boy asked for his lost toad, which was answered with, "We haven't seen a toad," and after that, the kid left. Ron's toad started to eat a Cheeto, and then Ron said, "This is Scabbers Jr. I tried to turn him yellow yesterday, but the spell didn't work. I'll show you, look," said Ron before putting the toad in his lap. When Ron was going to start to say the enchantment, the door opened again. "Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost one," said the voice of the new intruder. The intruder was a girl. She had a bossy sort of voice and lots of bushy brown hair. "We've already told him we haven't seen it. Here is only my toad," said Ron, but the girl's attention was caught by the wand position. "Oh, are doing magic? Let me see it, then," said the girl before she sat down in front of the boys. "Oh, all right," said Ron before clearing his throat. "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, Turn this stupid, fat toad in yellow. Ron waved his wand in the direction of the rat, but nothing happened. It seems that your brothers prank you, said Harry before the girl said anything. The rhymes sound like a spell from Sabrina the Teenage Girl, complimented Harry. Who? Both asked. An American comic book, answered Harry. Oh. Sorry, but I think I have seen you, said the girl to Harry. In fact, I remember you, said Harry. Really? Said the girl. She does not think that she has met another wizard before. And worst of all, the only people her age she knew were her schoolmates, but they didn't speak to her. She was not bullied but ignored. Her love for books scared almost every person she met. London National Public Library. Almost a year from now. I went there every day for a week, and a girl constantly beat me the books I wanted to read, declared Harry. Oh, I see. That must be it, said the girl, and then decided to at least present herself. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you? Harry sighed a little, and then Ron presented himself first. I'm Ron Weasley. Harry Suzuki, the heir of the Suzuki family, said Harry. Hermione covered her mouth for a moment while looking at her sides. Her eyes were wide open, and her eyebrows went up. Are you really? Asked the girl. Ron did not understand the reaction of the girl, while Harry was composed. So, the heir of the Ains Gown Company is a wizard? Said Hermione aloud. Ron had a puzzled face. He is still unable to understand anything. I love your company. The concept about bringing a bookstore and a library and also the computers with internet, allowing the people to use their internet for free. It is so amazing. I do many of my readings there so I can read with peace, and find multiple resources. I have also used their computers. I am still learning how to use them properly, but the idea to can have all the information of the world in just one space is the best. She said all of it very fast. Can you please calm down a little bit? Said Harry. Hermione started to breathe deeply to calm herself. Then Ron asked, what was all that about? I have never heard a store with that name. In your family are all wizards? Asked Hermione. Ron only nodded to her. That explains it, said Hermione before explaining to Ron. Ains Gown is one of, if not, the biggest company in the world. They started as a security company and then expanded to technology and other areas. A year ago was when they opened the library bookstore I described before. They opened more like those all across the world. Hermione spoke really fast again, and Ron had a hard time following her. Then the door opened yet again. Harry thought for a moment that if he went with the idea he had at the beginning, he won't be able to meet so many people. The one that opened the door was a blonde kid. At his sides were two kids that looked like bodyguards. Is it true? The blonde said. They're saying that Harry Potter is in this compartment. The trio turned to see him. The blonde kid frowned, then recollected himself and looked at Harry. Well, you met the description. Pale skin, black hair, and green eyes, said the blonde kid while staring at Harry. Harry frowned, and Draco felt a little chill. I am sorry for my roughness. The kid apologized and said, they're Crabble, and this other one is Goyle. And my name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron gave a small cough to hide his laugh, which was followed by an elbow of Hermione. But before anything could happen, Harry said, my name is Harry Suzuki, heir of the Suzuki family. And they are Ron Weasley, but it seems that you already know each other. I am Hermione Granger, said the girl while stretching her hand, but the hand was not welcomed by the blonde kid. Heir? Draco muttered, then said, I am sorry, but I do not recognize your family name. Understandable. My father is from Japan, but I was born in England, the reason why I am on this train. I see. Again, apologize for my roughness. Draco said to Harry, then he turned to see Hermione. Can you tell me about your house? A little aggressive, don't you think? Said Harry. Her house comes from Canada. I was able to meet the head of their family. Old man full of stories that he will tell you if you are not cautious enough. A good man. So, you already met the head of her family? Said Draco a little disappointed. He guessed why Harry did not want him to be closer to her. Family ties. But we don't know what is in the future, said Harry to Draco. Draco nodded to Harry. I will leave now. Hope you two enter Slytherin. That's the house I will be for sure. Now excuse me, said Draco before leaving. What was that? Hermione asked. He just said that you two are, muttered Ron but got silent after watching Harry. Harry stretched his hand to the front, and that took the attention of both of them. In the middle of Harry's way, a small black and purple circle appeared. It looked like an abysm or pure black energy. Then Harry retracted his arm, and a book was now in his hand. It was the Pure Blood Directory book. Both of them were amazed and scared at the same time. He used magic without a wand and without shouting. But what made them scared was the black hole that appeared. Harry only passed the book to Hermione and said, "Read it as soon as possible. I apologize in advance for what I said earlier." "How did you do that?" asked Ron. "Did what?" answered Harry. "The spell of the black hole. What is its name?" asked Hermione. "Oh, you mean my inventory," answered Harry. "Inventory? I have never heard of it," said Ron. "How does it work?" asked Hermione. "You have to be more specific with your question," said Harry. "What is it to do?" asked Ron. "It saves everything inside it, so I don't have to be lifting everything," answered Harry. "So that's why you did not have a trunk," thought aloud Ron. "Well, it's getting late. Hermione, would you leave the room? We will need to change into our robes," said Harry to Hermione, and when she was leaving, he said, "Please read the book." "House sorting. Furs years over here, all right there, Harry," said Hagrid. The half-giant was in charge to help the new students to can go to the school. Hagrid loves this part of his job. Guiding the kids to small boats, Hagrid was smiling. The boats moved by themselves to a castle. The "wows" from many kids was heard. Harry was impressed about the size, but the impact was not as strong as the other kids. "It needs maintenance urgently," thought Harry. "Magic can only help so far, but if they keep doing reparations only with magic, this place will be a nightmare, sooner or later." The boats were slow, as it was their mission to impress the kids with the view. The trip that could have been for only a couple of minutes lasted almost 30 minutes. Harry tried to recognize the architecture of the castle. It may be a Gothic style, thought Harry, but the lack of saturation of ornaments made him think that it was not the case. Hermione, who was in the same boat, said, "The castle was built back in 993. I read about it in Hogwarts. A history." Harry heard her and said, "Well, that means that they used a Romanesque style for it. But due to the size of it, I will say that they also get some inspiration from the Gothic style." Hermione looked at him and then turned again to the castle, like scanning it all over. "You may be right," said the girl while nodding. Neville, whose toad was given back by Hagrid, was also in the same boat. He heard the small conversation between Harry and Hermione but understood nothing. Ron was also in the same boat, but he didn't put attention, he was looking at the castle. The kids entered the castle in a passage that only can be described as a back door. Harry could not help but think that they have not updated the castle since its construction. When they got out of the boats, the half-giant knocked on the door 3 times. When the door opened, the person behind was Professor McGonagall. Hagrid made a smile and said, "The Furs years, Professor McGonagall." The professor thanked him and took the lead from there. Professor McGonagall guided them inside the castle. While she was walking, some kids were amazed by the size of the entrance hall. Harry could not help but compare it with the house he lives in, which was bigger, so he was not that impressed. Still, he reaffirmed his guess about the architecture style. When they were close to another door, this time it was a big one. The professor turned to see all the new students. Harry could hear some voices behind the door, so he guessed that the next room was where the students assemble for special events. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The term always opens with a banquet, which will start shortly, but before you sit in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses," said the professor while scanning the students. Once she got the attention of all the kids, she continued, "The sorting of your house is very important, as the house will become something like your family in Hogwarts. You will take classes, sleep in the house dorms, and spend free time in your house common room. Harry looked at the other students and found different reactions. Draco was with a smirk and confidence. Hermione was with a stern look, like if she was determined to do something, and in contrast, Neville and Ron looked like they were looking into their doom.
The four houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history, and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. The professor continued, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor.
After that, she said that the sorting will be taking a few more minutes and asked the kids to wait and suggest to them to put their best image. A few ghosts passed over them, but Harry did not pay too much attention. After a little while, Professor McGonagall returned and asked them to form a line. Once everyone was formed, the old witch guided them inside a great hall. Small and rusty, but I guess that everything will pale if you compare it to the great tomb of Nazarick, thought Harry. While walking, many other students were impressed by the hall, especially by the ceiling that made it look like they were staring at the night sky. Harry, at that sigh, just snorted a little. They're not at the same level as the talent of Blue Planet San. This is just a child painting compared to the 6th floor, thought Harry. At his back, he could hear Hermione saying that it was bewitched to look like that. I read about it in Hogwarts. A history. Harry looked in front and watched at the high table. At the end of one side of the table was Hagrid, the half-giant that helped them arrive, the one that was caught by CZ when he tried to trespass the Suzuki residence. In the middle was the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Harry recognized Dumbledore due to the different books that talked about him. All the kids stopped when they were in front of an old hat. Suddenly the hat started to sing about the houses of the school. Harry thought it was part of the ceremony and downplayed the song until one line took his attention. There is nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see, sang the hat.
The song continued. It was talking about the different attributes that a student needs to have to be sorted in one house. I'll kill Fred. He was going on about wrestling a troll, murmured Ron.
Professor McGonagall stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment and said, when I call your name, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat to be sorted. Then Professor McGonagall started to call for the kids by alphabetic order. Abbott, Hannah, shouted the professor, and a girl walked up nervously to the front. This is bad. I can't let anyone know about the whole plan, thought Harry. He cast lesser mind protection on himself. Fortunately, no one was watching him as everybody was focused on the current kid in the chair.
A few names were called. None of them was recognizable by Harry until he heard the name. Bulstrode, Millicent, which was the first sorted in Slytherin that night. Her last name was listed as one of the Sacred 28 in the book Pure Blood Dictionary.
After her, some other kids were sorted. As Harry did not recognize their names, he did not pay attention. But then the next person was Granger. Hermione, shouted Professor McGonagall, and the girl he met on the train stepped up. After a few moments, the hat said, Gryffindor.
The table of the Gryffindor house started to clap.
Harry heard another name from the list of the Pure Blood Dictionary, Greengrass, Daphne. The girl looked like your average daddy's girl. With a frown, she sat, probably disgusted by the old hat. Fortunately for her, the hat decided her house right away, Slytherin. After her, a few other kids, another last name caught his attention, Longbottom, Neville. Harry was surprised that the kid was part of a family listed as one of the most important in the wizarding world. The kid was a nervous wreck and was the same kid that lost his toad even before the classes started.
When the hat was placed in his head, it took a long time to decide, then it shouted, Gryffindor. Neville drew a big smile and ran to the table of the lions still wearing the hat, which made laugh to most of the students.
After a few other kids, the professor said, Malfoy, Draco. Only for the hat said, Slytherin. As fast as the hat touched his head, Draco looked pleased and went to sit next to Crabbe and Goyle. Another two kids caught Harry's attention. Not Theodore, a kid that looked rather timid, and Parkinson, Pansy. A girl that looked proud of herself and with a cute face. Both kids were sent to Slytherin. Many other kids were called by Professor McGonagall until it was Harry's turn. Suzuki Potter, Harry. Was it really necessary to also say his old last name? Thought Harry, hoping that the spell will be strong enough against the hat. There were murmurs from the other students. Questions were heard. Some asked, "Did she say Harry Potter? The Harry Potter?" Some minority, the Muggle-borns and half-bloods, were saying, "Suzuki? As the Suzukis? Family?" And others said, "Ain's Gown's successor is a wizard?" The hat had troubles. It wanted to talk to the kid, tell him that he should not be afraid of it. But without any real connection with his mind, that won't be possible. Say it aloud. Perhaps that will be the answer, but the hat realized that this was a scheme of the kid. The kid is showing that he is stronger than the hat, that he already knows a stronger enchantment than the founders. He wanted to show how powerful is him in front of all the school on his first day. Such behavior is no doubt from a Slytherin. Harry stood up and walked to the table of the snakes. He ended up sitting next to Draco and Crabbe. Draco drew a smirk. Harry took a glance at the professors. They were sitting at the big table in front of the hall. Harry asked one of the prefects about the teachers. Once the information was given, Harry thanked him. After a while, the headmaster stood up and said, "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you." Harry listened to the words and thought about them. Thinking about the small reading he made about the wizarding world, and especially about the school, he realized what he meant and said, "Oh, I see." Draco turned to him, surprised that Harry was able to understand the nonsense that the headmaster said. After that, the food appeared in front of them. While the students were still eating, Draco approached Harry and asked him, "We will be partners for 7 years, so I want to ask you about the whole Suzuki thing?" "Right, 7 years will be a long time," said Harry. "Nothing much to say. I was adopted by a magic family, the Suzuki family. I do not have the age to can proclaim the Potter last name, that's why I do not announce myself as one. Curious that the school used that last name." Draco only nodded at it, and then they continued eating their food. The other students that were close to them heard everything and also nodded. At the Slytherin table, people were already talking. The wizard community is not a long one, and there are only a few pre-blood families, making it for Harry easy to accept that people already knew one another, especially when Slytherin is known to be selective with the blood status of its students. Harry knew about the fame of Harry Potter, and realized right away that Draco will be sitting next to him to can gain reputation. Harry was going to also use Draco influence to can have connections to the most prominent families. Draco was pleased that he was sitting next to Harry. Not only he will bust his influence, but he will be helping to not sit next to Crabbe and Goyle at the same time while eating, as both of them eat without any education. I still do not know how their families were not able to install table manners to them, thought Draco. The girls create a group right away. They started to talk with each other in whispers. Occasionally, some looks were directed to Harry and Draco, who decided to ignore them. Suddenly, Harry started to feel a hot pain in his scar, but he decided to act like nothing while scanning the scene. He realized that 2 of the teachers were looking at him while talking. One was wearing a black robe and had greasy hair. The other professor was wearing a turban and was a nervous wreck. By the information that was given by the Perfect, they should be Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell, respectively. After a while, the food disappeared. Most of the students already had ended their eating, but Goyle and Crabbe looked disappointed. The headmaster stood up and cleared his throat to make more announcements. First, it was about the Forbidden Forest, which was forbidden. "Redundant," said Harry while rolling his eyes. Crabbe heard him and snorted. The second thing was about a restriction of the usage of magic in the corridors between classes. That didn't make sense to Harry. Draco realized Harry's face and said to him, "Filch is a squip, but he was still hired by the school. But it's because of him that absurd rule was placed." Harry listened and nodded. The third thing was about the trials to the Quidditch teams, which will take place in the second week. And the final announcement was the restriction in the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side while warning them about a painful death. After the announcements, Dumbledore asked the students to sing the school anthem. Harry could not believe the noise. Everybody was singing differently. You could hear some kids singing faster than others to end their torture. After the torture was over, the headmaster asked them to go back to the dormitories. Led by the prefects, they walked down to the dungeons, and they passed them and continued going down. After a while, the prefect stopped in front of a wall. No pictures or any particular thing was around to realize the exact location. Only maybe the number of columns they passed. The prefect seemed to be counting the columns, thought Harry. The prefect cleared his voice and said aloud, "No more mud-bloods." The walls started to move, and a door appeared. The prefect turned to them and said to the first years, "Remember the password. If not, you will be sleeping outside." Once they entered the Slytherin common room, a professor was already there. Thin, with grassy black hair and wearing black robes. "I am Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin," said the professor. "Learn right now, the school will be against you, but you are not allowed to show any weakness to them. Problem with a fellow Slytherin would be handled inside this wall. Outside you must protect each other." Snape was looking at all the new students, and then he left his eyes in Harry. "Do not get in trouble, because I will not hesitate to take points to my own house." Then he started to look at the other students. "If you get detention with the other professors, you should expect another with me. Am I clear?" "Yes," was the answer of all the students. "Go to your beds. Your schedules of classes and your belongings should be there already," concluded Snape. After that, Professor Snape left the room. The prefects told them that the room for boys and girls are separate, and no male will be able to go to the girls' room as there is an enchantment to prevent that. Harry and the other kids went to their dorm. Draco's bed was next to Harry. "Malfoy, may I ask you something?" said Harry. Draco was walking to his bed. He sat on the edge of his bed and nodded to Harry. "Did your family also study in Hogwarts?" asked Harry. "Of course. This is the only school of magic with enough reputation for a Malfoy. House teaching is something that happens to the family that wants to keep certain family knowledge. I did not mean to offend you." "Not a problem, but I guessed that you asked for another reason," said Draco. "Perceptive, are you? I only want to know what can I expect." Like Snape said, "The school is against us. Father said that they do it because they fear us," answered Draco. "They will forgive anything from other houses, but for us, the small thing will take a lot of points." Harry was listening carefully. "Professor Snape is a family friend, and he already told me about the school's current favorites. The Weasleys twins," said Draco with a contemptuous face. "If they were in Slytherin they would have been expelled years ago. Worst is, their pranks are always against our house. More reason for the school to minimize the problem," concluded Draco. "I see. Also, do you know if Professor Snape has something against me?" asked Harry. "Well, Potter is a last name that has always been linked to the Gryffindors. You may be the first Potter in Slytherin," answered Draco. Harry thought for a moment and then turned to Draco. "What if we make a small pact?" Draco only raised one eyebrow. "What kind of pact?" "As you already know, I befriend Ron Weasley, so I should be able to get more info about their brothers and their pranks. In exchange for that information, I want you to talk good about me to Professor Snape. Made me look like the perfect Slytherin in his eyes," Harry said while extending his hand to Draco. Draco smirked and shook his hand. The first week of classes. The next morning, Harry, Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe went together to the Great Hall. Crabbe and Goyle were on their back looking like bodyguards, helping Harry as many students were looking at him. Whispers were heard. Many of them said, "Did you see him? Where? Walking next to Malfoy? Do you really think is him? Did you see the scar?" Another group of people said, "Is him? I saw him in a magazine. Ains Ulgown a Slytherin. Makes sense, doesn't it? But what about the Slytherin point of view about Muggles?" After their breakfast, Harry's group went to their first class. When they found that the walls and stairs could change position, Harry stopped, and then he raised his hand and said, "Clairvoyance, An orb of light appeared and then marked a line that guided him to their class. Draco, Goyle and Crabbe looked at each other. They looked confused that Harry cast a spell without his wand, but nothing seemed to have changed. Except for Harry, nobody could see the light that showed the way to the class. When Draco turned to see Harry, he looked confident of the spell and decided to follow him. The precision of the spell was so good that when they went to a wall, the wall changed its position to let them pass. The classes went without a hitch. Herbology and astronomy were so far the most enjoyable classes. In each of his classes, Harry took notes of his professors and his classmates. Almost all the professors looked at Harry with a disapproving look, but others looked at him with pity. So far, the only student outside Slytherin that Harry wants to keep close is Hermione Granger. Ron didn't hide his disdain for talking with Harry. It seems that his short-lived friendship ended when he was selected in Slytherin. For that reason, Harry ended up using the same trick that Sebas used. On one occasion, a half-blood Gryffindor approached Harry. His name was Dean Thomas. They met in the bathroom, and Dean asked him if he likes football, which was answered with a "Who doesn't?" Dean smiled, and Harry gave him a small card. The reason for this was to conspire on the Weasley twins. It was a small gamble, but he will try to make it work. History of Magic was imparted by a ghost. Most of the students did not take the class seriously. Professor Binns read the book as it is, without any kind of comment. Harry used this class to try to make notes by himself about the subject, writing and marking the parts that looked more important. Suddenly he looked at the classroom and realized that except for him, nobody was taking notes. Even the Ravenclaws were not doing anything. Harry shook his head while thinking that is why this world is doomed to repeat the same mistakes. The charm class was imparted by Professor Flitwick, a part goblin man. His height was very low, and he needed to stand in a pile of books to have a better view of everyone. His classes consisted of wand movements, small exercise for the wrist so you can perfectly cast your spell.
In the Transfiguration class, Draco and the others sat in the back. Harry, without previous knowledge about the teacher, decided to sit in the middle. No other student looked to want to sit next to him, but then when Hermione was going to, another girl from Slytherin sat next to him.
The girl had a streamlined face, short black hair and pale skin. Her nose was small and a little wide. Many will think of her as cute, but when she frowned, she did not look that good, and that was how precisely her face was when she looked at Hermione before sitting. "You should be more cautious. You are Slytherin, so you should not be talking with a mudblood," said the girl. Hermione, who sat in front of them, heard everything. "Okay. Thanks, but I think that you are mistaken in many areas," said Harry while he was massaging her forehead. "First, would you mind telling me your name?"
"I am Parkinson. Pansy Parkinson," said the girl while relaxing her expression.
"Now you look cute." "See," said Harry. The girl was surprised by the sudden compliment.
"Hermione is, as far as I can see, a witch. So, I have no problem with talking with her. We are Slytherins, we should always aim to get the best with us, and if she is a powerful witch, I will want her to be at my side and not the other way around," Harry stated to Pansy. Pansy was going to say something, but Harry talked first. "Now, I want to ask you something. Why is every Slytherin in the back?"
"Because this class is imparted by Professor McGonagall," responded Pansy.
Harry looked at her eyes like expecting more information. Pansy could not do another thing but to stop looking at him, as she felt that her face was getting hotter. Harry, who still had doubts, asked, "What does it have to do with our house sitting in the back?"
"Because she is the house leader of Gryffindor," answered Pansy without looking at Harry. Her ears were still a little red. "I see. Thanks for coming and let me know," said Harry to the girl who was looking to the front. "I did not plan to. All the other seats were occupied, and the other seats available have people of other houses," admitted Pansy. "If you don't want to arrive late, you can come with me and the other guys. That's if you want, of course," proposed Harry. Pansy only nodded at him. Harry finally looked to the front and saw a cat at the professor's desk. Behind the desk was a blackboard with instructions. Harry took a parchment and started to write the information that was on the blackboard. After 5 minutes, Ron and another kid entered the room running, and then Ron said, "We are lucky. Professor McGonagall has not arrived yet." Then the cat jumped and transformed into the professor. "I advise you to take a seat immediately. Now let's start the classes." "So, we can arrive late to this class, and no points will be taken?" said Harry aloud. "Excuse me. Sorry, it's just that other professors took points to my house because we arrived a minute late, but it seems that rule does not apply here. But I don't know if it does not apply to the class or only to the house of the specific late students," said Harry. Pansy was with her eyes wide open of the bravery of Harry. Professor McGonagall shook her head when she saw Harry and only continued with her class. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she said. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." After that little speech, she proceeded to do a small demonstration and turned her desk into a pig and back again into a desk. Harry worked with all his might to not yawn at the pathetic attempt to amaze them. The old witch gave them information which she wanted to be written in their parchments. Later on, they were asked to turn a match into a needle. The professor handed the match to all the kids, but as soon as Harry received his, he quickly turned it into the desired needle and handed it over to McGonagall right away. The whole class was amazed. Hermione, who was given their back at the moment, could not see the moment Harry turned it into the needle, and she tried to do it herself right away. At the end of the class, only Harry could do it on his first attempt. The other two, who could also turn the match into a needle, were Pansy and Hermione. Pansy received some advice from Harry, and Hermione was listening to what was Harry saying to Pansy. When Harry was leaving the class, he was approached by Hermione. Pansy was still with him, and later Draco was also there. "See you guys in the next class," said Harry so they could let him alone. Draco and the other guys left without any discussion. Pansy looked at Hermione again with the same stern face and then left them alone. Hermione sighed a little, and then she started to speak. "Thank you for what you say to her in class." "No problem, really," Harry said with a smile. Then he asked, "Did you read the book?" Hermione took the book from her bag, frowned a little and said, "Yes, I did." Then she proceeded to hit Harry in the head with the book. "How dare you to say that we are engaged?" "Any other way to escape the situation?" Harry replied. "Saying the truth. I have no problem telling them that my parents are Muggles," said Hermione while giving an upset look. "I know that pure blood families as yours and other Slytherins care about it, but I don't. First, I do not care about it. I am trying to be your friend, am I not?" answered Harry. The girl just sighed a little and made a small smile. Then Harry continued before leaving, "And what I said in the train was only a half lie." Hermione got confused by that last statement, but when she wanted to ask more, Harry was no longer there. When Harry reached his house partners, Draco mocked him. "Marital problems, Suzuki." "Different houses, what do you think?" Harry replied, keeping the confusion. So far, the worst class experience came from defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell was a man who stuttered too much, and because of that, it was difficult to understand what is he saying. The professor did not make a move against any of the houses, but the problem was not that. His classroom smelled strongly of garlic. The rumors said that he encountered a vampire in one of his travels to Romania. Another rumor said he was a scholar, a very prominent one, but he decided to have field experience, and it was there that he ended up meeting the vampires. The professor never took off his turban. He said that it was a gift from an African prince, but to Harry, it only made him look more suspicious. Harry was somehow pleased with the social improvement he had done so far. Not only did he befriend Malfoy and Parkinson, the kids of two of the most prominent houses of the wizarding world, but they also have a certain degree of leadership which was shown when both of them created a group. Draco Malfoy is always followed by Crabbe and Goyle, and Pansy is the leader of the first-year female students of Slytherin. Pansy also has her own female bodyguard in the name of Millicent Bulstrode. Harry is looked like the absolute leader of the group of Malfoy, which is not surprising. Harry is the one that attracts more attention, making him the one who is more protected by Crabbe and Goyle. Surprisingly, the classes are too simple for Harry. He was waiting for more of a challenge, but he understood two things. One is that school only started, so the heaviest information will be imparted later in the mid of the term. Second, because many students are either half-bloods or first generation, the pace of the subjects will be slowed down so they can catch up. Harry just wished for the school to better implement the separation made by the school in the non-wizard world. He wanted to have a house where the students can progress at their pace, so people who have problems understanding something won't slow down the students that need to continue. Even between Ravenclaw students, I cannot find any other student that matches up with me at the learning pace. Maybe the only student will be Granger. Even when she only started in the magic world, her level of information absorption is very good, thought Harry. Harry arrived at the Great Hall and behind him was almost all the first years from Slytherin. He was talking to Draco, asking him about the next class. When Pansy was going to sit down, Harry stopped her, taking her shoulder, then he took an empty plate and placed it on the bench. Then he asked Goyle to try to move it, but he couldn't. A Perfect arrived to see what happened and then he went to the professor's table to tell them about it. Harry was with him. At the moment, the only professors at the hall were the headmaster and Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore only waved with his wand, and the glue enchantment was removed. "Will any points will be deduced?" asked Harry. Dumbledore chuckled a little, and McGonagall only smiled. "It was only a small joke." "Certainly, nothing to be concerned about," said the headmaster. Harry smiled and said, "Well, it's good that you are in good spirits to forgive this kind of pranks." After that, Harry went to sit down at the Slytherin table. A few minutes later, the hall was full of students. Suddenly all the Gryffindor students, except for Hermione and Dean, was coughing. The Weasley twins had their spoons glued to their mouths and were unable to open their mouths. A redhead Perfect from Gryffindor arrived at the teacher's table to let them know that all the food was turned into a white thing, that the students with Muggle background called polystyrene. They show them that the food looks normal, but once they open the food, the inside is only white. Dumbledore turned to see Harry. Harry looked at the headmaster, took his cup, and toast with it. After that incident, the mail arrived. The first class that day was potions with their head house, Severus Snape. That's why Harry wanted to be on time for the class. The potion classroom was in the dungeons, and Harry really doubted the reason for putting the class in such a dangerous place. The classroom had no windows, as it was almost underground near the dungeons, nor any type of extractor to remove the smoke or any waste from the potions. It was a mortal trap that was only a matter of time for it to explode. And of course, if something happens, the most affected will be the Slytherin house. When Harry and the rest arrived, Draco sat in the front row with an empty seat next to him, so he decided to sit there. After a few minutes, the classroom was full, and then Professor Snape entered abruptly. Snape looked at the students and started to roll attendance. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," said the potions professor after he finished the roll attendance. At the moment Harry heard the word science, his mood changed. Finally, he thought. People who think magic happens just because, are those who will never be able to get better. Unless you are already strong, you should never stop learning. Professor Snape, like McGonagall, started to say the difficulties of the subject and the promising results if they can achieve good results. "There will not be any little foolish wand waving here, so save your wands right now," said Snape while looking at the class. All the students were mute looking at him. "Many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes. The delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses." The potion teacher started to look each of the students in their eyes from his podium. "I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death. If you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." In his gaze, Snape looked that the Slytherin students were the calmest out of all the class. The Gryffindors looked nervous, especially Longbottom, who was shaking. The only Gryffindor looking eager for the class was a certain girl with bushy hair. Snape changed his gaze to Harry and said, "Suzuki Potter, tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "A sleeping potion called the Draught of Living Death," answered Harry. Snape raised an eyebrow, then he proceeded to ask, "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat," replied Harry without a hitch. At that moment, all the students felt the tension. But they also were amazed by Harry's short and quick answers. Snape was looking directly at Harry with a questioning look. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" asked Snape, and Harry explained, "None, but they are also known as aconite." Snape stood straight the whole time. Then he moved to his podium and said, 15 points to Slytherin. And why are you not taking notes?" The rest of the class passed without any problem. Harry and Draco were teamed up to create a potion to cure boils.
Draco and Harry could complete the potion easily and without any problem, which was graded as outstanding. The rest of the Slytherins also have good grades, and out of the Gryffindors, only Granger was able to get a good result. The result was not shared with her partner as Snape was able to see that Lavender did not do anything to help Granger.
The worst happened to Longbottom, who melted his partner Cauldron. Finnegan was his partner, and he didn't know either what happened or why the potion went that wrong. The whole class was laughing, led by Pansy. Harry looked at her as she was the only other person that has an outstanding grade. Pansy felt the look and turned to see him, and then she turned back again. Her white ears were red again. Flying lessons and tryouts. The week of flying lessons arrived. Harry concluded that it was a bad idea to ask any of his house partners for information. He did not want to risk losing their respect. He could pass only as an amateur flyer, and because the class will be shared with the Gryffindors, where many students are still facing their first experience with magic, he should not look that bad. To at least get a little more information about the flying technique they may use, he ended up reading some articles in the library and newspaper about it. In his research, he finds out 3 things.
The first was that the sport that prevailed in the wizarding world was Quidditch. He is still uncertain about the rules.
The second thing he found was about the magazine that could really help him in his research about the wizarding world. The Quibbler. The other
source of news was the Daily Prophet, but it was full of articles that made it look like any other newspaper and close to a mere tabloid.
Although the Quibbler had some questionable articles, they're the only ones that are showing a prospect of real research in the magic world. Still,
some articles seem to be out of the public before having someone check the sources.
And third, from the research, Harry was sure that the way to fly was with a broom, which made him a little more at ease. He thought for a moment that the kids could use a Tier 3 spell. That would be absurd. Classes so far are about spells that could be classified as Tier 1, and sometimes 0, thought Harry. In Harry's research, mounting a broom looked more like controlling an enchanted tool, more than the use of any magic. His assessment came from the advice of the books about flying. Be firm and direct with the broom.
Harry was walking alongside Pansy to the grounds where the flying lessons were going to take place. In front of him were Ron and Dean. They were discussing which was better, Quidditch or football. Suddenly both asked Hermione, who was walking in front of everyone reading a book.
Hermione was desperate and nervous. Not for the discussion for the sport, but because this will be her first flying lesson. The idea of flying on a broom appeared in Hermione's mind as soon as she was told that she was a witch. And with her small amount of vanity, she hoped that she won't have a wart in her nose. After some insistence by her house partners, Hermione turned to answer, but she felt cornered and said, "I don't know. What do you say, Harry?" Both kids turned to where Hermione was looking and found Harry.
"Football or Quidditch?" said Ron, and then Dean said, "West Ham is the best football team, isn't it?" "West Ham. That's not a team for Quidditch." "Chudley Cannons. That's a people's team," said Ron right after Dean.
"Real Madrid," answered Harry. Dean chuckled and said, "Of course a Slytherin will support Real Madrid." Ron and Pansy were confused by the answer, but when Pansy heard that Harry's answer was Slytherin-like, she did not try to ask more. When they finally arrived at the grounds where the lesson was going to be taking place, Harry saw the brooms on the ground and wondered if it would be similar to riding a bike or a skateboard. Once they were close enough, Madam Hooch, the teacher, approached them and gave simple instructions to all the students. Stand next to your broom, extend your hand and say, "Up." Harry did it with no problem. Hiding his surprise, he looked to the rest of the kids. Many have problems doing the simple exercise, especially Hermione and Neville, the kid that lost his frog on the train. Fortunately for Hermione and Neville, Ron, when trying to call for his broom, was hit by it in the face, making everyone stop looking at the two Gryffindors who were unable to complete the exercise. The laughs, especially from the Slytherins, about the scene of the broom hitting Ron in the face, were loud. Hermione looked around, frustrated for not being able to do the task at hand. Then she looked at Harry, and he moved his lips without making any sound. She tried to read his lips, only understanding, "Make it obey you." After that, she tried again, and this time the broom went directly to her hand. Draco and the rest of the Slytherin house could do it without a problem. After a couple of minutes, the only one who was still having problems was Neville. After Neville could accomplish the first task, the professor decided it was time for all the students to pass to the second step. "Is she serious?" mumbled Harry. Draco looked at him. "With people having these difficulties to just grab a broom, do you think it's correct to make him continue?" said Harry while pointing to Neville with his nose. "If he has problems in the ground, imagine in the sky." Draco snorted at Harry's comment. Professor Hooch made a small demonstration about how to mount the broom. Then she proceeded to check if the kids were grabbing their broomsticks properly. The teacher walked in front of the students, and when she was facing Harry, she hit the wood of the broom, but when the professor realized that Harry had a firm grip on the broom, she passed to Draco. As in revenge for not putting Harry in a bad situation and only putting herself in that place, Madam Hooch began to speak out of Malfoy's problems. Many students of Gryffindor laughed at him. After that and some re-accommodating in Malfoy-grabbing style, Madam Hooch continued her lessons. She was still oblivious of the current state of Neville, who was nervous by the professor's warnings. She had time to bark like a dog for Draco's grip, but do nothing to help Neville, noted Harry. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard," barked Madam Hooch. "Keep your brooms steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2. The teacher was about to use her whistle, but then Neville started to float. Madam Hooch only screamed at the kid, asking him to get down, but his broom moved without control. At first, it was funny, but when the kid went too high and in the direction to the castle, the concern started to go higher. It did not help to see that the broom was shaking. While everyone was watching him, Harry thought, "What a laughable character the teacher is. One of the kids in her care is in danger, but she just stays there and yells. But, if I use this opportunity, not only will be more points to the Slytherin, it will also be good publicity for me." When Harry looked that Neville started to fall, he took his broom and rode it, and when he was close to his target, he stood up as if it was skateboarding. He could catch Neville in midair, as if he was tackling him, and put him in his shoulder. The catch took Neville's air out, but he was all right. Madam Hooch arrived and gave Harry a stern look. In her eyes, it looked more like Harry trying to tackle Neville than trying to catch him. But then Neville started to thank him. "Thank you, I thought I was going to die. I really thank you, I owe you my life," said Neville. The professor checked him to see if any injuries were visible. After not finding any, she decided to still take Neville to the hospital tower, but before that, she said, 30 points to Slytherin for helping a fellow student. After the professor took Neville to the hospital tower, all the students went around Harry. Ron stood in front of him, like trying to challenge him. "Show off. Anyone could have done that," said Ron. Harry just answered with a smirk, "And still you just stood there. What a brave partner Neville has." Pansy approached Harry and just made a mocking grimace to Ron before she took Harry with the rest of the Slytherins, who were celebrating with him his heroic deed. "You should ask if you can go to the tryouts in the Quidditch team," said Goyle to Harry. I bet that you can be a good keeper or even a chaser, said Pansy. Yeah, exclaimed Crab. Harry was walking to the tryout pitch for the Slytherin Quidditch team as all of his new friends asked him to do it. The only reason he decided to take the advice of his housemates was to become more popular and attract more people to his side. On his way to the Slytherin Quidditch tryout, when he was alone, Harry cast Summon Monster first, and a small air monster appeared in front of him. Go and check the castle's dungeon, see if there is something of interest. Report to me in 2 hours. And do not let anyone spot you, ordered Harry. Then the monster bowed to Harry, then made a twist and disappeared. After that, Harry continued his walk to the tryouts. Madame Hooch was the teacher in charge of giving permission to attend the tryouts in each house. After the incident was spread in the flying lesson and the whole story was greatly exaggerated, Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin team, requested that Harry be able to do the Quidditch tryout. The Slytherin tryout was said to be the most difficult one. The Capitan had only one thing in his mind: find the best players out of his house. To can do that, he had 2 tasks to can make a filter for the right players. The first task was to compete against each other in a speed contest, in which Harry was at a disadvantage. All the other students were not only older and more experienced, but they also had their own flying broom, and Harry used the school broom. Still, he ended up in 3rd place. The second task was the same, flying across the field as fast as he could, but the difference is that bludgers will be flying across the field. And in this exercise, Harry ended up first. Many students quitted at that point. And out of the students still in the tryout, Harry stood out to be the youngest and the smaller. He was not short or slim, he has muscles and is taller than the average kids of his age, but the other students were older, bigger and more muscular. Many of the other students that still were in the tryouts received hits of the bludgers, but they could stay in the brooms. Flint was smiling at the current prospects of players, but the tryout was not over. The following exercises were about the positions. In this phase of the tests, they would compete against the current players on the team, who had the advantage that they were only watching or helping to send the bludgers. And worst of all, is that all the students will be competing against all of them. The only good thing was that if they beat any of them, they could automatically take their place on the team. Flint asked Harry to try for all the positions. The Capitan knew about the possible outcomes, and both will be beneficial for him. Either Harry failed in everything, or he beat at least one. The last possibility will be taken advantage of by him, to put Harry as an example and ask everyone to work harder. The shame of losing against a first year should help. It does not matter if he is the famous Harry Potter, he is still younger than us, thought Flint. The first position that was asked Harry to try was as a beater. He was teaming up with a 4th year who was aiming for that particular position. In the mind of Harry's teammate, he thought that he needed to be the only one standing, so he tried to redirect the balls to Harry, but without much luck. The current beaters realized the stupidity of the 4th year and decided to first take him down. They do not want a person who does not know how Quidditch is played. So, when one was aiming at his face, the other aimed at the head used to grab the broom. With that, the guy fell. Harry ended up in a 2 against 1. Harry could see the small strategy of the beaters. It was simple but effective, and more if you were in the middle of a game, and many things happen at the same time, Harry thought with a smile. When the beaters started their tactic again, Harry, instead of falling in the provocation of facing them face to face, decided to move and let the bludger pass and the second bludger. Instead of hitting it back to his opponents, he decided to hit it to go up. When the bludger was falling in his direction, he jumped from the broom, and when he jumped, the first bludger appeared behind him and went directly to Harry's opponents. Because both of them were distracted by the sudden jump of Harry, none of them saw the bludger until it was too late, and one of them was hit. Because of it, the other beater was distracted, and Harry used that to send the second bludger to him. Flint saw everything. He was going to call it a tie because Harry was falling without a broom, but to his surprise, and everyone else, when Harry was falling, he called for the broom. With the simple command of up, the broom went to his hand. Flint could only smile at it. The next exercise for Harry was as a keeper. which was the only position that was fully available as the previous keeper graduated last year. Adrian Pusey and the Capitan were going to try to score. To add difficulty, they will try every time the quaffle passed the loops or was rejected by Harry. So, as soon that one ball was taken care of, the next was sent right away. The speed of the quaffle started to go faster and faster. He said he will defend 10 shots, but in the end, it was 10 shots each. But to the surprise of everyone, only Flint could score one time. None of them thought that Harry only let him do it, knowing that he was the Capitan. For the chaser exercise, Harry teamed up with another boy to try to score against Miles Bletchley, the only other person who was aiming for the
goalie position. Harry's teammate was a third year who was aiming to become a chaser.
Harry, unlike his older housemates, waited at least a second for the doorman to know he would shoot, and due to Harry's knowledge of soccer and volleyball, he began to shoot the balls so that they made a slight curve in the air and changed direction midway. Harry let the keeper stop 3 of his shots. The shoots of the other chaser were done with strength but without good direction, and the few shots that he directed to the loops were blocked by the second-year keeper. And finally, for the last position, was the exercise to find the seeker. At this point, the other students who were aiming for the position were already rested. And in contrast to the other exercises, in this, everyone is against each other. And there will be a time limit of 30 minutes. The snitch you will be using is a snitch used for practice purposes, and is normally used by the professionals, said Flint. Which everyone translated into, is expensive, do not break it. You all will have 30 minutes to catch it. After that time, the snitch will come back by itself. If none of you can catch it, we will keep the same keeper, announced the Capitan. Flint was standing in the middle of the 5 different students who wanted the position of the seeker. Flint opened a little box, and the snitch was shown to all of them, but unlike the real snitch, this was in silver color. Then, wings were spread by the snitch, wings that looked like if it were from a bug, then it started to fly. Let's leave it fly for 10 seconds, said the Capitan with a smirk, which was answered by another smirk of the current seeker, Terence Higgs, who was in his 4th year. Right after the countdown reached 1, Terence Higgs started to fly and was followed by the other 4 students, including Harry. Everybody was following Terence Higgs, but no one knew where was the snitch. And while they were racing each other, trying to catch up with the 4th-year seeker, they were punching each other to make the other fall off their broom. Harry realized that the snitch was not even in front of them, so he stopped following the rest and started to scan the scene, and then he dived and went to the edges of the game field. Terence realized that his distraction tactic did not work and Harry possibly spotted the real snitch, so he decided to follow Harry. Suddenly Harry turned around and passed close to the current seeker, and the only thing the seeker could do was to stop, so they won't crash against each other. Harry passed under him. Unfortunately for Terence, the other students behind him could not stop in time and ended up crashing each other. With that, Harry could chase the snitch without any problems. He found the snitch a few minutes later. It was close to the top of one of the loops. Surprised by the result, Flint smiled as he had something to brag about with other houses, and many things to say to his Quidditch teammates, and due to the results that Harry gave in his tryouts, he was able to select which position wants to play. After the tryout was done, Flint called for everyone to be present and started to read a parchment he had in his hands. I will name the lineup of the Slytherin house. Those who are called, come next to me. Those who don't, leave the field, said Flint while looking menacing to all the students in front of him. First, the one that will cover our vacant post. The keeper will be Miles Bletchley, said Flint, and the rest started to clap. The new keeper walked to the front and stood next to Flint. Beaters will be Peregrine Derrick and Gemma Farley, screamed Flint, and both of them walked to the front with a smirk on their faces. Chasers. Adrian Pusey. Adrian only walked to the front with a stern face. Graham Montague. And the 3rd-year student walked to the front. And myself, said Flint, putting a hand in his chest while smiling.
And for the seeker position, Harry Suzuki. Harry stood still as the rest of the students left the field. Flint only smiled, and then he said, hope you still have energy. Because the training starts now.
The Capitan called for Harry before they started to go to the air again. This is the broom I used last year. You were able to have good results with the pathetic excuse of a broom that the school has, so you should be even better with this, said Flint. Harry only took the broom and nodded to him. Harry inspected the broom and read, Comet 260. Probably the broom's model name, thought Harry. Then he gazed at Flint's broom and realized that he was with a newer broom. Thanks to the training of Cocytus and Sebas, Harry has a good physique, and that was reflected in his stamina. In the middle of the training, when he was up in the skies alone, the air monster appeared.
Did you find anything? Asked Harry to the monster, which was answered with a shook of his head. I see. I will summon you again in another time, said Harry while shaking his hand in the monster body, which made it disappear like if it was only a small cloud. When the training ended, Harry went back to the common room with the rest of the team.
This year, we will be rising the cup. Again, said Marcus Flint while smirking at Harry. Asking for help thanks to the Quidditch training, Harry had some time alone. He wanted to continue investigating the castle, but he was normally surrounded by somebody, making it difficult for him to rummage around the castle.
His only option is to send a summoned monster, but the only time he could be before going to bed. Now, because he is the only first year in the Quidditch team, he can summon the monster while nobody is watching when training.
After 3 weeks of searching, there was information that needed to be shared with Albedo and Demiurge. Harry was planning to excuse himself to search for Crabbe, but before he could do that, a question was raised about his behavior. I had wanted to ask you something, said Pansy to Harry while both were eating breakfast. I have not seen you receive or send any letter to your family. Pansy was looking at Harry like trying to gain something from him. She has been around him due to his popularity and nothing else, but she felt uneasy around him when another student told her that the Suzuki family owns a company in the Muggle world. She thought that her feelings were some kind of predictions about it. It all made sense in her mind. The way he behaves is not like any other Slytherin, and his willingness to help a mudblood like Granger. Even the Mudbloods have already contacted their families, said Pansy, thinking that she had cornered Harry. Instead, he chuckled a little and answered, Are you a Legillaman? I was thinking to ask someone to lend me an owl. Harry turned to see Pansy in the eyes and smiled at her, and the uneasiness came back to Pansy at that moment. The acceptance letter said that we can bring either a frog, a cat or an owl. I decided to bring my cat Pandora, so I arrived without an owl. Pansy, unable to stay with Harry's eyes over her, she turned to see her breakfast. May I ask you for your assistance in that regard? I already wrote a letter, asked Harry, and it was answered with a nod. Harry smirked and made a quick look around. He saw that the headmaster nodded to Professor Snape, who stood up and left the hall. Once both finished their breakfast, both of them went back to the Slytherin common room. When Harry arrived at the boy's bedroom, he realized that his letter was read. With a simple trick, Harry was able to tell that someone had opened his letter. He had folded the edge of the sheet to serve as a fastener and to keep it folded. But the sheet was unfolded. Harry only smirked about the situation. When Harry went back to the common room, he had the letter in his hand and a brown cat on his shoulder. The cat was small, with a strange peach-black eye, and wearing a green hat. Pansy, let me present you my cat, Pandora, said Harry. Pansy was sitting on a couch and looked at the cat, suppressing her urges to hug and cuddle the cat with all her strength. Pansy only looked at the cat jumping from Harry's shoulder to the armrest of the couch. Nya nya nya. Nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Pansy. My name is Pandora Actor. Please call me Pandora, said the cat. Pansy could not resist any more and hugged the cat. Harry excused himself and went to the bathroom, and once he checked he was alone. He used message. Hi CZ Sama, said Harry, which was answered with a monotonous voice. Hi, Harry Coon. Good work. Likewise, said Harry and proceeded to say his message. I'll be sending a message using an owl. Please inform Alito Sama and don't attack the bird. Understood. Any particular trait of the bird? Asked the maid, which was Answered, "It will have paper attached to its leg." "Understood. We will be waiting for your message," said CZ. After that conversation, Harry came back to the common room and apologized to Pansy for the waiting, but she did not care about it, as she was smiling while petting the cat's chin. Pansy and Harry walked together to the owlery. Pansy was still hugging Pandora. When they reached the top of the tower, Pansy suddenly remembered that she was bringing a cat to a place full of birds. Pandora realized that the girl carrying him reached her destination and had to go with her bird, so she jumped up and sat next to Harry's feet. Pansy tried to catch him when the cat jumped but was unable to do it. Harry imagined the reason for the eagerness of Pansy to catch him. When she turned to see him, he tried to read her face and thought she may be worried that Pandora may attack the birds. This was because every time her eyes met, she turned her gaze back to the cat. "Do not worry. Pandora will not attack any owl," said Harry. Pansy nodded and walked and brought her owl. The owl's feathers were peach black, and its eyes were green. Harry took the letter from his robes and gave it to Pansy. She rolled the paper and attached it to the leg of the owl. "Where to?" asked Pansy while attaching the paper to the owl's paw. "Suzuki Mansion," answered Harry. Pansy completed the knot and let the owl fly. Severus Snape knocked at the door, and right away, he heard a voice saying, "Enter, Severus." The potion teacher went inside the headmaster office and went directly to Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall was also in the room. "I want to ask you to never use me again to spy in my students' mail correspondence," said Professor Snape. Taking his cards and making an exact copy of them, the black-robed professor frowned. "It's something that neither I am fond of, but due to the worries about the young Potter, it is necessary to do it at least once," said Dumbledore. "I understand your position, Severus, but it is necessary," said the old witch that was sitting between the two wizards. "Don't you think that is very suspicious that the most famous wizard ended up in the House of Wizards that surprisingly were not in touch with any wizard community? I have to remind you that the war, although cruel, was not really that impactful outside our continent. A wizard or a witch coming from Asia or North America unknowingly is not that hard to think about," answered the potion teacher. Now, we should be able to ease our worries," said the headmaster. Snape took a piece of paper from his robes and gave it to the headmaster and read. "Dear Mom and Dad, ain't enough words for me to be able to apologize enough for not contacting you before. Teacher of herbology let me know the way that this part of the world communicates with each other, which I am afraid took me time to realize. Muggle technology is alien to most of my schoolmates, making it small trouble for me to adapt. The idea of sending a message using owls does not seem practical, but is the way they work here. Miss you so much, family, the maids, all the company, and I never thought I would say this, but I also miss the dinner parties of the company. It's not that I complaining, because I have made new bonds of friendship, which I really appreciate. Keeping with the idea of the not magical world, I also have to apologize, as I had not found an appropriate time to study the subjects for the regular school. Talent alone cannot take you far, is what my potion professor told me, and I believe he is right, which is the reason why I want to keep studying as fast as I can. Please send me something to study in the meantime so I can be prepared for the future. P.S. This is my friend's owl. Please send the response with it. Dear Harry, we are happy to hear from you and that you have made friends and are surrounded by teachers who share wisdom with you. To all of us, not only your father and me but everyone in our home, your presence is missed daily. Telling you the truth is your personal maid, the one that asks me about you almost every day. I am going to keep this answer brief. Next time you will receive an answer from us, it will be with our own owl. In this new message, we will send you some books for you to study. Enjoy school and make us proud." Harry read the letter and deciphered their orders. Now it was a question of creating a distraction. He needed to do his mission alone. The only problem is that he also needs to be as social as possible, so he cannot freely remove himself from the group of friends. It was October 31st, and surprisingly people celebrated the day in the wizarding world. "You don't celebrate Halloween?" asked Goyle when they were walking to their next class. "No, my family is from different cultures. My father is from Japan, and they do not celebrate Halloween there, and my mom is Mexican, and they have another celebration close these days," explained Harry. Draco wanted to ask a question, but they arrived at their class. They have charms class with Professor Flitwick, and on this very day, he announced that the theory had passed and they will be doing their first charm. They will be doing the simple spell to make things levitate. "Don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing," said the professor, and then continued, "Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And say the words properly, we don't want accidents." In front of each student was a feather which will be the object that the people will be using to practice the levitation spell. Harry, unlike his fellow students, was bored to death. Tier 1 spell, after 2 months only a Tier 1 spell, thought frustrated. Harry took the wand and made the spell perfectly. Professor Flitwick clapped at Harry for being able to do it so fast and perfectly. Harry only thanked him and put the feather back down. Malfoy was having problems with his feather, and Harry just said to him, "Pronounce the spell with the rhythm of the wand movement." Draco followed Harry's instructions and was able to properly cast the charm. Draco was followed by Pansy, who was sitting in the back of them and hearing Harry's advice. A few moments later, Harry watched Hermione trying to help her fellow Gryffindor. She approached the situation, with her housemate, in a more demonstrative manner. The other student was Ron, and he was visibly angry at her. At the end of the class, Harry and his group was walking together, and they heard the group of Gryffindors talking. One of them was Ron. "It's no wonder no one can stand her. She's a nightmare, honestly," said Ron to the other kids who laughed at the comment. Then from behind Hermione passed them. Her eyes looked red, but it was difficult to know her expression as she covered her face with her hair while looking at the ground. "I think she heard you," said one of them. "So? She must have noticed she's got no friends," said Ron. The other kid just shrugged and continued walking. An opportunity, thought Harry. He wanted to follow Hermione, but they have class, history of magic, so he decided against it. Maybe he can approach her later on. After their class, they went to the Great Hall, where a great feast was happening due to Halloween. When Harry realized that Hermione was not there, he decided to look for her. When Harry was walking out the hall, Draco approached him. "Where to, Suzuki?" asked the blonde kid. Harry only gestured with his arm to the Gryffindor table, and Draco realized the missing girl. "I see. Mind if I tag along? I have some questions that I would like to ask you," said the Malfoy kid. "Sure thing," said Harry. When they were on the other side of the doors, Pansy was just arriving. She gestured to her group and went where Harry was. She was still on a mission to discover that feeling she had about Harry. "Mind if I go with you?" asked Pansy without having a real reason to give them to go with them. But she was counting in her intuition about Harry not declining. "It will be a pleasure," said Harry. Draco frowned at the new companion as he won't be able to ask what he had in mind. Pansy saw Draco's face and smirked. To her, it was obvious that Draco was helping Harry to cover his facade. Pansy drew a small idea of what may be happening. Harry wants that mud blood for him and is using Draco to spread lies about her, to bust her reputation, telling people that she is a half-blood. The idea of Harry wanting so desperately to have Granger for him made her angry. Followed by Pansy and Draco, Harry used clairvoyance and found Hermione in the girls' bathroom on the first floor. When they arrived at the bathroom, the three stopped. "Pansy, can you make the honors?" asked Harry. Pansy rolled her eyes and entered the bathroom, and then a loud, "Go away," sounded. Pansy came out, she shrugged and said, she doesn't want to go out. "Well, it seems that I will be waiting. If you want you can go back to the feast." "Why do you have so much interest in her?" said Pansy. In her words, even Draco could feel the poison. Draco was about to tell her that they were betrothed, but Harry just said, "Remember our first conversation about her?" "Do you think she's really that worthy?" asked Pansy, frowning, and not hiding that she dislikes her. "We are the best of our classes, but we have each other. She, on the other hand, is the best in her house, while alone," said Harry to Pansy. "She has potential. And we also can benefit," concluded Harry. Draco, looking that Pansy was still frowning, decided to change the subject. Suzuki, you said that your family celebrated Halloween for different reasons. Care to explain? Well, we do not celebrate Halloween, but we celebrate another thing that is close to these days, said Harry.
After Harry did not continue the explanation, Draco said, which is
The Day of the Dead, or Dia de los Muertos, said Harry. While saying this, Harry remembered that Albedo told him that she chose to be Mexican as her nationality due to this celebration. Nazarick thought that the people of Mexico were already worshipping Momanga-sama, so the annexation of that country should be used as the capital of the world. And by petition of almost all in Nazarick, they decided that November 2nd will be a festivity about Momanga-sama. After he remembered that, Harry smiled, and Pansy just looked at him. Kind of weird to smile so happy for a day to worship death, said Draco, chuckling. Don't get fooled by the name. Although the idea is that the souls of the dead family will come back for a day to have a good moment with loved ones. In reality, that day is to celebrate the life of those who are already dead. It's like being happy because you were able to meet that person when they were still alive, Harry explained. Don't you think that it started to smell very bad? Asked Pansy while pinching her nose. We are in front of a bathroom. What did you expect? Draco said mockingly to Pansy. After that, a low grunting sounded. The sound of shuffling footfalls of gigantic feet started to be louder. The sound came from the end of the hallway.
With each step, the sound and the smell were louder. The floor felt like shaking a little. Then at the end of the hallway was a giant creature.
Bigger than Hagrid or Cocytus, gray skin, fat, small head with big rounded ears, and with a big club in his hand. Draco and Pansy were pale as a ghost. They only know the few spells that were taught to them in this school, which were not very impressive. Harry thought for a moment and formulated a plan. Pansy, go inside and take Hermione, said Harry to Pansy, who was still in shock. Now, screamed Harry, and Pansy obeyed. Let go of me now, you little. Hermione was taken out by force, but she stopped forcing with her when she saw the troll. Draco, take both of them and look for a professor, said Harry at Draco. He only nodded and grabbed Hermione's hand and started to run. Harry took his wand, pointed to the floor where the troll was stepping and said, Glacis area. The floor under the troll turned into ice, and it started to slip because of the ice. Wait, what about you? Screamed Hermione while freeing herself from Draco's hand. I am going to slow it down, so the professor can take care of them. Now go, screamed Harry. The troll used the walls to stay standing and then with his club to smash the floor. The ice broke, letting the troll walk with no problem. Before Hermione could say something, Draco grabbed her hand again and ran. Harry cast another spell with his wand that did nothing. Once Harry was sure that he was alone with the troll, he stood straight and started to remove the dust from his uniform. He didn't seem to care about the troll danger, even when it was still in front of him. He used inventory and took 2 scrolls and said, counter detection. After that, the scroll burned in blue flames, then took the other scroll and said, area time slow, and the scroll burned the same way. The troll was still walking towards him, but Harry was not scared. Instead, he used message. Shultir-sama, I request your assistance. I want to give a present to Momanga-sama, said Harry while putting 2 fingers in his ear. I understand. I will be showing right away, said Shultir. After that, a black hole appeared in front of Harry. He kneeled down in the presence of the true vampire. Thank you for coming. Yes, yes. I only came because you said something about a present to Momanga-sama, said Shultir, nonculating. Yes, a troll specimen from this world. He is behind you, said Harry. At that moment, the troll waved its club at Shultir, but she stopped it with her pinky while yawning. Really? This? It is not very strong. Momanga-sama is a passionate collector. I guess he will want to have at least one in his collection, said Harry. Very well, this will be your present for Momanga-sama's holiday, Shultir said, and then she floated and went in front of the troll and just slapped it. The troll felt heavy to the ground, unconscious. Shultir-sama, before you go, please do me another favor, said Harry. Hermione, Draco and Pansy were with Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Quirrell. All of them were running to the girls' bathroom on the first floor. When they were running, a big noise sounded, like if something big fell, then another noise, this time of some rock being destroyed. When they arrived at the scene, they found that there was a hole in the wall, and on the floor was Harry. Hermione was going to see him, but Pansy beat her at it. "Are you all right?" asked Pansy. "Yeah, some small bruises," answered Harry. "Small bruises? Your leg looks broken," replied Pansy, worried. "Could you explain what happened?" asked McGonagall with a stern voice. Snape, instead of trying to say something, stood silent, as he was also curious about the situation. "I tried to slow the troll down the best I could so you can arrive. I was doing a good job, but then the troll suddenly hit the wall and left. I was caught by the falling rocks," said Harry. "And the troll?" asked McGonagall again, winning some mean looks from Pansy and Hermione. "He went through the hole," said Harry, and then he continued, "If you want to ask me to which direction, unfortunately, I don't know. I was busy with a rock over my leg, you see." "No further explanation will be necessary," said the Snape. 10 points to Slytherin for each of you, Miss Parkinson and Mr. Malfoy, for helping a fellow student, even if that student is from another house," said the Slytherin house leader while looking to McGonagall, and another 20 points for Mr. Suzuki Potter for the elaboration of the plan. Omake, Interlude 2. Dave Mustaine. The Prophet. After the incident with the troll, a meeting was called between the two heads of the houses of the students that were part of the incident. Dumbledore sat in his chair behind his desk, and Professor McGonagall was sitting in front of him. Next to her was Professor Snape. "I will assume that everything was in order in the room on the third floor," said Dumbledore to Snape. "As you can see, the stupid dog there is still alive and protecting it," Snape snarked. "Good, and did you already go with Madame Pomfrey?" continued Dumbledore. "Please, stop acting like you really care," said Snape. Dumbledore sighed a little for that answer, which he took as a no. "Were you able to locate the troll?" Snape asked this time. "No, unfortunately. A big mass entered the castle and left without a trace. If it hasn't attacked a student, I would hire him as a security guard." Dumbledore said jokingly. "I still can't understand how that happened and how Mr. Potter could survive," said McGonagall. "Which take me to my next question. Are you sure about the people involved?" said the headmaster. "Maybe they are changing because of the influence of Mr. Potter. Headmaster, are you sure there wasn't any mistake in his sorting? I am still in doubt about young Mr. Potter is in the Slytherin house," pleaded McGonagall. Snape raised an eyebrow and said, "Are you implying that there is something bad in my house?" "Of course not, but not long ago, you came to me complaining about Potter for talking back to their teacher. I could confirm that, in reality, he was asking for a genuine question. And that information came from another Gryffindor," said Snape. Now, let's calm down. Mr. Suzuki has proven his worth in the school, and about his sorting, well, I had my doubts the first day. We all knew his parents, and both of them were Gryffindors," said the headmaster, and then continued, "but the hat has told me that he stands with his decision. None of them were happy with the answer. Maybe we can change it. It may have never occurred, but," said the Transfiguration teacher before she was stopped by the headmaster. "His birth parents may have been Gryffindors, but they only can pass him their genes, not their personality. He grew up with the Suzukis," said Dumbledore with a reassuring voice and looked at both, then continued, "They have raised him and teach him their ways. We all know that they are very important in the Muggle world. And that was accomplished without the use of magic. For a wizard to be able to accomplish that, they should be very cunning. I may have another answer about the reason for his sorting," said McGonagall with a stern look. She saw the two men in front of her and continued, "When I visited their house, the young Potter was wearing a shirt with a slogan of a music group. Burdage, the professor of Muggle Studies, told me that she has no information about them, but a student assured me that the band was a very bad influence. Maybe the exposure to this group's affected him." Snape only rolled his eyes,
But of course, if it is a bad influence, it will make him fall into my house, thought to himself. A personality is not created only by the influence of one thing, but by the accumulation of experiences, Snape said aloud while looking at McGonagall.
You are right. Still, I am a little curious about this music she is afraid of, Dumbledore confessed. He started to caress his beard and look at Snape. I am sorry for this, Snape, but I will need to ask you to buy a record of this group. You are still living in the Muggle world. That is why I am choosing you. Minerva, can you tell me the name of the group? Metallica, answered the witch. Dumbledore chuckled a little when he heard the name. The names are getting even more peculiar, said Dumbledore. Snape entered the record store. He was wearing his regular attire, except for the cape-style trench coat. Normally with only this, he will be able to walk without the weird looks of the Muggles, but inside the record store, where he felt out of place. Snape did not want to go and browse all the albums, so he went directly to the clerk. The clerk was a woman, mid-20s with long black hair and pale skin. She was wearing a black t-shirt with the name of a band on it, but Snape did not understand the name, nor did he try to read it better. I am looking for the latest album of Metallica, said Snape to the clerk. She turned to face him, and without even much effort to search, she said, it was sold out. New batch may arrive next month. Snape sighed a little. His free day was wasted for nothing. He used the subway to arrive here, and even when the Muggle transport is fast, it still took him time to travel to this place. The clerk, looked him that he was troubled. She knew that the man was not a Metallica fan, or at least that's what she thought. All the Metallica fans she knew were kind of obsessed with them. He may be the father or godfather of a kid who wants the album. You may want to check Megadeth. Their leader created Metallica, so they have the same style, said the clerk, who wanted to get her commission of the day. She knew that both fanbases are kind of obsessed with the rivalry within the bands. Snape did not want to go back empty-handed. It was his free day after all, so he did not want that the whole trip was for nothing. Snape ended up buying the album, Rust in Peace, by Megadeth. At least I know that there is something bad with the name of this group, thought Snape. Snape entered his house and sat on his couch. He was tired and did not want to do this silly job, but he was asked to do it. The potion professor thought. He could do something else now but couldn't come with anything. He sighed and looked at the bag where the record was. Let's end this right now, Snape said to himself. He put the record and started to listen. He read the lyrics while the music was playing. Snape could not find a reason why people would like to hear that. Way too loud, way too fast, and way too visceral. Lyrics-wise, Snape could not help but understand the concept. Songs of war or against war. Confusing somehow, because the sound looked way too violent, but the message was the opposite. The first song was one that he repeated at least 3 times. Holy Wars. The Punishment Due is the name of the song. If he was any other wizard without contact with the Muggle world, he would think that they were singing about the Wizard War. And if he was an egomaniac, he would think that they were singing about him. Brother will kill brother, split blood across the land, was the first line in the song. Snape just get the idea that the group wanted to sound prophetic with that line. Because war, unfortunately, is meant to repeat itself. Ask the sheep for their beliefs. Do you kill on God's command? Snape heard and thought about the common thing between wars. They always listen to someone who thinks that has the correct answer. Upon my podium, as the know-it-all scholar, down in my seat of judgment, Snape could not do anything else but smile. Those in the government did not do anything out of fear, and they are the ones in charge to judge the people that combated so they can be safe. They killed my wife and my baby, with hopes to enslave me. First mistake. Last mistake. A tear fell from the professor. Lily, said Snape in a lower voice. Paid by the Alliance, to slay all the giants. Next mistake. No more mistakes. Snape just looked at the ceiling, remembering the face of Lily Evans when she knew that he was a Death Eater. No more mistakes, murmured Snape. When the song ended, Snape continued listening to the other songs. The second song was about conspiracy, and the third one was about the Muggles' Second World War, or so he thought. But then the fourth song played. Snape did not take too much care about it at first, as it took time for the singer to enter the song. But when it ended, Snape put it over and over again. He took the record and used the flow to appear in the headmaster room. Albus was there, reading a book, while Snape arrived. "Severus, it is a pleasure to see you, but it's quite a surprise for you to come on your day off," said Dumbledore with a smile. "Cut that. If you cared about my days off, you won't have asked me to buy the stupid album," hissed Snape. Albus only shook his head in disapproval of the professor's words. "If that's the case, can you tell me why did you visit me?" asked Dumbledore. "Because I heard the album, and it's important for you to also hear it. The statue of secrecy may have been broken already because of this album," said the potion teacher. "Very well. Let me put the record player," said Dumbledore. Then he asked a house elf to assist him. The house elf bring a record player, which you need to turn a lever to make it work. Then both listened to the song, Five Magics. Dumbledore's eyes were wide open when he heard the song. "Bestow upon me magic, wizard, all-knowing, all-wise." Dumbledore and Snape knew about that line. That line is used by some wizards when they are trying to make a prophecy. It is not normal to do it that way, because the only people able to create an accurate prophecy are seers. The process that the wizard who is singing is an ancient one, and also a difficult one. The amount of magic power needed to create it is so big that only Merlin was known to be able to make prophecies with that method. "I want to rule my kingdom, make sweet the breeze, now defiled," stating your reason for the prophecy. Prophecies are not absolutes, and seers can't choose what will be prophesied. But with this method, they can make a bridge to see what they want to know. In this case, the wizard wants to get rid of something that is destroying the peace. Dethrone the evil prince's iron fists, in velvet gloves of sin, a more specific line of what they want to prophesize. Snape have no doubt that the evil prince they want to defeat is Voldemort. Parade the gray-robed monks, the Vestal virgins wheel the wyverns in, Death Eaters, said Snape in a lower voice. The robed monks may really be only another way to talk about followers. Let the ceremony consecrate the marriage, let me be the protege of five magics. Albus thought about those lines and concluded that the marriage was talking about the contract of the prophecy, and the protege of five magics may be about the wizard who wrote this. Then the song started to enlist different subjects. Subjects that the wizards and witches study in the different academies in the world, and the subjects he said he has mastered: alchemy, sorcery, wizardry, terminology and electricity. Alchemy, the most difficult magic known to wizard kind. Sorcery, which is referring to the dark arts. Wizardry, the old subject where transfiguration and charms work together. Terminology or study of runes. The last one made them doubt. Electricity, but judging off the reports of the House of the Suzukis, it may be related to that kind of technology. After that, the song repeated like a mantra, I master five magics. This made the headmaster think that the entire ritual was complete and that the wizard or witch would need to repeat the line until the prophecy was revealed. A different voice spoke in the prophet's body, which means that the song will finally say the prophecy. In the first part, the prophecy is closer to the prophecy that Dumbledore and Snape knew. Possessed with hellish torment. I master magics 5. Hunting the Abyss Lord. Only one will stay alive.
Hunting the Abyss Lord, only one will stay alive. A more direct prophecy, thought Dumbledore. The way to address Voldemort is different, calling him the Abyss Lord, but that doesn't change the idea that the prophecy was talking about the same thing, thought Snape. Then he recalled the original prophecy, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives.
The next part said something rather more specific about the outcome of the battle. He who lives by the sword will surely also die. He who lives in sin will surely live the lie. Dumbledore let himself fall in the chair. He started to think about this information. The Abyss Lord, or in this case, Voldemort, will be hunted, and only one will survive that confrontation. That is something we already
knew, thought Dumbledore. Snape, about whom do you think they were referring when they said about the one who lives by the sword? asked Dumbledore.
Hard to guess. If we put it that as someone from the school, it may refer about a Gryffindor student. But if not, it may refer to a Muggle, Snape answered. Dumbledore nodded in agreement with Snape. Then he stood up and said, I will need to contact the Makusa. After that, Dumbledore left the room, leaving Snape with the same questions. First Quidditch match after the incident with the troll. For Hermione, the situation in her dormitory went worst. Once people knew that she was saved by Slytherins, by Draco no less, the Gryffindors stopped talking to her altogether. Even Neville, who was also saved by Harry, stopped talking to her due to the pressure of his housemates. Hermione did not feel too much change. The only reason for them to talk to her was about homework and to ask her for notes about some class. She passed most of her time in the library, where she can see Harry from time to time. She also began to hang out with him and his small group on weekends. Draco seems to be tolerant towards her. Crabbe and Goyle talked to Hermione like one of them. It was hard to find a subject to talk about, as their topics were not very interesting for Hermione. Harry is the only one that speaks with her about different themes. The relation between Hermione and Pansy was a difficult one. They seem to hate each other but can end up having the same opinion when talking about a topic that interests both of them, especially when it comes to school teachers. In one of their typical discussions between Hermione and Pansy, Draco approached Harry. You have to tell Parkinson about your betrothed status with Granger. Harry just said to Draco, I don't see why. But either way, I am currently working on a way to end it up. At that statement, Draco frowned, but Harry didn't notice, and continued, she's the kind of girl who doesn't want to be told what to do, so you can imagine she's not very happy with the arrangement. That's why we're working on it. After that, Draco relaxed. Then Goyle asked Hermione, are you going to go to the first Quidditch game of Harry? Hermione smiled and said, of course. But who are you going to cheer for? Gryffindor will be his first opponent, said Pansy viciously. I will be cheering for Harry. I may need to be in the group of Gryffindor, but I will cheer for him, stated Hermione while crossing her arms. We'll see. It will be the next weekend, said Pansy. Are you nervous about your debut? Crabbe was genuinely concerned. Not really, as only a game. Easy to play, and in my opinion, kind of boring, Harry said that while winning the glare of everyone. The day of the game arrived, and people started to arrive at the small stadium. Parents of players were allowed to visit the school to watch the game. Pansy was on her way to the Quidditch field to see the game when she saw a couple walking. They seem a little lost, but what took her attention was the woman's beauty. White skin, black long hair that looked like silk, a body that could not be described with another word that is not perfection. The man that was next to that woman had short black hair. He was slim, and his skin looked tanned. He was not that handsome but neither ugly. The couple spotted her and approached her. Hello. Could you help us? Said the woman with a warming smile while she was hugging the man's arm. Could you tell us where the Quidditch game will be? Pansy felt her whole body getting hot. She wanted to answer right away, but the woman leaned close to her and made her lose her breath for a moment. It's ahem, was the only thing that Pansy could say before she recovered herself. I am sorry. The Quidditch game is in this direction, Pansy answered finally. Were you also going to the same place? Asked the woman, and Pansy answered nodding without looking at the woman. Do you mind if we tag along? Suggested the woman, and Pansy shook her head. While walking to their destination, silence happened. Pansy, to distract herself and break the tension, asked, are you the parents of any of the players? Yes. Our son will play his first Quidditch match, said the woman, then continued, and judging by the colors of your uniform, it seems that you are in the same house. Pansy thought about the Slytherin team and remembered that besides Harry there was a new keeper, but then the woman talked to her husband. Darling, do you think that Harry will be okay? I heard that players can get injured in this game. Don't worry. Harry is our son, and he is a Suzuki. There is no way that he will be injured, said the man. Pansy stopped walking and was with her eyes wide open. The couple looked at her, and Pansy asked, are you Harry's parents? Harry Suzuki? The eyes of the woman went over her. A stern sight was upon her. Pansy felt a chill running through her spine. "May I ask for your name, young lady?" asked the woman. "Pansy, Pansy." "Parkinson," said the young Slytherin. The woman turned to see her husband and then smiled at her. "So, you are Pansy. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Harry talked about you in one of his letters. He advised us about your beauty," said the woman. Pansy's ears went hot, and her eyes started to look at the floor. "Let us present ourselves. My name is Satoru Suzuki, and she is my wife Albedo Suzuki." The man introduced himself, and when he said the name of his wife, the woman bowed a little with a warm smile. Before entering the change room, Hermione approached Harry. She was panting as she came running to talk to Harry before he went inside the room. "Harry, please. Think about it. You just left the hospital tower yesterday," pleaded the bushy-haired girl. Her eyes looked a little bigger in Harry's mind and made her look like a puppy asking for something. Without thinking, Harry patted her head with a smile. The action startled Hermione, and she started to look to her sides while trying to remove Harry's hand from her head. Unfortunately for her, some of Harry's Quidditch partners saw it and shocked at the reaction of the Gryffindor girl. "Don't worry. I will be fine, but thanks for worry," said Harry. Then he started to stomp and continued talking. "See? It's all right. It was not a big deal." Hermione looked at Harry's face, who was smirking, and as if it was in automatic reaction glued to her nature, she reprimanded him. "Your male bravado can make you get injured." Harry smiled at the comment. "Is not male bravado. Neither I am trying to impress somebody. It's true, I am all right. Now, I really need to enter," said Harry and entered the room. Hermione sighed and left the place. When Hermione turned towards the stairs that led to the Gryffindor seats, Draco stopped her, and what did he say? "That he is all right." Hermione sighed again. "Told you he will say that," smirked the Malfoy kid. "Thanks for helping me come. I know that it's not normal that a member of the opposite house come to talk with the player before the game," expressed Hermione while smiling at Draco. Draco looked at her eyes and her smile. He fell into a trance for a moment. Hermione, at the sudden silence, raised one eyebrow. Draco reacted after that and hissed, "Whatever," and left. The young witch was confused by the sudden change in attitude, but paid little attention to it and went to find a seat. Inside the change room was Harry. He was kind of bored, but the others took him as he was calmed. Flint looked with a smirk at Harry and said, "I like your cold blood, Suzuki, but before you catch the snitch, let us have some fun." Harry just nodded and put 15 minutes in his head for them to play happily. Only 15 minutes, so even if they are losing in that time, it would not be by much difference. Before the game started, Flint turned to see his team to give the instructions one last time. "This is the last time I am going to say this, so you better listen. Derek and Farley, your objectives, more than stop them or attack them." And the beaters only smiled and made a small fist bump. "Bletchley," said aloud the captain, "you should not let them score. All of their chasers are women." The keeper was intimidated by his Capitan. Then he continued talking to all the team. "Take care of the weasels. They don't look like, but have some guts. Their seeker was their last year chaser, so you should not have a problem," said Flint, and Harry only nodded. "And remember, if it is not in the rules, it is allowed," screamed Flint, and all the team cheered and left the locker room. In the middle of the field was Madame Hooch, who was the referee. Harry deduced that only by a miracle will the game end up without anyone getting injured. "Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you," the flying teacher said, once they were all gathered around her. Harry noticed that she seemed to be speaking, particularly to his captain. Harry looked around and saw, on the Gryffindor's side, a banner that read, "The boy who loses." Harry snorted at it. It was funny, the pathetic attempt. On the Slytherin side was a banner that had a moving image. The image was of a snake that moved fast, and then it stopped in a position that looked like his scar, and then under it read, "The Thunder Snake." Harry saw the banner and realized that the one that was holding it was Goyle and Crabbe. Momonga and Albedo were next to the section where the students of Slytherin were. Climb your brooms, barked the referee before she made a loud blast on her silver whistle. When the game started, Harry just flew over everybody to be outside the game and gave them the time they wanted. He will also see if the chaser of the other team was already going for the snitch. While watching the game, Harry got annoyed by the commentary. Why do they have live commentary? Are they broadcasting this? Harry wondered. The game was at first controlled by Gryffindor. Flint could not score any goal after many attempts, and the new Slytherin keeper was too nervous and was not in the right place to be able to arrive on time to block any of the shots. Although the poor performance of the goalkeeper was something that was foreseen and expected, he never predicted the number of shots that the goalkeeper of the opposing team was saving. After some directions from the captain of the Slytherins, a bludger hit the rival keeper. Everyone called him a cheater, but Harry called him brilliant. A tactical foul. You risk getting some kind of penalty, but if you think about it, it gives you more benefits than losses, thought Harry. After that tactical foul, Slytherin started to take control of the game. The keeper was also their captain, and now it looks like they don't know what to do without him. What Harry did not expect was that the Weasley twins started to launch the bludger at him. Harry saw that the twins were on each side to continue harassing him. Harry smirked a little and used their little game to make them hit Angelina. After Angelina fell from her broom due to the bludger, Harry spotted the snitch and went for it. "Come on, Harry," screamed Hermione, which made her win a lot of mean looks from her housemates. "In which side you are?" asked Ron. "In my friend's side," Hermione proudly stated. "You are friends with the Real Madrid guy?" asked Dean. "In fact, his family sponsors Real Madrid. Haven't you seen the name in front of their t-shirt?" "You are telling me that his family owns Ainsul Gown?" asked Dean, surprised, and the question was answered with a nod of Hermione. Suddenly Harry's broomstick started to shake. Harry grabbed it with strength and recognized that there was something off. In just a couple of seconds, Harry resolved to cast Detect Enemy. Then he was able to see that who was casting a spell with negative at the broom, Professor Quirrell. When the professor realized that Harry was looking at him, he stopped the spell. After that, he continued the game. Harry hurried and flied up to look around. He saw the Gryffindor seeker and watched the snitch. The first thing Harry did was to fly close to the ground. Many spectators saw that and were worried because he went vertically to the ground, but when Harry was close to the ground he turned in his direction. The Gryffindor seeker was close to grabbing the snitch, but when she suddenly saw a fist where the snitch was, she got distracted, and it made her fall. The whole situation passed without anyone, except Harry's parents, noticing what really happened, making many Gryffindors ask for a foul, as they thought that Harry made the seeker fall. Harry continued flying until he went to the center of the pitch. He hit his chest with his right fist twice, and then he raised his arm and showed that in his fist was the golden snitch. Madam Hooch ended the game. The Slytherin 190 and Gryffindor 30. The first game of the season was won by Slytherin. At the end of the match, Harry went to say hello to his parents. It was the first time anyone had been able to see Harry's real and sincere smile, and the only person in the school who could see it was Pansy, who was walking behind Harry's father. "You came," said Harry while hugging Satoru. "Of course, I will come. I can afford to see my kid," said the man with a smile. "But what about your job?" asked Harry, breaking the hug. "This is part of my job as a father." Satoru patted Harry's head while answering. "Thank you, Miss Parkinson," Momonga said while looking at the girl that was behind him. Harry's face was quickly deciphered as confused by his father. "Your friend here helped us find our sits." Harry smiled at her and thanked her. Albedo was arriving, and she could see how the young Slytherin looked away from Harry. She also saw how the girl's ears turned red. Albedo approached them and grabbed Satoru's arm. "Darling, we need to go back. You have a meeting about the company in Japan, remember?" Momonga smiled at her. "Right. Time goes fly when you are with your favorite son. Your only son," Harry said and chuckled a little. "Miss Parkinson, I would like to thank you for being Harry's friend. Please continue doing so," said Satoru and bowed a little. Albedo and Harry's eyes were wide open. Pansy didn't notice that and only saw the man bow his head slightly. She thought it might have to do with the fact that he's Asian, so she bowed in the same way and said awkwardly, "Of course. I will also want to invite you and your family to our Christmas party. I'll owl the invitation to your parents, of course. I hope you can accompany us." Momonga proposed to the girl, and she only said, "Thank you." Satoru turned to see Harry and patted his head. "We will see you at your winter break." After that, Albedo hugged Harry and whispered to his ear, "Make him pay." Harry nodded with a smile. After Albedo and Satoru left, Harry went to the Slytherin common room. At his side was Pansy, and Harry decided to ask her, "Is there something you wish to get for Christmas?"
Harry's question surprised her. It came out of nowhere. The Slytherin seeker saw her reaction. "No matter if your family accepts our invitation. You are my friend, and today you helped my family. So, it is only natural for me to try to repay you. If there is anything and I can get for you, name it, and it's yours." Pansy didn't have anything in mind. Her parents used to buy her anything, but since she was 10 she has only received beauty products. Their parents told her that she should find a suitable suitor for her in her time in Hogwarts. "You can't be the heir of the family. But you can marry the heir of a prestigious family like ours."
Before coming to Hogwarts, her family told her that her primary target was the Malfoy heir, but she is no longer sure if that is the right decision.
Pansy's train of thought made her think of the relationship Harry and Draco have. Malfoy is more like Harry's advisor at best, or a lackey at times, but definitely not their leader. Pansy was lost in her thoughts, and Harry said, "You don't have to answer right now, but please let me know if you have something in your mind. If not, I will try to find a good present for you." After Harry said that, they arrived at the dungeons. He turned to see the wall and said, "No more mud bloods," and a door appeared. When Harry entered, he saw the whole Slytherin house celebrating their win against Gryffindor.
Winter break. Harry was standing beside his bed and made sure that his roommates were asleep. He turned to his right, and his cat jumped and transformed into his real form. Pandora actor bowed to him, in Octnemen, Autoto. Harry nodded and walked outside the room, while Pandora actor changed his appearance to look like Harry and lay down on his bed. When Harry walked out of the Slytherin common room he used, "Message. I am in my way. I should be there in 10 minutes or less." Harry went outside using his invisibility cloak, which was given to him by Momonga on his 11th birthday. Under the invisibility cloak, he was wearing another back cloak and a black face mask. He ran outside to the first floor of the castle. He jumped from a window and continued running in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Inside the forest, Harry stopped, and when he felt a presence, he took the invisibility cloak from his head, removed the face mask, and put his arms in the air. Two eyes appear from the shadows of the top of one tree. Then the person looking at him jumped and stood in front of him. Harry kneeled down at the presence of the young dark elf. "Thank you for coming, Orasama." The young elf was ashamed for the way Harry addressed her. "Come on, Raichan. Don't be so formal." Harry smiled at the comment. "So, it should be here, right?" asked the 6th floor guardian. "According to Pandora's research, he has been coming here to drink unicorn's blood," Harry said after he cast clairvoyance. After 2 minutes of running, they found what they were looking for. A unicorn was lying on the ground, and next to it was a man with black robes. Harry turned to Aura. He gesticulated at her, asking who should be attacking, but Aura shrugged, so they decided to resolve it in a rock, paper, scissors game. The winner was Harry. Harry put on the invisibility cloak again and walked closer, and he casted Brilliant Radiance, a purifying spell that uses holy light. He was thinking of using the spell in Peeves later because he has been harassing Pansy and Daphne Greengrass. The attack made great damage, and the person in Robe's skin started to burn. The blood drinker couldn't see his enemy and decided to run. A small fire arrow landed in his way. He stopped and turned in the direction the arrow was coming from but found nothing. When the unicorn attacker tried to leave again, he saw a pair of green eyes coming from the shadows of the forest. He got scared by it and fell back. The hood of his robes fell, and the face of Professor Quirrell showed up. "Hello, Professor. Are you making a night stroll like me?" asked Harry. While walking in Quirrell's direction, Harry's face drew a smile that can be confused with the smile of a kid making a little prank. "Harry Potter," hissed the professor, but Harry shook his head. "No, Professor. My name is Harry Suzuki." Quirrell laughed. "I don't know if you were brave or stupid, coming here alone. I don't know why you were placed in Slytherin." Harry chuckled. "It's funny that you can speak normally now. Although I prefer it that way. If not, this conversation would not be a pain in the ass like your classes. And what is even funnier is your pathetic try of a taunt. Silly boy. You don't know against who you are dealing with," the professor said angrily. Harry shrugged like there was no danger at the moment. "No, I just know that you are possessed. And by the scene right here, means that both of you are weak and desperate." "Hey. Are you going to fight or to talk?" A voice sounded from the shadows of the forest. The professor turned to see who was talking, and he saw a young male with brownish skin and blonde hair. The color of one eye was blue and the other green, and in his hands, there was a bucket filled with popcorn. "It seems that you came accompanied, but with another kid. Poor choice of." Yes, just start the fight already," said Aura. Then she pulled on a rope that was resting on her shoulders, and on the other side of the rope were two centaurs tied up and unconscious. Quirrell's eyes were wide open. When the professor realized that if the young boy could capture the two contours, he had no possibilities to win, and he tried to escape. Harry saw him running, so he used hold of ribs. 5 giant finger-shaped bones appeared from the ground and captured the professor. The bones were very shaped that pierced Professor Quirrell's, and he could not escape. Quirrell's wand fell from his hand the moment the bones capture him. "Is that all?" asked disappointed the dark elf. Harry chuckled and said, "What if we do this like Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Machine?" Aura's eyes light up. "The show of the talking dog." "Yeah, let's do this." Then she coughed and stood next to the professor. "You captured him?" "I have no idea that black spirits could be captured physically," Harry explained, trying to sound surprised. "It is not a dark spirit." "What, you don't recognize him?" asked Aura, looking serious at Harry. The Slytherin student shook his head. Aura grabbed and took the turban from Quirrell's head. "What? But if it's Voldemort?" Harry covered his mouth. Aura nodded to him. "He was the one that cursed your broom and let the troll enter the school." Aura started walking around the professor, and then she explained, "He used the troll as a distraction to go after the item inside the castle. But you took care of that too quickly." Harry nodded and said, "I get it. That's why he attacked my broom. It was a retaliation for stopping his plans." Aura stopped walking. "Exactly. But why would he want the item?" asked Harry, and Aura started to caress her chin. "He wanted the item to revive with it." Harry nodded and turned to Quirrell. "Well, there won't be any item to where you are going." "Damn you, kids. Stop." The rant of Quirrell was not fully heard by Aura and Harry, who burst out laughing after the first sentence. "Should we wake up one of the centaurs so they can say, Scooby-Dooby-Doo?" Harry said jokingly, and Aura started to laugh even louder. After a few minutes of laugh, Harry regained composure. "Okay. I guess it's time to take care of him." Harry cast Brilliant Radiance again, and this time, because the professor could not escape, the spell burned him to ashes. It took him 5 minutes to finally kill him. The strength of the spell depended on the power of the caster, and Harry was not well trained in purification spells. Harry removed the hold of ribs spell until the professor was dead, and once the bones were gone, he could see the wand on the floor. He took it and gave it to Aura. The dark elf used message and contacted her least favorite person, Shaltir. She needed her to go back to Nazarick. Harry was notoriously tired, and after saying goodbye to Aura, he went back to the Slytherin common room and went to sleep. The midterm exams were over. The rumor only expanded that the professor was missing because he was afraid that Professor Snape was a vampire. Obviously, the teachers did not believe that dumb excuse and were searching for the missing teacher. The test for defense against the dark arts was given by Professor Snape. Harry felt relieved that the exams were over, not because he was worried by his own exams, but because Crabbe and Goyle may have a bad result. Harry was not keen on letting his followers be that stupid. although the ones he really considers part of his inner circle are Draco, Pansy and Hermione. The Great Tomb of Nazarick is perfection, and these puppets are been used to help to gain control. As such, they become tools for the Great Tomb and, in consequence, followers of Momonga. Which for Harry mean that they needed to be at the correct standard to live with the title. The Slytherin common room had nothing outside the normal, but as the students got close to the Great Hall, many charisma's decorations were displayed. While walking to the Great Hall for their last meal before going to the train station, Harry, Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle walked close to a small group of Gryffindors who were leaving the hall. Within that group were Ron, Dean and other children, and behind, almost out of the picture, was Hermione. For the past month, Dean was the only person who was friendly to her, inside the Gryffindor house. Although he is only friendly, they cannot consider themselves friends. Dean may let her know information about the group so she won't be totally let out, but they do not have any conversation that passes the 4 lines. Ron acts like he's the leader of the Gryffindor freshmen. This is mostly because he had older brothers to which he brags about, but unfortunately for him, the students are starting to realize that his older brothers do not back him up. And for some reason, Draco has the idea that Hermione was left out because of Ron. "I do feel sorry," said Draco Malfoy when the groups were facing, "for all those people who have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because they're not wanted at home." Ron's face went red, but before he could say anything, Harry said, "Come on, Draco. We know that it may be other reasons." Draco and Ron turned to see him at the same time, disbelieving that Harry was defending Weasley, but then Draco smirked and nodded. "You are right. It may be that they do not have enough money to feed all of them, or for their tickets back. How silly me. Thank you, Harry." Crabbe and Goyle chuckled. Harry only shook his head while sighing. Ron, in contrast, was furious. His freckles disappeared for a moment due to the red of his face, and suddenly he dived at Draco. Harry stopped Ron half the way with his arm in Ron's sweater collar. Ron turned to Harry, and when he was going to take his wand from his pocket, the voice of Professor Snape was heard. "Weasley." Snape looked at Ron and Harry. Harry already left Ron to go, but the red-haired kid was still with his hand in his pocket. "You know that fighting is against Hogwarts rules, Mr. Weasley. Even your hooligan brothers know that, and don't go that low. 5 points from Gryffindor, Weasley, and be grateful it isn't more. Move along, all of you." After that, the Professor of Potions looked like he was going to give points to Slytherin, but he did not do it. In Harry's eyes, it seemed that Professor Snape was doing his best to hide his feelings. After that, the Gryffindor group left the place, but Hermione stayed behind to talk with her friends. "Seriously, I sometimes wonder if you were gaining something for antagonizing him," said Hermione while in front of Draco. "You mean, apart from having a blast at his expenses and seeing the weasel tantrum?" said the golden-haired, and at his back was Crabbe and Goyle, chuckling again. Hermione sighed and shook her head. She was about to leave, but Draco stopped her when he grabbed her wrist. Harry saw that and said, "We will be entering the hall." Crabbe and Goyle followed Harry and entered the hall. "Granger, I want to ask you something," said Draco, trying to hide his nervousness. "Will you accompany me to Diagon Alley?" Hermione was surprised by the sudden request. Draco thought that Hermione was thinking of a way to say no. It is natural to refuse. "I am trying to go with her alone when she already has a fiancé. I assure you, it won't take too much," said the Malfoy kid. "All right. But should be quick. My parents will be waiting in King's Station," answered the bushy hair girl. Draco nodded and regained his confidence. He looked at her and smiled, but when she smiled back, he turned and said, "We will use the flow from the station. Don't be late." After that, Draco entered and left a confused Hermione. She only shrugged and walked to the Gryffindor Tower. Harry walked alongside Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy and Dean. Then they arrived where a carriage was. The rest of the kids walked normally, but Harry was captivated by the looks of the animals pulling the carriage. "Beautiful," said Harry. A couple of horses with wings were in front of him, but these horses looked reptilian, with skin clinging to their skeletons. Its head looked like a dragon, and that was complemented with the wings that appeared to be from a giant bat. Unfortunately for Harry, no one else could see the animals, and the worst was that Pansy and Hermione were sitting in front. People in the carriage started to guess to who he sent that compliment. On their way to the train station, Dean started talking that he couldn't wait to go to the Christmas party of Harry's family. Harry, in reality, extended the invitation to his circle, but Draco, Crabbe and Goyle had to decline. Malfoy family normally hold a party on the same days. Pansy's parents decided to accept the invitation. The reason was to conspire a little on the Suzuki family. Hermione also accepted, but she was most composed with the whole situation. When they arrived at the train station, Dean left their side and went with his friend Seamus, who was talking to Hagrid. The rest entered the train and shared a cabin. At King's Station, on the platform 9 3/4 were many people, not as many as September 1st, but it was still full of energy. When Harry left the train, he walked alongside Pansy and Hermione. Draco cleared his voice, and everybody turned to see him. Hermione remembered what they talked about in the castle and said, "Oh, I need to get something. So, I guess we separate here." Hermione smiled, hugged Harry and said, "See you at the party." She only crossed glances with Pansy and waved at Crabbe and Goyle, who waved back at her and left the place with Draco. Crabbe and Goyle went to one side of the station where their parents were, and Pansy stayed with Harry. She was trying to find her parents when she saw a maid. A young woman, with tanned skin and scarlet braided hair with a feral aura, wearing a maid outfit that was more expensive than the clothes of all the people together in the station.
What shocked more to Pansy was that the maid was walking in her direction. She did not know what to do and froze at the moment. The maid was in front of her, and then she spoke. "It is good to see you again, young
Master." The maid bowed a little to Harry, and he responded with "It's been a while, Regina-san." The maid turned to see Pansy, and she said, "Thank you for being friends with the young master. Please continue doing so." The maid bowed a little, and Pansy remembered that it was like the time she met Harry's parents. Pansy bowed the same way and answered, "Of course."
After that, Harry and Locus Regina escorted Pansy until they met Pansy's parents. Pansy's mother had a rounded face and was dressed in a cloak made of fine fabric. His father was a tall, thin man with a long, pointed face, dressed in a formal cape and with a watch in his hand.
Pansy's parents could not help but admire the beauty of the maid for a couple of seconds. "Mom, Dad, he is Harry Suzuki, or better known as Harry Potter. She is his personal maid," said Pansy to her parents. The maid bowed a little, and Harry only smiled at them and nodded. "It's a pleasure to meet the boy who live. My name is Fiona, Painie's mother, and he is my husband, Perseus," said the mother. The man smirked and said, "I want to thank you for the invitation of your family. We are pleased to say that our family has always been in company with the best families of the wizarding world. It will be an honor to have you at our party," said Harry. "And where are your parents?" asked the woman. Harry turned to see Lopus Regina, and she answered, "Currently they're on a business trip out of the country. They should arrive in 2 days." Harry nodded at the information as the head of the Parkinson family did. "I see. It's a shame that we could not meet, but I guess that we can do it at the party," said Pansy's father before giving his farewells. Pansy nodded at Harry to say her goodbyes. At Diagon Alley, Draco and Hermione were walking. She was following Draco from behind, and he was only looking to the front. For some reason, he was nervous. "Could you stop now? You have me walking behind you for 15 minutes. Can you please tell me where are we going?" asked Hermione. Draco sighed and turned to see her. "We are going there." Draco was pointing to the building in his back. "Gringotts?" confused Hermione said. "Yes, I want to confirm something." When they entered, some goblins looked at them. It was strange for wizards and witches of their age to enter the bank without an older guardian. Draco did not give attention to the looks and walked with dignity to one of the unoccupied goblins. "I want to acquire a family tree test," said Draco to the goblin, who asked for 5 galleons. After Draco paid, the goblin only nodded and walked to the back. Draco turned to see Hermione and said, "There were rumors that you were a mud." Draco stopped himself when an adult passed close looking at him. "Ahem. Muggle-born. This should prove your innocence.
Hermione sighed. It has to happen sooner or later, thought Hermione. She was nervous. She knew that Draco was in her company thanks to Harry, but he started to grow on her.
When the goblin returned, he unwrapped a scroll and asked for the hand of the person that will take the test. Hermione extended her hand that was shaking a little. The goblin took it, and with a needle, he pinned the index finger, and a few drops fell on the scroll. The scroll was enchanted by the goblins. At the touch of the person's blood will display their family tree and magical family members. It will tell you who is a wizard, who is a witch, who is a squib and who is a muggle.
When a drop of blood touched the scroll, Hermione's name showed up. She closed her eyes after that. She did not want to see how she will lose a friend. But there was no screaming. Maybe he won't say anything in
public, thought Hermione, but then she saw Draco. His eyes were wide open, and she turned to see the scroll herself. Over her name was her parents, Wendell Granger and Monica Granger, but under her father's name was the legend, Squib. Over her father's name was Hermione's grandparents, Hugo Granger and Rose Granger, and under both of them was the same legend, Squib. Over them, the other four names were marked as wizards and witches. William Granger and Catherine Granger were the parents of Hugo Granger, while the names of Ian Fairley and Michelle Fairley were shown as the parents of Rose Granger. The test also showed who was still alive, and from the family tree, the only wizard still alive is William Granger. There was a silence after the discovery, but it was interrupted when Draco chuckled. "Well, you certainly are a half-blood. Not in a conventional way, but..." Draco stopped laughing when he saw Hermione's stern face. "Ahem, I mean, it is good that we are clearing the misunderstanding. But I realized why it started," said Draco. The blonde kid felt like something heavy left his shoulders. He could not help but be happy at the result. Surely that was because he was looking out for a friend, thought Draco to give an answer to those feelings. The good spirits of Draco made him commit a mistake, a big mistake. He said to Hermione that, because they will not see each other until they are back at Hogwarts, he will give her a gift at that time, take her to the library and ask her to choose a book. The smile on Hermione's face was bright, and before he could say something else, the Gryffindor girl was checking all the shelves of the bookstore to find the most interesting book. Draco had to ask Hermione to make it quicker as their parents were still waiting for them in the train station. The family tree test took them only 5 minutes, although it felt like hours at the moment. But Hermione took half an hour to decide which book to buy. She was stuck with 3 books. A book about the history of the Wandless Wizards, a book about runes and their derivations, and the latest book of Gilderoy Lockhart. Draco was desperate because he knew his father would be mad at him, so he ended up buying the 3 of them. At the sudden burst of Draco's kindness, who just bought her 3 books, Hermione went back to the train station with Draco and said goodbye, kissing him on the cheek. The Christmas Party 1991 Pansy likes to look good. She knew that she is not as beautiful as many other girls, but she felt really good when wearing pretty dresses. She may have been told that the dresses were her tools to get married into a powerful family, but she did not care what she was told. She only cares about was herself. The Slytherin girl loved to look good to please herself, not another person. She is not a doll. That does not mean that she will enjoy the whole experience, especially when wearing some dresses. Pansy was 11 years old, but she was already asked to use a corset for her dress. Pansy chose the dress and knew that the dress had a corset, and how beautiful will look on her, but still, she doesn't like the pain that happens when adjusting the corset. The dress was sleeveless, and it fell until her ankles. The skirt design was modified to look similar to the skirt of Harry's maid. On the side, the skirt was open and let the people view part of her right leg, in which she was wearing a high tight that covered the part of the leg that was showing. The dress was green scarlet. The set was completed with gloves of the same color as the dress and a small silver jacket, which was made of some exotic animal, and only covered the upper part of the torso. Because her family lives in the wizarding world, they needed to appear in the Muggle world to arrive at the party. Pansy's mother decided to apparate in the magical side of the King's train station because she could not stand the leaky cauldron. When the Parkinson family left the King's station, a maid approached them. The maid was blonde with a spectacular body. "Mr. and Mrs. Parkinson, my name is Solution, and I will be your personal maid and will escort you to the Suzuki mansion," said the blonde maid. Parkinson patriarch nodded with dignity and took the arm of his wife. Outside the train station was a vehicle rather peculiar for the Parkinson family. They saw muggles open their path, so they walked freely. Some people were saying in the background, "Are they famous? Are they related to the royalty? Look, they're going to the Ainz-Ul Gown car." Some people took photos of them. When they were close to the vehicle, a man in black smoking opened the door for them. Hermione has never cared what people think about her appearance, or so. That's what she said to herself. She is very sensitive when they talked about her frontal teeth that are a little longer than the average. But today, she did something she thought she would never do. She went to a beauty salon. Her mom made her go. Her parents received a letter from Hermione that explained to them that she was invited to her friend's Christmas party, and her parents were happy to go. But what she didn't tell them was that her friend was from a multi-million-dollar family. After a few days, Hermione arrived at her home. A letter came with an owl. At first, they were startled by the appearance of the owl, which was all black except for the feathers around the eyes, which were white. They were calmed down by their daughter when she told them that the owl is from her friend that invited her to the Christmas party. To their parents' surprise, the letter was sent to them, and when they opened it, they realized the truth about Hermione's friend. "Dear Granger family, it is with great pleasure that I write to invite you to the Christmas party of the Ainz-Ul Gown Company on Wednesday the 25th of December 1991. This event is to gather our partners, friends and family together, which we are grateful to have. The party will be held at the Suzuki Mansion, which address will be attached to this letter. The event will also feature our advances in our future projects that will be launching the next year, which will be covered by the media. The evening will also feature dinner, which will be enlivened by our artists who will play some of their music. For your convenience, we will take care of your transportation. Sincerely, Satoru Suzuki, owner and founder of Ainz-Ul Gown." Wendell Granger could not believe what he just read. They were invited to the party of the richest family in the world. Monica Granger could not take her eyes from the emblem of the Ainz-Ul Gown. Hermione's mother is not a woman who likes gossip, but while waiting for a patient in the dental clinic she normally talked with her colleagues. One of the topics lately was the information about the stars that were invited to the event that the Ainz-Ul Gown was making. Radio, TV, magazines, newspapers, everywhere are talking about it. Extravagant rumors floating around, and the one that she thought was the foolish one was about the seal of the letters. The rumor was that they used real gold as a seal for their official documents. Pictures of the emblem of Ainz-Ul Gown float around since they started to be more famous, and their logo, or emblem, was always in a golden color. At first, she thought for a moment that it was just exaggerations, but now that she had the paper in front of her, she could confirm that the rumor was true. Her father went to rent a tuxedo. Hermione's mother took all of her dresses and started to study which was the best dress to use and asked her husband opinion on the matter. When they made up their mind, they looked at Hermione. She was calm and reading a book. Hermione's mother took her to buy a new dress. The Gryffindor girl only selected the first dress her mother chose as she didn't want to stay long selecting dresses. Monica Granger sighed at her daughter's personality. She was proud of her daughter, but sometimes she wondered about her lack of interest in her looks. On the morning of the party day, Hermione woke up earlier than usual. Her mom took her to a beauty salon, and after a few hours, her hair was defeated. The result was a beautiful hairstyle with straight hair and small braids in a crown style. After the hair was done, it was time for the makeup and to put up the dress. The makeup was made by her mom. Hermione protested, but her mom assured her that it would look natural as possible. The problem for Hermione was the dress. She regretted not paying attention to the dress. Once Hermione was done dressing up, she felt out of place. Somehow felt that the dress was too beautiful for her, but the feeling was not shared by her parents. A beautiful yellow dress, which looks like a Disney princess. Dress with a long fluffy skirt, and on the torso there was a small pattern with beautiful red stones. Hermione's mother was already dressed up, as so was her father. Both were surprised by the beauty of her daughter. Ashamed, Hermione tried to enter her room to change her dress, but the door's bell sounded. Mr. Granger opened the door, and on the other side was an old man, with white hair and hair. That man presented himself as Sebas and let them know that he was the person in charge of taking them to the party. Resigned, Hermione walked to the door where her dad was. Her mom grabbed her purse and followed them outside the house. Then they were surprised by the view. A beautiful black limousine was parked in front of their house. Neighbors watched from their homes, and some of them were so shocked by the sight that they came out to confirm what they saw. Dean was without words after seeing the limousine. His stepbrothers thanked him and played inside the car. A maid was inside and helped with the kids. The maid's name was Yuri, and the most incredible happened. While inside the limousine, his step-siblings were behaving. It only took a few words from the maid, and they willingly obeyed. The Parkinson family arrived at their destination. When they got out of the Muggle vehicle, that they had to admit that it was very comfortable, a red carpet that looked more expensive than the whole Diagon Alley, and in the sides were more Muggles taking photos, but this time, there was a cord that put a limit for them. "This way please," said the maid to take them to the hall, and while walking, flashes of the Muggle cameras started to be shot. "Excuse me, little lady, could you pose your beautiful dress for us?" Someone screamed, and Pansy turned from where the voice came from. A lot of flashes started to appear in front of her. "Are you a teen model for Ainsul Gown? Are you related to Harry Suzuki?" Questions arose, but Solution appeared and said, "They need to enter. Please make your questions at the end of the event." After that, she bowed to the young witch, and Pansy only walked inside the mansion. Inside the mansion, Harry was talking with a man wearing an outfit that looked more for office work and not for a gala party. At the end of the talk, Harry and the man shook hands. Behind Harry was his personal maid, who bowed when the man left. Harry looked at his watch and turned to see the entrance. He saw Pansy and her family entering. Lopus Regina walked where Satoru and Albedo were talking with other people. The maid talked in the ear of Albedo, and it was answered with a nod. Harry's parents ended the conversation with the other people and went with Harry to greet the Parkinson family. The Parkinson family were still processing the amount of luxury of the place. They were a pure blood family, and they wanted to keep it that way. Still, the first impression of the Suzuki family to them was conflicted. On one hand, they are extremely rich. The name seems to be prominent in Japan, and by the information that they received from Pansy, their son is a wizard that can live up to the expectation for the boy who lived.
On the other hand, they are living in the Muggle world. They are developing technology in a Muggle world and could be called blood traders. Famous, powerful, with connections around the world, Suzuki was a family that no one wanted to be against. When they entered the mansion, they were greeted by their hosts. A beautiful woman with a white dress, long black hair, and around the cleavage was a net that looked like the net of a spide, but it looked that was made with pure gold. The man was wearing a black tux with some edges in dark purple. A golden chain looked outside the pocket where surely a watch should be.
"Welcome to our humble house. It is an honor that you were able to accompany us. Harry talked wonders about your girl." Greeted the man with a smile and extending his hand. The Parkinson patriarch accepted the hand and smiled. "Will you accompany us for a small talk? We haven't been in the British wizarding community for very long," Albedo said, and the Parkinson parents accepted and went to talk. On their way to find a place to talk, Satoru was interrupted by a maid telling them that something happened, so the talk was only between Albedo and the Parkinson family. Other guests showed up in the mansion and were greeted by maids taking them to their seats, and while that happened, Harry and Pansy were talking.
The Granger family arrived at their destiny, and the flashes started to be shot at them. Hermione heard people asking for her to turn to see them, and others that told her to look their way. She was overwhelmed and only walked faster. Once they arrived at the other side, they found a maid that greeted them, but then a familiar voice sounded. Harry was a few meters away talking with Pansy. Hermione's parents nodded at her so she could greet her friends. "And the beaver becomes a what?" said Pansy in a mocking way. Hermione frowned, but then Harry complimented, "A princess." The moment Harry said that, Hermione's face turned red, and she frowned. Pansy turned to see Harry with frowned eyes herself. Harry could only chuckle at their reactions.
A few moments later, Dean arrived with his family.
The four were talking in the same hall. A few meters away, Satoru was talking with the parents of the Gryffindors. "Dean, didn't you say that you were a West Ham fan?" asked Harry, knowing the answer. "Yeah, why?" Dean, unconscious of who was the other guest, asked. "Look over there." Harry pointed with his head, and Dean's
eyes were wide open. At the table that Harry pointed to were Cafu, Hugo Sanchez and Ian Bishop, who were the Juventus defender, the Real Madrid attacker and the West Ham
midfielder and captain, respectively. When Dean saw them, he went to shake their hands. Harry chuckled. Pansy did not understand the reaction, and Hermione shook her head.
The three continued talking until they saw a scene neither Pansy nor Harry thought would happen. Harry could hide his surprise, unlike Pansy, who was with her mouth open. Pansy's parents were talking with another person, which was weird as they thought that all the people were muggles, but not only that, this person looked rather extravagant. Hermione also saw the picture and made her think about the reason. Suddenly they turned to see in their direction. Pansy, Harry and Hermione walked where the man and Pansy's parents were. "So, this is your daughter? It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Robert Smith," said the man. He was wearing a white sweater under a black coat and black pants. He was wearing light white makeup all over her face, red lipstick, and black eyeshadow. His hair was a mess and standing.
"Are all of you in Hogwarts?" asked the singer, which was answered with a nod by the three. "I remember when I was there. I was a Ravenclaw myself." "In which house are you?" Robert Smith continued. "Slytherin both us, only my friend here is a Gryffindor," Harry responded while pointing that Hermione was the Gryffindor.
"Is that so? That is amazing. In my times, the house rivalries made it almost impossible to befriend someone from another house." The Cure's singer smiled warmly while looking at them. Mr. Smith turned to see the Gryffindor girl and asked her, "Will you allow me to know your name?" "Hermione Granger," answered the young Gryffindor. Mr. Smith thought for a moment on the name. "Are you related to William Granger?"
Hermione's eyes were wide open. She has not talked about what she discovered in Gringotts, not even her parents. She did not want to make any family problem for that information. Hermione turned to see her sides and saw Harry, of course. He already knew, even before I. "But how?" Hermione nodded to Robert. He just smiled at them. "Well, I have to go now. It was a pleasure to meet the new generation of wizards and witches." Mr. Smith turned to see Pansy's parents, Mr. and Ms. Parkinson. "I hope we can talk again like the old times." Robert nodded at Pansy's parents and walked to his seat. "Who was him, and who's William Granger?" asked Pansy to Harry, but Hermione was the one that answered. "He is a very popular singer in the Muggle world. And William Granger is an old wizard, and the head of the Granger family, who happens to be my great-grandfather." "So, you are his descendant?" interrupted Pansy's father. "I remember talks about him when I was younger. He departed years ago to be part of the war against Grindelwald. Please give us our greetings to him next time you meet him." Hermione nodded to them. Pansy went with his parents to take a seat at their table. Hermione did the same, and Dean was already seated with his parents and siblings. After that, Harry walked to his respective seat. Pansy looked around. She saw that in the current hall, people were in the back. There was a line that separated the VIP guests. The line in the back was full of muggles and their cameras, and in front of them was a line of different men in tuxedos and sunglasses, all looking strong and tall. Muggle security to control muggles. Pansy giggled at her own thought. The event happened with Pansy not understanding much of it. She could understand that they are expanding and that they are having a partnership with another company of Muggle technology. Then they said that they will enter into the industry of cell phones. Pansy did not know what they mean by that. Men and women started to walk and give a box to the VIP guests. Harry walked to the stage and opened the box to reveal the device. Then he proceeded to press the buttons, and the box of Pansy's family started to sound. Harry looked at her and gestured to open the box. She did and then saw a similar device.
A green button was blinking, so she pressed it, and from the device, she heard Harry's voice saying, "Thank you for being my first call." Pansy eyes widen. By the description that Harry's father said, the device was more powerful than any communication spell. After the presentation was done, the food was served, followed by some music. Harry went and asked his 3 guests to accompany him. He went first with Dean. "How much do you like your gift?" No words. "It was amazing, the best players in the world," Dean enthusiastically answered. "Glad you like it. Now I want to ask you something in return." "Nothing bad." Harry walked with Dean at his side. "I want you to watch out for Hermione while in the school. I am unable to help her from your house when in the Gryffindor common room, but you should be able to do it." Dean smiled and said, "You can count on it." When Pansy and Hermione were also with them, Harry took them to his bedroom. The room was prepared beforehand, so no item or something related to Nazarick was on display. At the right of the room were 5 bookshelves with 500 books in each. Almost every book was of research of any subject Harry was interested in at the moment. Only a few were fictional. In front of the bed was a big TV screen, and below it was different video consoles with different cartridges and CDs. At the left were big windows and a balcony that had a view of the pool and the sports fields inside the territory, and far behind, the lights of the city could be seen.
Harry turned to Hermione and pointed at his bookshelves. "Take a book or two."
Hermione's eyes light up. "Is that all right? Aren't those yours?" asked Hermione. "I have already read all of them, and it is getting difficult to find a place to put new books. I also start to have a new collection of wizardry books." Harry shrugged and Hermione ran to the bookshelves. "Took as many as you want, but don't let me without a book, please." Dean chuckled at Harry's comment, and Pansy only shook her head. Hermione tried to grab a book at the top of the bookshelves, and Dean went to get her a stair that was next to the bookshelves. Meanwhile, Harry led Pansy out onto the balcony so she could see the city lights. In the sky, near where the city was, some fireworks were displayed. Pansy looked at the view, and then Harry appeared with a box and gave it to her. Inside the box was a necklace, with a small crystal rose with a clear radiance that imitated a rose. The thinness of the crystal petals makes it almost resemble the real thing. "You never told me what you wanted as a present," Harry admitted, but Pansy's eyes never left the necklace. "It's called Rose Crystal. It was carved from a single crystal, a craftsmanship with the attention and genius of a god-class skill." Pansy looked at him in disbelief. Such a piece of beautiful jewelry was given to her. The necklace may cost thousands of galleons even when it was crafted by muggles, thought Pansy. Harry gestured to her to ask her to help her to put on the necklace. She turned her gaze elsewhere while her ears turned red and nodded to Harry. Behind them, Hermione was able to select 5 books. She was happy for the books but sad that she won't be able to take more. She did not want to be abusive with her friend. Harry helped Pansy to put on the necklace and said, "Merry Christmas." Reports Draco was nervous, but he did not look like it. He hasn't seen his father all the holidays. As fast they arrived home, he disappeared. At Christmas, he knew that Parkinson was going to measure the Suzuki family, and since then, they have not contacted back. The only information they told us is that they are busy due to some new business. Today Narcissa Malfoy, Draco's mother, told him that his father had a request for him and needed to go to his office. He does not know what he wants to talk about, but he has an idea. Before arriving at Hogwarts, his father asked him to befriend Harry Potter. No reasons were given, but Draco thought it was more for prestige. He is the boy who live after all, and if the boy becomes friends with him it will help to clear their name. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, declared that he was under the Imperious Curse, and said that the war did nothing but problems to the economy of the Malfoy vaults. Which in a way was correct, since they were the richest family that supported the Dark Lord's cause, and a fortune was wasted on it. Draco kept thinking about all of this until he arrived at the door of his father's office. Suddenly he remembers a smile and a certain bushy-haired girl. His father told him that, when the time comes, he will have to marry a pure-blood girl, but he should not be against him befriending a half-blood. Severus Snape is a family friend, and he is a half-blood. He patted the pocket inside his coat, After finally relaxing, Draco stood straight and knocked on the door, and from inside a voice sounded saying, "Come in." Draco opened the door and entered the room. His father was behind a desk signing some papers. Draco stood still at the door, and his father just looked at him from the position he was in. Lucius only shook his head slightly, and with his head, he pointed him to sit in front of him. Draco walked and took sit, and his father put the quill in his hand in its place. Lucius looked at the eyes of Draco. "I hope you already know why you are here," Lucius said while leaning in the chair. "I have an idea, father. Is it about my friendship with Harry Suzuki?" Draco wanted to please his father but did not realize he committed a mistake right away. "Suzuki?" The Malfoy's patriarch looked at his son with a stern look. He looked irritated at the last name. "If my research is correct, that is the last name of the blood traders. Now our community has international blood traders." The young Malfoy was uncomfortable, and when his father realized, he only sighed. Yes, Draco is about him. The kid was born from blood traders and he ended up with others that are the same. But tell me, is he redeemable? I think so. He despite the Weasleys, except for their older one, Percy. Lucius snorted at the information. Hard not to despise them. But why do you think Percy is the exception? The young Slytherin remembered a small talk with Harry, a Weasley with real aspiration, cunning enough to talk with the right person. If it weren't for your family, you might have ended up in Slytherin. His stand for blood status is debatable. It may say that he is against it only to appeal to the right people.
Lucius looked closely while his son was giving his answer. He may have not thought that information, but the information seemed valid. He has heard that the boy has tried to talk with people in the ministry every time he goes with his dad.
Very well, but now, let's go back to our main point. Harry Potter, said Lucius, and Malfoy nodded. Well, from the beginning, he made a pact with me to prevent any problem with Professor Snape. And he was able to associate himself with the houses of the Sacred 48, and befriend upperclassmates. Stop. The older Malfoy was getting desperate for his son's explanation. I did not ask you if he is a good Slytherin. I am asking you if he can be redeemed. Draco trembled a little. Lucius looked at his son's scared expression and shook his head. Maybe his son did not understand the reason for all of this. Draco, do you know why I asked you to befriend him? Asked Lucius. The young Slytherin said, to boost our prestige, and cover up our family past as followers of you-know-who. The Dark Lord, Draco. And that is not the reason. Disappointed in the short sight of his son, the head of the Malfoy family shook his head and asked, remember why he is famous? Because he survived the killing curse, answered Draco, somehow nervous. Correct. The only one who has survived the curse. Do you know how much magic is needed to can accomplish it? And not only that, the prophecy said that the boy was marked as the Dark Lord equal. Do you understand what it means? Asked Lucius to his son, which eyes were wide open. Did that he can be the next Dark Lord? Said shakingly Draco, and his father nodded to him. Lucius stood up and started to walk inside the office. Now, please think. Does he look like someone that wants to be gathered by powerful people? A person who wants to be looked up to? And especially, is he afraid of using the dark arts? The young Malfoy thought for a moment and answered, I don't think he is against the dark arts. He and his family follow a tradition to worship dead. At the statement, Lucius froze up. The kid was dark, but not only the kid, the whole family. But they are blood traders, thought the head of the Malfoy family while seating again in his chair behind the desk. After a few moments, a smirk drew on Lucius' face. Draco saw his father waving his hand, asking him to leave the office, but when he was standing up, her mother entered the office. Did you finish already? Asked Narcissa to both, but only Draco answered with a nod. And did you discuss his selection of friends? Asked the matriarch of the family. The young Slytherin frowned in confusion, but the question made Lucius wake up from his thoughts. Correct. I was going to ask about some information we received from the parents of other students, said Lucius, and Draco narrowed the culprits to Pansy Parkinson or Daphne Greengrass. They told me that you befriend a mudblood, and the stern face of Draco's father was over him. Narcissa crossed her arms while looking at his son, but Draco was not intimidated. He has proved that she is not a mud-blood. He felt bad for Hermione for being mistaken as one.
If you are referring to the Gryffindor girl, she is, said Draco, but was interrupted by his mother when she screamed, a Gryffindor. She is a half-blood, completed the young Malfoy. Incredulous, his mother said, oh, really? The Malfoy head asked for any proof, and Draco took the family tree test and gave it to his father. His father took the paper and read it with a stern look, and while he was reading it, Draco said, her family head is in
Canada. Narcissa was curious when her husband was looking in detail at the paper, and when she was near, he passed the document to her so she could see it. So, she is related to William Granger, said Lucius, and Draco explained. It seems that Suzuki family made a marriage pact, but it seems that she does not like it, only for the principles of her individuality.
Lucius nodded and said, very well, you can befriend her. But I do not want her parents, squib or not, in our home. Is that clear? Draco only nodded and left the office.
Hagrid was walking with his dog Fang at his right. At his back were Professor Dumbledore and Severus Snape. It was the middle of the day, and they could see with no problem, but the January cold was strong. None of them wanted to be there, but they needed to investigate the scene that Hagrid found.
Hagrid stopped when they were in front of a space where the snow never touched. Thanks to a simple spell that Hagrid could do, the place remained without snow, but the animals and people were still able to pass through it. Hagrid could not cast the proper spell due to his status in the ministry, but this kind of spell has helped him do his job, and Dumbledore has always backed him up about the usage.
In the space where the half-giant led the teachers, were the remaining traces of the unicorn's blood. Close to the blood traces were 5 black holes that looked as if something was burned there, and in the middle of the 5 holes was the only place where the grass and some flowers grew as it was spring. Here it's, professors. An odd place I found. Not only plans over there but the halls around it, said Hagrid, and the professor's attention was divided. Professor Snape went to the black holes in the ground, and Dumbledore went where the traces of the unicorn's blood was. Hagrid, can you tell me, what happened to the unicorn to which the blood belongs? Asked the headmaster. No, sir. Unicorns have been attacked, but I have not found this unicorn, said Hagrid, and Dumbledore nodded while stroking his bear. But no, only the unicorns were missing. 2 centaurs disappeared too, added Hagrid, and the headmaster started to think. The potion teacher also heard what the Keeper of Keys said, and his eyes were wide open. Dumbledore looked to a point in black. The area looked burned, but nothing else showed up. Albus resolved to take his wand and waved around the burned mark to check if a spell was used, but nothing showed up. Before making the tracing charm to locate where the unicorn was taken, the headmaster stood up and walked to the black-robed professor. What were you able to find? Asked Dumbledore to the potion teacher. Snape frowned. 2 different spells, but nothing that I have ever seen. The spells looked foreign to me. But what I was able to find was that those 2 spells are incompatible to each other, and still, they're together. The headmaster looked at the area and waved his wand over the place to reveal the spells. But the information he saw was incomprehensible to him. Dumbledore looked at the scene again, looked odd to him. Are the black halls dark magic? Asked the half-giant. Correct, Hagrid. They were made with dark magic, said Snape. Well, it looks like the dark spells are protecting the life inside, said Hagrid with a smile. Snape agreed with the half-giant but did not show any sign of it, maybe a slight smile that was removed as soon as it was drawn. Dumbledore chuckled at the idea. If the dark magic could do that, it won't be dark magic, would it? Said the headmaster. Hagrid felt ashamed for what he said and answered, oh, Rig. Snape looked that the headmaster was going to make the location spell and walked to the edge of the scene, and Hagrid did the same. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a small light showed up in front of them, but to their surprise, the light only drew a small line of 2 meters. What was the meaning of this? Was the question in the face of the 3. Dumbledore cast the spell again, and the same result happened. "Fur's the troll, now this," said Hagrid. Dumbledore has to admit that the problems are getting bigger. He knew that there was a breach in Hogwarts security when the troll entered, and the worst was that the troll was strong enough to break the magically reinforced wall. Harry was lucky to be alive. The headmaster nodded and then said goodbye to Hagrid and started to walk towards the castle. While he was walking, with Snape at his side, Dumbledore started to think. He could not afford to lose him. He is needed to complete the prophecy, and maybe he could become his successor. Dumbledore admitted that his life has been long, and he knows that sooner or later he will perish. But the wizarding world still needs him. For that reason, he needed to find a successor before that happened. Dumbledore thought that due to the magical ability of Tom Riddle, he was the correct person to become the new guardian of the wizarding world, but now he regrets that decision. This time he will be more cautious around Harry.
The headmaster knows that it's difficult to become Harry's mentor and more when his family is magical. He should have investigated the family a little more, and not let himself believe that they were simple muggles.
Dumbledore wanted to use his advantage of knowing his birth parents and used the school's warnings to lure him to some troubles. Maybe his mother curiosity will take him to the mirror, or the mischievous personality of his father. But it did not happen. Without the threat of Professor Quirrell, there is no reason to host the Sorcerer's Stone anymore, said Snape to Dumbledore while they were walking to the castle. The headmaster only nodded and said, "I will send an owl to him. In the meantime, let the things as they are. We need to rest for the rest of the holidays." Harry and Pandora Actor entered a room that was opened by one maid. The room is where the floor guardians talked about their reports about their missions with Albedo and Demiurge. The room was highly decorated with the finest furniture. Once Harry and Pandora Actor entered, they bowed profoundly to Demiurge and Albedo, who were sitting on a red couch. Albedo waved her hand to ask them to sit in front of them. Harry and Pandora Actor walked together and sat in front of them with elegancy, although Pandora Actor made his movements more exaggerated. "First, let me congratulate you, Harry, for not only your scholar achievements in Hogwarts, but also for the information you are gathering for us," said Albedo, but Harry bowed. "Thank you, but I should apologize. I feel that I have given nothing of importance. On the contrary, not only did you help us by giving us information about the overview of the wizarding world in Great Britain, but you were also able to help us obtain live specimens to experiment with." "May I ask a question?" said Harry, and Demiurge nodded. "Were you able to get more information about wands?" "We are still experimenting on them. An idea came from Aura and Mare to help you. They wanted to go to your school using the wands produced by us. But due to the nature of their admission system, that won't be possible." Harry nodded. Demiurge proceeded, "But we should be able to get more details. It seems that they are completely different from the wands we already have." Albedo smiled at Harry and asked him, "What can you tell us about the item inside the castle that is highly guarded?" "By the information that the elemental monsters have told me, the security is pathetic, but judging by the student's level, it makes sense. And if we think that the spirit that possessed the teacher wanted, it should be strong enough to give him a body for its own, or at least gave him life again," answered Harry, but he frowned in the last part of the explanation. Albedo, with her warm smile, asked him to share his thoughts. Harry nodded. "The wizarding world is against resurrection as it is considered taboo, dark, and malign. Why the headmaster, who is considered the protector what is good, saving this artifact?" Albedo felt proud that Harry is becoming better. He was chosen by Momonga-sama. It was only natural that he will be of good use. Harry was thinking and continued, unless he already knew that the professor was possessed, and was luring him there. Knowing that he will need it, he will enter the school, so I can be close and he can attack me to get its vengeance. He would attack me in a place controlled by Dumbledore. He will look like my savior and... Demiurge and Albedo looked at each other and smiled. Harry was going to scream in anger, but he saw the face of Demiurge and Albedo. "You want me to fall in his trap?" asked Harry while calming himself. Demiurge adjusted his glasses and said, "We will need you to take the items and keep recollecting specimens and items that can be of help in our investigations. And if you can go with his little plan, it may also help us. But do not forget about your other priorities. Harry bowed. It will be done. Demiurge smiled widely. Great, now, for your mission that you will be doing next week before you go back to your school to study. You will go back to retrieve the item. Please take Shultir and Mare with you. Harry bowed and said, it will be done. I will talk to them regarding the obstacles. Albedo and Demiurge nodded at him, and he left the room. Harry, in his mind, was glad that they did not ask him to work with Aura and Shultir at the same time. He loves them, but he does not stand their silly fights. Item retrieval. Harry and Mare were walking together. They were walking down a corridor, and at the end of which corridor was a metal fence that overlooked a huge coliseum. Harry was wearing black pants and a vest without a jacket, a white shirt under the vest and a green tie. A small pin with the emblem of Ains Ulgown was in the collar of his shirt. Health potion? Asked Mare, who was with his typical clothing of a white skirt and a white vest with a blue dragon-scaled bodysuit under the vest and the small green cape. In his hands wears white gloves. Normally you will see him carrying a wood staff. Check, said Harry, walking next to the dark elf. Magic potion? Check. Herbicide? I don't know. Why should we be needed? You are coming with us, but yeah, I have it, said Harry. Well, you know, Momonga-sama sent us to do this mission, said the dark elf, and then he turned to Harry and with seriousness he could muster, he said, we should not fail. To anyone, the face of Mare would look like a small child trying to be serious, but to Harry, the face gave him reassurance. He knew that he was the weakest out of the three participating in the mission. We won't. Just be more at ease, would you? Said Harry while smiling. Mare only nodded to him and continued walking. In their walk to the fence, they started to hear two voices talking to each other. Then they realized that they were not talking to each other but discussing fighting. When the fence opened automatically when they approached it, they could see that in the center of the Colosseum were Aura and Shaltir in their typical fight. Harry only faced palmed, and Mare giggled nervously. I should be going there. I should be able to tame the three-headed dog, screamed Aura, which was heard by Harry, who was walking with Mare in their direction. Well, it seems that your services are not required. With me, Mare and the Chibisuk are enough, said Shaltir. Era, it seems that you overestimate yourself. Aura was red for the anger. You won't be able to bring the dog without a scratch. I bet that it will be coming with a head or two. Oh really? And what is what you want to lose so desperately? Said Shaltir in a mocking tone. Okay. Stop, screamed Harry so he could be heard by both of them. You stay out of this. Both females screamed at the same time. So, you don't mind me going with Momonga-sama and telling him about this? I wonder how we'll be reacting about the bet, said Harry while walking back to the corridor from where he came. Wait, both girls said. Harry only smiled when and turned back to them. Mare was giggling for the whole scenario. Harry may be the weakest of all of them, but he was the only one who could stop the fights between Aura and Shaltir, besides Demiurge, Albedo and Cocytus. Now, it is almost time. Aura-sama, please stay alert. The three-headed dog should be dealt with first, and it will be sent here. And I assure you that Mare and I are going to assist Shaltir, so the dog will keep all of its heads, said Harry while bowing to her. Aura laughed, and Shaltir got angry at Harry's comment. But Harry did not take the importance of it. We are moving now, screamed Shaltir. Mare took an invisibility cape. Mare's cape was made inside Nazarick, after making some investigations about Harry's cape. Shaltir cast gate, and created a portal big enough for the three to pass through it. When they crossed the portal, they were in the corridor where the troll was taken care of. Harry took a black cape and started to run. Shaltir cast invisibility and followed him. Mare also ran behind him. Harry saw a couple of students in his path, but he could avoid them with no problem, and after a minute, they arrived at the third-floor corridor. Once they were sure that no one was close or following them, Shaltir and Mare removed their invisibility. They opened the door wide, and behind it was the three-headed dog. Shaltir smirked and ran to the door and closed it. Harry and Mare looked at each other and got worried. Harry and Mare started to push the door, but the door did not move. It looked locked from the inside, so Harry took some distance, pointed his wand at the door and said, "Alohomora."
When they entered, they saw Shaltir with a smirk, and the dog was with its heads down. She was petting one of the dog's heads. "You already deal with it," said Mare with a smile. Shaltir used gate and created a big portal and said to the dog, "Cross that portal." The dog looked at her with a worried expression. "It's okay. Nothing bad will happen. Don't you trust me?" said the true vampire, and her eyes glowed a little when she said that. The dog started to walk slowly and passed to the other side.
"What did you do to it?" asked Harry. "She used charm species on it, right?" said Mare, and Shaltir only smirked at Mare.
"You know. You could have told us you were going to do that, so we wouldn't worry. Also, can you teach me that spell? It seems very useful," said the Slytherin. "Not my problem," said Shaltir. Harry only sighed. He walked and opened the trap door. Mare looked at the inside, took his staff with his 2 hands, hit the ground with it. From inside the trap door, vines came up, took the 3 with care, and helped them go down.
The next room was with a bright light. Inside was only a door, and on one side were some brooms. Harry immediately looked at the ceiling, and some keys were flying. Harry looked at the door and attempted to use the unlocking charm again, but it did not work. "Should we break the door?" asked Mare, and Harry shrugged.
"It seems that the idea was to fly with the brooms and find the right key," said Harry, "but I guess that we can only break the door. Worst can happen is that there is an alarm for it. Grab the key from those," asked Shaltir, pointing at the keys flying. "That seems too stupid. Why would someone who wants to protect something give the pass so easily?" "Well, the headmaster made all these tasks easy to overcome for a certain student," said Harry while pointing at himself. Then continued, "Could pass it. The plant was Devil's Snare, something I saw in my classes already."
Using a broom was something we learned at the second week. Shaltir looked at him confused. Again, why would they want that? "Because they want to recruit me," sighed Harry. "They still don't understand the power of Ain's Ul Gown," completed Harry with an angered face.
Mare smiled awkwardly and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. He calmed himself and continued with the task.
Shaltir sighed and used fly, and saw the keys, and then she spotted the oldest of all. She grabbed it, but suddenly all the keys charged against her, and she cast Force Explosion. All the keys turned to ashes, and she flew down. Harry was with a deadpan expression. What if one of the other keys were the correct one? "If that's the case, we need to only destroy the door," answered Shaltir nonchalantly. Fortunately, the key was correct, and they entered the next room. In this new room, there were giant statues that looked like chess pieces, and the floor was with the pattern of the game. They walked to the other end of the room, and the statues of the peons blocked the way. Shaltir, annoyed, was going to destroy them, but Harry stopped her. "Mare, can you help here too?" asked Harry to the dark elf. Mare nodded and cast Earthquake with her staff. When Mare's staff hit the ground, a crack in the floor opened up and devoured the chess pieces. The spell was significantly helpful, as the magically induced earthquake could not affect things outside the spell's range, so people inside the castle did not notice it. After Mare cast the spell and made the ground move again to its normal state, the 3 continued walking and entered the next room. Inside that room was a mounting troll. Shaltir smirked and turned to look at Harry. "Mare and I already helped in these little games. I guess it's your turn, Shibiske," said mockingly Shaltir. Harry sighed, somehow sad at the sight of the troll. He remembered that the troll he gave to Momonga-sama was a mountain troll. It was detected to be even weaker than the trolls already known in Yggdrasil. Although Demiurge and Momonga-sama assured him that the information helped them, Harry still feels bad for the defective gift. Mare knew about Harry's feelings but only limited himself to give him reassurance. "You can do it." Harry looked at the troll with anger, while the creature started to growl. The bad smell was far too gross, and Mare and Schultier stood out in the room because of it. Harry looked at the troll and felt a little bad for the monster. Unfortunately for the troll, Nazarick does not need more of them. Harry thought about giving the troll a quick death to at least give him some mercy. Harry rose his hand to the front, and some blue circles with different runes in the edges appeared in front of him. Aiming for the neck of the troll, he cast Crystal Dagger. A blue dagger appeared in front of Harry and went through the neck of the troll, beheading him. The head of the mountain troll fell, and its body followed suit. The odor of the troll was stronger, so Schultier and Mare walked quickly to pass the creature. Harry, before leaving the room, looked back. His first failure was that other troll. Hopefully, with the death of this one, he amended his mistake. Passing to the next room, they were welcomed by a table with 7 bottles over it. Before shooting down the door, Schultier cast Detect Magic. Suddenly, she was able to see glowing energy around the walls of the 2 doors. Huh. It seems that this room is the only can be considered a trap, but not a good one. What do you say, Chibiske? Should we fall on it? Asked the true vampire with a mocking smile. Harry realized that in case he said no, the image in front of him would go down, and it would be worse in case she couldn't solve the trap. Harry wanted to complete the mission, but he also wanted to be in the good eyes of the rest of all the floor guardians. Especially Schultier, because in the case that he can become a floor guardian, he would take one of the 3 floors. She is taking care of. The young Slytherin sighed. They took their time for arranging this for us. It would be rude not to fall into their trap. Schultier smiled and nodded to him. Well said. In that case, what we need to do is to step inside the room and close the door. Schultier was already inside the room. Mare and Harry entered, and was Harry the one who closed the door, and as soon he did it, a purple flame appeared. Looking to the front, Harry was able to see that there was a black fire in front of the door for the next room. Mare looked at the flames with fascination, and Harry walked to the table. 7 bottles were there, all of different shapes and different colors. And a roll of paper was in front of the bottles. Harry took a look at it and started to laugh. He was pretty loud, and Schultier and Mare looked at him, confused for the sudden burst of laughter. Is this their master plan to protect an item? Said Harry while putting his hands around his stomach because it was starting to hurt from laughing. Mare was curious about what says in the paper, and took it and read it. After reading entirely, Mare snorted uncharacteristically and started to laugh, but he did try to contain his volume. Schultier knew that the paper was not enchanted, so their laugh was not part of the trap, so she decided to take a look, and then she read the roll of paper. Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting bidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end, but if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. This is just pathetic, said the true vampire. After calming down, Harry stood up and asked, do you want to drink it, Schultier-sama? Schultier has a penalty with fire attacks, as it dealt double to her because she is a vampire. Still, the amount of damage that the black fire may give her is too low. Harry knew about it, and he also knew that Mare could also just pass over the fire with close to no damage. For that reason, he asked if they wanted to use the potion. Mare accepted the potion, but Schultier declined. Harry took the bottle and drank the rest of the potion. In the other room, the 3 of them only found a mirror in the center. Schultier cast again, Detect Magic, and saw that the mirror has magic, but she detected no sign of any other magic around, not a hidden door or anything. This should be where they hid the item, said Harry. He and Schultier started to look around the room to find the item, It would be easier if we knew what we should be searching for, thought Harry. Schultier looked at the center of the room. She doubted that the item was the mirror. Mare walked in front of the mirror and saw himself. Then his reflection put a hand in one of the pockets of his vest, and from it, a red stone showed up, and then it was put back inside the same pocket. The dark elf put his hand inside the pocket, and the stone was there. I think I find it, announced Mare. Harry and Schultier walked to him and saw the weird stone. From where did you get it? Asked Harry. The mirror put it inside my pocket, said Mare. Harry turned to see the mirror. On the other side, he did not see himself alone. He saw Momonga-sama sitting on his throne, and standing at his right was him. Behind him was Demiurge and Albedo clapping. Harry could only smile at the image. Schultier looked at him and said, "Gross. What are you watching?" She pushed Harry out of the way and looked at the mirror. Suddenly her cheeks turned red, and muttered, "Oh, Momonga-sama." Harry looked at the reaction in Schultier and he saw it at the top of the mirror. He read aloud, "Arised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi." "What?" asked the dark elf. Harry pointed at the head of the mirror. "It's what the inscription of the mirror said." Mare looked at it and then said, "I show no turfak ebu tio yurhi art's desire." The dark elf thought for a moment and said again, "Oh, I get it. It says, I show not your face but your heart's desire." Harry turned to see Schultier been even redder and asked Mare, "Should we be worried?" Mare made an apologetic smile. Harry took Mare's staff for a moment, and with it, he smashed the mirror. Schultier came back to her senses after it. "We should be going, Schultier-sama," said Harry. The true vampire huffed and cast gate. The three of them passed through it and went back to Nazarick. Harry, Mare and Schultier were standing in front of a desk. Momonga-sama was sat behind that desk. "How was your mission?" asked the Supreme One. "We faced no problem. The Chibiske gathered the correct information," said Schultier. Yes. Harry information was accurate. It was pretty easy," said Mare. Momonga nodded while Harry was with his head lowered, bowing to the leader of the great tomb of Nazarick. His face got red when the other two spoke well about him. "What about the item?" asked the Supreme One. Mare took the stone from his pocket and put it at his desk. Momonga looked at it and cast all appraisal magic item. Name: the Sorcerer Stone Magic. Produces the elixir of life and transforms any metal into pure gold. Creator: Nicholas Flamel. For Momonga, the item was disappointed, to say the least. He does not have used it. He already has enough money, and many of his items made of metal are more valuable than gold. Still, he wanted to lie to them. He saw how the two of them were helping young Harry, and he knew that Harry was disappointed that his gift, the troll, was a total letdown. "A very well done work. I received a beautiful gift for the new year from the three of you," said Momonga while nodding. Harry's smile could not be hidden. Mare's eyes glowed and Schultier drew a smirk on her face. The three bowed to the Supreme One and left the room. Momonga took the stone and then touched the pen in front of him. The pen did not turn into a golden pen, but it turned into 10 gold coins. Momonga examined the coins and recognized that the coins were the galleons. So, it worked like the exchange box, thought to himself. Maybe it does have a restriction to only exchange things made of metal. Harry arrived at King's Cross Station, only with Lopus Regina. At the station, he was able to find Hermione, and later on, he met Crabbe and Goyle. The four of them entered the train, but they did not find Draco, Pansy, or Dean. Without thinking too much of it, they started to talk about their small vacation. Crabbe and Goyle conversed about the party in the Malfoy house and said that they were bored to death there. Hermione said she could read all the books she received for Christmas and talked a little about Harry's Christmas party. Goyle commented on Hermione's new hairstyle. "Why you didn't use it like that since the beginning?" asked Goyle. "Because it's a nightmare to do it. My mom made me go to a beauty salon because of Harry's party," said the Gryffindor girl. She turned to Harry and said, "I am not blaming you, of course." Harry only shrugged. Then Hermione continued, I swear, that woman was going to make me bald. She pulled my hair for hours. Wait. Does it mean that in the party, was more controlled than the version you have now? Asked Crabbe. Hermione rolled her eyes while making a punting face and crossing her arms. Harry only giggled a little, trying to hide his smile. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other, shrugged and took some candies. When the four of them arrived at the castle, they met with Pansy and Draco. Upon arrival, everyone greeted each other, except for Hermione and Pansy, who only gazed at each other's eyes. Almost at the entrance were people talking to the director and some professors. Malfoy went close to Harry when he was looking at the people talking. The Yare Aurors. If they are here, it means that something happened when we were gone, whispered Draco to Harry. The Suzuki kid nodded, and then he looked that his head of the house was looking at him. Confusion. A month has passed since the classes started again. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. The only difference is that the defense against the dark arts class was taught by Professor Snape, which revived the rumor that Snape was the one who kicked out Professor Quirrell. Also, Harry noted that his house leader has been putting attention on his moves. It was Friday morning, and Harry woke up early, so he read a book. At his side, there was a sack of candies. Although Harry is not too fond of candies himself. He likes some, but he is not a fanatic like some others residents of Nazarick. He knew of the power that small gifts can have on people's psyches. He has earned the trust of the whole Slytherin house. He has not won the approval of the other houses, but that does not mean that they looked at him like an enemy. Maybe only the Gryffindor house, who are still under the prejudice that Slytherin is the house of the bad people. Harry sighed. How is it possible that a whole community still believe that the world is divided between black and white, good and evil? Though the Suzuki heir.
The first to get down after Harry was Millicent Bulstrode, who was followed by Daphne Greengrass. Harry turned to them and took 2 small chocolates from the sack. He walked close to them before they could leave the Slytherin common room.
Before you go, please accept this, Harry said while giving them a bar of small chocolate to the two. Happy Valentine's Day. Harry walked back to his seat and continued reading. Millicent and Daphne were confused but accepted the chocolate and walked outside the common room.
Goyle and Crabbe walked outside the boys' dormitory and decided to sit next to Harry. They were still half asleep. Why do the classes have to start too early? Asked Crabbe to no one. Goyle nodded to him.
You think this is early? I know that in some countries, Muggles and wizard schools start at 7 a.m. and some even at 6 a.m., said Harry.
What, really? Asked the 2 bodyguard kids. Draco, who was just arriving, covered his ears. You don't have to scream.
I guess we are all here. Should we go to the Great Hall for breakfast? Asked Draco. The question was open to all of them, but the answer they really weighed was from Harry. Other students from higher years started to pass. Harry looked in the direction of the stairs that leads to the girls' dormitory. He sighed, I guess.
Before leaving, Harry took the sack and took 3 bars of chocolates and gave it to Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle. Draco took it confused, but Crabbe and Goyle did not give too much thought and thanked him before eating it. When they arrived at the Great Hall, the 3 started to talk about their next classes. Harry threw some small chocolates at the Slytherin Quidditch team when they arrived.
Flint sat close to Suzuki and looked at the chocolate. He saw that other players also received the same chocolate. Why is the occasion, Suzuki? Well, is Valentine's Day, answered simply Harry. Draco turned to see him as if he grew a second head. Shouldn't you give this to your lover?
And friends and family, said Harry, but then he turned to see that Draco and Flint looked at him with one eyebrow up. I don't know how is done.
Here. It seems it's different from each culture. Tradition may vary, concluded Harry.
As this the Dark Lord my father was waiting, thought Draco. But then he turned to see Greengrass and Bulstrode. The 2 girls now are looking over Harry. Draco saw Daphne, and he could see why he would want to do that. Then again, Bulstrode was also looking at him, and the image of her kissing him made him want to puke. Before continuing eating, Draco looked at the Gryffindor table, only to see that Granger was leaving the hall alongside a guy.
Pansy woke up a little late. Still, she took her time to take care of herself. She brushed her hair, put on some skin cream and a little perfume. That was her daily routine. She was getting dressed for the day ahead but stopped when she saw the necklace Harry had given her for Christmas. The gift was kept in her personal trunk, which has different enchantments to ensure that no one could open it except her.
She took the necklace and saw herself in the mirror wearing it. A small smile grew on her face, and her cheeks went pink, but she woke up and realized that she was still in the girls' dorm and turned around. When she sighed after she realized that she was alone.
Walking to the Great Hall, Pansy saw that the Granger girl was walking alongside a Gryffindor boy. So, now that everyone knows that she is a half-blood, she has friends, thought Pansy. Hermione realized that Pansy was looking at her, and she looked back at her. The eye contest only lasted a few seconds before Hermione said, "Let's go, Dean. We need to go for our books." Pansy rolled her eyes and continued her walk to the Great Hall. Once she entered the hall, she took a seat close to Bulstrode and in front of Greengrass. She took a small biscuit and a cup of tea to start her day. Then she turned and realized that Greengrass was looking at her with a smirk. With a sigh, Pansy asked, "Tell me what happened." "Oh, nothing really. It is just that you are the only one left out," said Daphne, trying to sound superior. "Almost everybody has received a small token of appreciation from Potter. Everyone except you," concluded Greengrass, and she showed the small chocolate she received from Harry. The chocolate was a small ball wrapped in paper made of gold, and between the chocolate and the gold wrapper was plain paper to protect it from metal contamination. Pansy turned to see Millicent. She nodded at Pansy and showed her the paper. The big girl from Slytherin eat the chocolate almost right away, but Daphne saves it. When Pansy turned to see the rest of the table, she saw that some had the same paper next to them, and others were starting to eat the chocolate. Pansy frowned and took the necklace with one hand. Then two arms appeared around her and put a big box of chocolates in front of her. The chocolate box was in a beautiful scarlet green, and in the center was a ribbon with a small but beautiful green rock. When she turned around, she saw Harry standing behind her. "Happy Valentine's Day," said Harry with a smile. After that, he walked outside the hall. Behind Harry was Draco, who was just shaking his head while caressing his forehead. Pansy took her gaze back. "A demantoid garnet," whispered Greengrass, with wide eyes open. Pansy took the lays of the ribbon carefully and then opened the box. Inside the box were different chocolates that looked delicious, and a note was over the chocolates. "I don't know your favorite chocolate flavor, so I asked for multiple flavors to be in this box. Do not worry, I am not crazy enough to buy from Bertie Boarts. Hope you like it. Sincerely, Harry Suzuki." While reading, Pansy slapped Millicent's hands, who tried to take one of the chocolates. The whole table saw the box Pansy received, and they took it as the last proof they needed. In their heads, there was no doubt anymore. Pansy and Harry were a couple. So far, the idea of Pansy being treated as the Slytherin first-year princess has started to grow. Around Pansy, it's always the kids of the most prominent families. And with the current statement, it can be shown that Harry took Pansy very seriously. Pansy herself has not noticed how the other students see her and only turned to see Daphne and smirked at her. The classes passed with nothing major to describe, or so Harry thought. Some couples hid in some broom closets, and others were wide open kissing in the hallways. Professor McGonagall only separated the couples with warnings, but Professor Snape is the one that took points of the houses. That day, Hufflepuff lost many points. On Harry's way to Transfiguration class, he found Hermione and Dean. Harry was followed only by Crabbe, and both went to say hi to Hermione and Dean. Crabbe has never had any problem with anyone in the school, and from Harry's perspective, Crabbe could be described as a go-with-the-flow guy. Which meant that Crabbe had no problem with Dean or that they are Gryffindors. "How's been your day so far?" asked Harry to the two of them. Hermione only shrugged and said, "Normal, I guess." "Hilarious," said Dean. "Did you know that a girl from Hufflepuff was coughed several times in the broom closets? And each time was with a different guy," completed Dean between laughs. Crabbe was the only one that shared the funny feeling of the situation and asked, "Do you know her name?" "Tonki, Trani." "No, I remember now, it was Tonks." "Why? Do you want to try your luck with her?" answered Dean, and Crabbe shrugged as giving, "Maybe," as an answer. Hermione shook her head, and Harry only raised one of his eyebrows at the information. "Either way. And somehow in the same subject," Harry said, handing a bar of chocolate to Dean. Then he took a box similar to the one he gave to Pansy, but this one was red, with yellow lace, and in the center another yellow stone. "Is that a garnet?" asked Hermione, while behind her, some Gryffindors started to walk past them. The Weasleys twins passed, and while behind Hermione, showed their thumbs up to Harry. Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown stopped walking to see the gemstone on the top. Their eyes were wide open, and Lavender Brown had her mouth open for the impression. Harry cleared his throat, but the two Gryffindor girls only turned to see him. Fortunately, a prefect showed up. "Moving on, don't stay in the corridor," said Percy Weasley. Harry thanked him and started to walk with Crabbe. When most of the people left, Hermione got close to Harry and whispered, "We need to talk." Harry turned his head to see her and nodded. "After class, is that all right?" Hermione nodded and continued walking. The class was, again for Harry, boring and pathetic. Tier 1 spells, that a 6-year-old kid should be able to do. Although Harry noted that the professor was looking at him the entire class. Harry could only hope that it was because she was suspicious about him. He did not want to think that the old woman had something for him. While the rest of the class was trying to complete their assigned task of changing a needle to a matchstick, Harry was thinking about why. Hermione may want to talk, it may be for the chocolate box. In reality, Harry was asked to give the box to Pansy. He was thinking of only giving her chocolate bar like the rest, but for some reason, Albedo asked him to give her a better gift than the others. She said that Momonga-sama ordered it, and if Supremon asked to do it, means that there is a more complex plan going on. He asked if he could also give a similar box to someone else. This was to minimize gossip from other students. Harry sighed and looked at Crabbe. He was drawing something in his parchment. The rest of the class was still working on their assignment, except for the typical group of Draco, Pansy, Hermione, and Dean. Unfortunately for Goyle, he was paired with Nott, and although he is not a bad student, he is not the best either. Once the class was over, Crabbe grabbed his things as fast as he could and left the classroom. Harry, on his side, took his time. Draco stood in front of him, waiting. But Harry told him that he would go with him later on. Harry took his belongings and stood in front of Hermione. She nodded at him and walked together outside the classroom. McGonagall looked at them from her desk. Once outside the classroom, Harry left a shiver running his spine. Hermione looked at him and asked him, "What's wrong?" "The whole class, the professor was looking at me," said Harry. "And?" asked Hermione, frowning. "I don't know. I mean, you know what day is today? Valentine's Day." "Yeah. Just imagining the reason why she was looking at me that way today," said the Suzuki heir while shivering again. Hermione snorted at the comment. Harry and Hermione continued walking, and the question in Harry's head was said, "So, what do you want to talk about?" "Not here. Let's go to an empty classroom," said Hermione before opening the door of one classroom. When she realized that there was no one inside, she entered the room and pushed Harry inside. Hermione was unaware that behind them was Ron, who watched as he pushed Harry into an empty classroom. The young of the Weasleys were in a little conflict in his head. If I accuse them, both will be in trouble, but the professor may take points from Gryffindor too, thought Ron. In the end, he decided to find a professor. No, McGonagall, she won't do anything to them. Snape may give them detention. No, he may let it pass because one of them is a snake, thought Ron while running in his search for a professor. Oh, I know. I should go with Flitch or Percy, said Ron to himself. Unknown to him, Fred and George were close and heard his little brother. They did not know the whole thing, but they were disappointed in their little brother wanting to accuse someone. Harry entered the empty classroom, and behind him was Hermione, who closed the door. Harry was about to speak, He thought that this was a misunderstanding of Hermione about the chocolates. He does not know how she would react to the whole thing, but once he explains the situation to her, he does not think he would be in a very bad position. Worst scenario, she would slap him for the misunderstanding, and they would go back to friendship afterwards. Harry opened his mouth, but Hermione spoke first. How did you know? Harry Suzuki is an 11-years-old kid, and he knows many things. He is one of the most intelligent kids, and he had skipped grades in the Muggle world. In the Wizarding world, he is still planning when to do it. He considers himself a person who can read people, to a certain degree, but right now, he was at loss. Harry saw Hermione, and in her face was an indication that she wants answers. She reminded him of the face of Yuri Alpha when she disciplined Harry back when he was a small kid. If his gut was right, the question was not about the chocolates. But he was still out of possibilities. He needed more context to answer. The silence passed for a few seconds, and Harry still doesn't know what she was referring to. Harry was getting nervous because Hermione did not elaborate more at that time, and she was still looking at him with a stern face. Ehem, Abu. Tried to articulate Harry, but was cut again by Hermione. I am talking about me being a half-blood, said Hermione, and then she turned to open her bag. Harry's eyes were wide open, but he recovered his composure before Hermione could see him. Hermione took a parchment from her bag and gave it to Harry. I went to Gringotts with Draco back in our winter break. I took their family tree test, and it showed that I am a half-blood, said Hermione with a more calmed but still bossy voice. Harry looked at the parchment and remembered about their talk with Robert Smith. Not only that, you knew that my ancestors were in Canada. I even asked my father, and he didn't know about it. Only my grandfather told me that he lived with his father in Canada back in the 40s, and that he decided to come back to England once the Second World War was over, said Hermione very fast. Hermione pointed at Harry and continued, you knew everything about my family. Things that even my own family didn't know. My grandfather knows nothing about the Wizarding world. You knew it since the very beginning. How? Did you study the background of everyone? Hermione got closer to Harry.
Harry tried to remain calm, and his appearance could achieve it, but not his mind. He was screaming mentally. Now she is also accusing him of reading others' backgrounds, which was one thing that was proposed to do. It is a
process they did to each school that Harry went to know with who he should socialize first. But due to Hogwarts' acceptance method, it could not be applied. He knew that he can't say that to her and unconsciously shook his head. Hermione looked at Harry, who denied that he did a background investigation of everyone. She frowned, looked at him for a few seconds and then sighed. You are right. Your family is living in the Muggle side of the world. You wouldn't have a way to get the list of the students accepted beforehand, the girl said while taking the parchment back. The young Gryffindor was getting a little annoyed and decided to sit. When you told me that only half of what you said was a lie. Back at the end of our first transfiguration lesson, you said it because you want me to investigate by myself, right? Harry only made that lie to make the whole situation with Draco pass as fast as he could, but he didn't think that it would end up being true. And after the transfiguration class, he only wanted to look cool, leaving her suddenly with a confused face. Hermione relaxed and sighed. You did not want to say anything yourself. You already meddled too much with Draco. That's why you let me investigate. By myself, correct? Nothing good will come if it was you the one that gave me the whole proofs. The young Slytherin turned to see Gryffindor girl with a raised eyebrow. The brown-haired girl, now more relaxed, put her elbows in the desk and rested her head in her hands. But because I haven't done any progress, you sent Malfoy. Hermione sighed and nodded to herself. The bossy girl turned to see Harry and continued, sorry to let you down with that. The Slytherin kid shook his head in a calming way that gave reassurance to Hermione.
She crossed her arms and looked directly into Harry's eyes. But, was it really necessary to use Robert Smith to help me with Pansy? In fact, how did you know that I like the cure? And not only that, he was talking to Pansy parents like old acquaintances.
You got me there. That was a pure coincidence, said Harry shrugging. Hermione nodded at him, exhaled profusely, and drew a smile. I feel better now. Thanks for helping me, and I assure you that you won't need to do that again. The Gryffindor girl walked to the door and opened it, but before leaving, she said, "Oh, and thanks for the chocolates." She stuttered a bit when saying that and left the classroom pretty fast. When the door closed, Harry let himself fall into a chair. He was tired, he was confused, and he only could scream, "What did just happen? How? Ah."
Ron ran all over the place and was able to find his older brother Percy. For Percy, his younger brother timing was the worst. He just confessed his love to Penelope Clearwater, a Ravenclaw girl, but out of nowhere Ron appeared
and took him away. He said to him that two students walked into an empty classroom.
Ron grabbed Percy's robes and took him with him without waiting for an answer. After all, Percy has always been the strictest prefect of all.
Unfortunately for Ron, when they were getting close, they saw Hermione walking fast to their side. Her face was totally red, and she was with her face down, like trying to hide her face. Ron looked at her walking away and knew that his opportunity was missed.
Ron stopped walking, and Percy got annoyed. Well, which classroom? The younger Weasley walked away and said, "Never mind."
The prefect saw his younger brother walking away, and his annoyance was bigger. Then he saw Harry Suzuki coming out from an empty classroom.
His hair was messier than usual, and Percy could not stop to think that the previous girl came from the same classroom. The Weasley prefect raised his eyebrow at Harry. He wanted to ask what happened. The Suzuki heir saw him and said, "Women. End of the school year." Hermione is still looking at the chocolate box that Harry gave to her. It already has passed a few days since San Valentine's Day. Harry hasn't changed how he treats her. It means that the chocolate has a deeper meaning. After that talk about his knowledge of her blood status, and her genealogical ancestors, Hermione could understand that Harry is a mastermind. She recalled the times she read or saw something about him on the TV.
Surely, the chocolates have a deeper meaning, thought Hermione.
Hermione was walking around her bed, in which the chocolates were. Then she recalled their first meeting, back on the train. He implied that we were betrothed, so the chocolates are only a way to cover up. Of course, said Hermione to herself. The new problem is that she has not played her part in it. Hermione thought about a possible way to end this already. I could return the chocolates too.
Symbolize that I don't want that relationship, but it already passed some time, thought the brown-haired Gryffindor. She let herself fall in the bed and grabbed a pillow. But do I really want that? Hermione could not help but put the pillow over her face to hide her embarrassment. The door opened, and Lavender looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Hermione turned to see the newcomer, composed herself, took the chocolate box and saved it. She tried to walk outside the room but was stopped by Pottle. She was entering the room, and while in front of the smartest first-year girl she said, "So, will you tell us how did you do it?" "Oh, yeah, I also want to know," said Lavender with a high-pitched voice. Both girls cornered Hermione, while Kella Morris and Faye Dunbar entered. Dunbar saw the scene, shook her head and left the room. Morris saw her friend leaving the room and then turned back at the girls in the room. "What's happening here? We want to know how she did it," said Lavender. Hermione looked at the three girls. "I have absolutely no idea about what are you talking about." Lavender rolled her eyes. "We are talking about Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Gryffindor's first traitorous Potter." "Gryffindor's first traitorous Potter?" asked the three girls. The imperative pink lover girl shrugged. "That's how Ron calls him." After that, everybody got back to their original mission. Pottle got closer to Hermione, and Lavender did it too. Morris only went to her bed and sat there, not wanting to participate but still interested in the answer. "So, how did you do it?" Parvati asked while stepping closer to Hermione. "Did you do it to took her to form the gasp of that horrible Slytherin girl, and bring him back to Gryffindor?" said Lavender Brown while motioning with her hands. "Did you use a love potion?" Pottle raised her eyebrows. "Or maybe both of you fell in love when he rescued from the troll, looking at him as your knight in shining armor," Brown said while motioning as if she was dancing with a prince. How far did you have gone? Pottle smirked. Or maybe, it was love at first sight, and you just could not resist getting close to him. Even when he was destined to be a Slytherin. Lavender continued creating different scenarios, forgetting about the others. What? Pottle was going to ask something else, but Lavender continued talking. Or maybe you have been talking with each other in the library, and that's why you go there frequently because it's the only place when you can be alone with him, and continued. Ahem. Lav. Or maybe you are reincarnated souls, and no matter the odds, you believe that is your fate to be together, and continued. Or maybe. We're betrothed, happy, yelled Hermione. She was embarrassed that she had imagined herself in each of the situations Lavender described. She walked away and shut the door with a big thud. Morris was with her eyes wide open, and Pottle was with her mouth fully open by the revelation. Lavender, on her side, was making little jumps and clapping. That's what I was going to say next. Hermione left the Gryffindor tower and met Harry while he was walking alongside Crabbe. What are you talking about? Asked Gryffindor girl to both of the boys. Oh, Crabbe wants to know his Patronus, and we are using an article in the Quibbler that have a questionnaire about it. Patronus. What kind of spell is that? What does it do? Interested Hermione asked. In short, it's defensive magic that takes the form of an animal. Good against creatures of negative karma. Obviously, it depends on the creature. For example, a novice vampire may be affected, as long as you are stronger than that vampire, explained Harry. Crabbe looked amazed by the explanation of Harry. Hermione understood but was left with a question that she voiced out. Negative karma? What is that? Harry turned to look at Hermione and realized that he might have given her information that he shouldn't have, but he was still calm because he didn't think it was very relevant information. I don't know how they call it here. It's when a creature realized negative acts by nature. For example, killing for the pleasure of killing. Hermione frowned. So, the troll from Halloween Cold be stopped with it? No, the trolls, by nature, does not attack if they are not provoked, answered Harry without looking. But when he turned and saw Hermione frowning, he complimented, I am not saying that you provoked it. But I don't think that the troll entered the school by itself. Hermione was confused by the sudden explanation. I didn't. The Gryffindor tried to say that she didn't think that he was implying anything, but Vincent Crabbe interrupted her while whispering to Harry, nice save. Either way, let's continue with the quiz, said Harry. After Crabbe answered all the questions, Harry was checking out the results to tell Crabbe his Patronus. In the meantime, Hermione got closer to the bulky Slytherin kid. Why are you so interesting all of a sudden about a new spell? You have never been the type who wants to prepare ahead. Vincent put his index finger over his mouth to ask Hermione to be quieter. The others are preparing something for Harry. Why? Because tomorrow will be the last game of the season. Harry has cashed the snitch each time, and Slytherin has always won, so they are preparing something to celebrate, said Crabbe, now really whispering unlike before. I really don't understand, when did you change so much? If someone had told me a year ago that Draco Malfoy would ask me to help celebrate another kid's victory, I would have immediately sent him to St. Mungo's, Pansy said, sitting on a sofa in the Slytherin common room. Draco exhaled, desperate for Pansy attitude. Look, you can refuse, but as his girlfriend, you should help. Pansy's eyes were wide open when she was called Harry's girlfriend. Draco saw that and smirked, unless you already have your own present for him. Goyle was there watching everything, and he was having difficulties telling if Pansy was red for embarrassment or because she was angry, or maybe both. Pansy threw a pillow on Draco's face and left the Slytherin common room. Pansy walked nowhere. She was very comfy reading a fictional book, but Draco spoiled everything. On her walk, she decided to go to the library. On her way, she noticed some groups of girls talking to themselves. Here and there, you could see how the girls of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are gathering in small circles. Suddenly, Gemma Farley, a Slytherin prefect, stood in front of Pansy. The girl was, in Pansy's mind, her nemesis. She was the perfect girl, tall, fit, with enough bust, beautiful brown long hair, with naturally pink lips, good in Quidditch, and with a perfect nose. The girl did not need to wear makeup to attract attention with her beauty. Pansy had won a little complex thanks to Ron Weasley, who bullied her, calling her Pug Nose. Although, she also remembers Harry saying that her nose was cute the way it is. "Follow me," ordered the prefect and took Pansy's arm. Pansy shook her arm to free herself and asked, "Why?" Gemma sighed a little and talked to her ears in a whisper, "Not here. But it's important for you, though." The prefect grabbed the first-year arm and take her to an empty classroom. When the door was closed, Pansy freed herself again. "What's this all about?" "You should leave Suzuki alone," said the prefect. Pansy was getting angry for what she just heard. "The perfect girl wants now to take Harry from me. From me." Pansy's mind rushed in anger and confusion. "What are you talking about?" was what she could articulate. "Look. Your family is part of the Sacred 28. My mom's family is also part of it. Going after a betrothed kid won't help you at all, and will put shame on your family," said the perfect girl. Pansy's eyes were wide open. Harry was betrothed? Thought Pansy aloud. After that Pansy remained silent. But with who? Is she more beautiful than me? Of course, she will be. Even his servants are beautiful. But why should I care? I am not his girlfriend or anything. Why should I? Pansy. Thoughts rushed to through her head. Without her knowledge, she has turned her gaze to the floor. She was gritting teeth. Her eyes were frowning and were watering uncontrollably. The prefect stepped back a little. She felt horrible for the way she said it. Her heart broke when she saw Pansy's eyes asking her to confirm that Harry was betrothed. She should know that a family part of the Sacred 28 would not do such an act. "I am sorry." Pansy raised her head and looked at Gemma. "Why are you sorry?" Some tears started to fall on Pansy's cheeks. That's when she realized that she was crying in front of her. She quickly dried her tears with the sleeves of her robes. "Look, I get it that you did not know it, just," tried to say the prefect girl, but she did not know what to say. "It's not like we are a couple in the first place. I will never dare to do something as low as that," Pansy almost yelled at the end. The Slytherin princess tried to calm herself. It was not obvious to her what was happening inside her. "Why am I acting this way? I would hate to be betrothed if I were in his place. I should feel sorry for him. Why? How? Who?" thought Pansy, but at the end, she whispered the last question. "Who is?" Gemma Farley hesitated to answer that. She has seen the three together from time to time, so she knew it. It would hurt her. Still, the prefect thought Pansy should know it. Hermione Granger. Pansy's eyes were wide again. "What? Her? She is better than me. I am inferior to her. What is wrong with me?" Pansy's mind worked again in silence, while she gazed went down again. "I see. It's good to know. I wish they have told me before so I could congratulate them. Now if you excuse me," the first-year girl walked outside the classroom, with her face with heat, and with tears that couldn't stop falling. While Pansy was walking back to the common room, trying to evade other people, she was with her head down. Suddenly she saw a group of Gryffindors walking in her direction, and she turned to see outside a window, and she saw it. Harry was talking with Hermione, both with a big smile. Behind them was Crabbe, but he was omitted in Pansy's mind. Pansy walked away and arrived at the common room. "Wow, you changed your mind already? If you do, you can help with." Draco tried to guide Pansy, but she furiously walked directly to the girl's room, and only a big thud was heard. Inside the girl's room, which was empty at the moment, Pansy walked to her bed. She took the necklace out. She frowned her eyes and gritted her teeth while the necklace was in her hand. She thought about throwing it away. She wanted to throw it away and break it into millions of pieces, but she couldn't.
Instead, she put close to her chest and let herself fall in the bed with her face facing down. And she cried. The Quidditch game happened. Harry tried to prank their team and caught the snitch, but hid it. The game continued for about 4 hours. It was the first time that the game did not end in 15 minutes, having Suzuki as a seeker.
The idea of the prank came from his Capitan. He was furious that the team was slacking off only because Harry could catch the snitch right away. The words he used were, "Don't stop the game until we have scored 150 points to the Ravenclaws." The 150 points marked was passed in the first hour, but Harry decided to interpret it as 150 points over Ravenclaw. When the time rushed the fourth hour, many students were so tired. The Ravenclaw Seeker was flying like mad trying to find the snitch. Harry also played along with the charade, but always with managing his energy. Then he saw how Pusey, the Slytherin chaser, scored, and the score changed to 680 to 530. Harry smiled and flew in his chaser direction. When Harry stopped in front of him, he hit his chest with his right fist twice. Adrian did the same, and both raised their arms, but Harry used that moment to show the snitch that was hidden in his fist. The game ended, 830 Slytherin to 530 Ravenclaw. Pusey did not question Harry since when he had the snitch. He just hugged Harry, totally happy. Because the game finally ended, and they became champions. The celebration was loud by the standards of Slytherin. Snape clapped, at first hesitantly, but when he noticed that the other professors left, he clapped faster. Flint wanted to scold Suzuki for what he did but decided against it. They just won the cup. He wanted to celebrate with the others, and he heard that there was fire whiskey that Pusey could hide. Draco was not able to finish what he was planning. The reason was not time, but in reality, the whole idea was Greengrass' idea, and she used Crabbe and Goyle to talk to Malfoy about doing it. He realized what was happening. He left the project.
He knew that somebody else injected the idea into the two of them, but he was sure that it was Pansy, not Daphne. He also did not like doing that kind of thing, and the only reason to try to be part of it's to not lose the position as a right hand of Suzuki. Which were the strict orders of his father.
In the celebration, Draco approached Harry, who was walking up the stairs to the boys' dorm. Congratulations. Although, by the results of the previous games, only a disaster may have taken the championship away. Like you not finding the snitch in those 4 hours.
Harry looked at Draco, smirked and snorted. Don't blame me. Blame the Capitan. He ordered me to wait until we scored 150 over the Ravenclaws.
Draco, confused, only could ask one thing. Why? In his words, they depend too much on you, Suzuki. They are slacking up in the training. Harry tried to imitate Flint's voice. Draco snorted because of the imitation. Hey, Draco. Don't you feel that someone is missing? Asked Harry, looking at the common room where people were still partying. With that many people, you can tell? Draco looked at the common room. Not only now, since yesterday, said the Slytherin Seeker. After that, he just stepped further to the dorms and sighed. Either way, I going to sleep now. Tomorrow the classes with the Gryffindor teacher are going to be heavy. That I can tell right now. A week passed since the Quidditch final game. The classes went like normal, and everything went calm. Way too calm for Harry's liking. It's only then that Harry realized that Hermione has been closer to him. Which was welcomed but also surprising. Although, he has been using her to help Draco in his subjects.
The other thing that Harry noticed was that Pansy had been avoiding him. In classes, she will sit in the opposite direction. At dinner, she will sit in the further back, opposite Harry. And if he wants to approach her, she either leaves or a girl will shield her. This is a problem, sighed Harry while walking alone in the corridor after being negated to talk to Pansy. Momonga-sama asked me to be close to her, but now this is happening, thought Harry while he crossed his arms, thinking about the problem and the possible solution. I could use a spell, but there is always someone with her. What should I do? Harry stopped his thoughts when he saw Hermione approaching him. With a smile. Of course, I can always send just another girl. Hermione and Pansy are already friends. They have the connection that can communicate only with a gaze, concluded Harry while smiling. The Gryffindor girl's cheek went pink. Hi, Hermione did not understand why she accepted to help Harry before hearing what he needed. She imagined many possibilities, but checking up on Pansy was not one of them. She sighed and walked until she found Draco. Hi, Granger, said the blonde. Hermione stopped and turned to the voice. I already told you to call me Hermione. Sure.
was the only answer. Hermione sighed and shook her head. The young Gryffindor has already told the blonde Slytherin to address her by her name, but he has not changed so far. The blonde was going to leave the place but was stopped by Hermione. "Can I ask you a question?" Draco shrugged and stopped walking. "Do you know why Pansy is angry at Harry?" Draco was about to answer the question but stopped, and instead, he asked, "Why would you want to know?" The Gryffindor started to talk in a bossy and somehow annoyed voice, "Because Harry asked me to. He somehow thinks that she is my friend." "Spend time together talking about teachers and classes," said Draco and raised one finger. "It's not the same. If you find each other in a place, you both stopped what you were doing to recognize the presence of the other." Draco raised another finger. "That's not being friendly. You and she are the only girls that went to that party of Suzuki." Draco counted another finger. Hermione narrowed his eyes. "Oh, and picture of the Muggle press where you were together," said Malfoy. "Picture? What picture?" Hermione tried to pry more about it. "A half-blood of the older years showed to us. It was a picture in a very colorful newspaper. There you were talking with Pansy. Both of you wearing dresses. They called you possible AOG future models," explained Draco. Draco smirked, and Hermione's cheeks went pink. The Gryffindor girl cleared her throat. "Either way. Will you tell me why she is angry?" "Can't." The brown-haired girl sighed and with a bossy tone said, "You can't, or you don't want." "Can't." "Neither I do know," shrugged the blonde. Hermione shook her head and continued walking trying to find Pansy, with Draco following her. Daphne and Pansy are not best friends. But both of them are Slytherins, and at least outside the common room, she shows she cares about Pansy. Especially now that she is depressed after the rumor that Suzuki and the Granger girl are betrothed. Currently, she is sitting in front of her in the Great Hall, eating lunch. On Pansy's side is Millicent Bulstrode, and on the other side is Tracy Davis. Although the last girl is not very talkative, she understands the unity that Slytherin should have. Daphne would love to take advantage of the moment to improve her image and become the girls' leader. But even with Pansy's current condition, or maybe because of it, she becomes more aggressive at the commands of the other two. On her side, Daphne started to think that she should abandon the idea of pitying her and show as she will protect her, instead of taking her leadership. "I am looking like another follower of her group," thought the Greengrass heir. Suddenly Pansy stood up, but some of her food was left on her plate. Daphne was going to say something but stopped herself. She just decided to stop being part of the group. Daphne still went with the group as she finished her food. When the Greengrass girl was about to leave the group when saw Draco walking with the Granger girl. "Does he not know about the house pride? Why is he with her?" said Daphne almost whispering. The Gryffindor girl went directly to Pansy, but Millicent walked in front of her. Draco stood up and crossed her arms. "Excuse me. I want to speak with Pansy," said Hermione. "We have nothing to talk about," said the Slytherin princess. Pansy tried to walk away, but now Draco was the one who stopped Pansy's way. The short-haired girl looked at him with frown eyes. The blonde only shrugged. "I am curious, why are you avoiding us? Just tell me what Harry did. I am sure he—" "Shut up, you," yelled Pansy, who surprised Hermione. The Slytherin princess's face was red and frowning. It looked like she was about to take her wand, but remember where she was. After a few seconds of staring at the Gryffindor, Pansy walked away, followed by Millicent and Tracy. Hermione was still standing in the same place, unable to move, and with her eyes still wide open. When Daphne was about to leave, Draco took her by the arm. "Greengrass, you should know. Tell me, what is this all about?" Daphne moved her arm to leave Draco's hold. "You should already know. I bet the entire school know by now." "Know about what exactly?" asked Hermione, who recovered from her small shock. Then she was left in the same mood, once again, when the Greengrass girl replied, "About your engagement to Suzuki." "Who? How? Why?" Confused Harry asked no one special, but the only person in front of him was Goyle, who shrugged. "Are you sure about this?" tried to confirm the Suzuki heir. Vincent nodded while eating a biscuit. I heard Bulstrode speaking to her, and she was telling her to forget your betrothal. Harry let himself fall on a couch and sighed deeply. Harry leaned to the front and started to caress his forehead. He thought about his ongoing task of being on the good side of the Parkinson daughter, and I thought that it was going to be too easy. Very well. Crabbe, Goyle, come with me. I will need help to be alone with Pansy, commanded Harry while standing up and walking to the door. The two kids shrugged and followed him. When Harry was close to the door, Pansy entered the common room. Both faces were close to each other, and both of them with their eyes wide open. The first to react was Harry, who grabbed from the arm and closed the door behind her. Crabbe, Goyle, please do not let anyone enter for a moment. The two kids ran, and while one used his shoulder, the other used his back to maintain the door close. Meanwhile, Pansy was moving her arm desperately to free herself, but Harry never let her go. Let me go, I am going to scream if you don't, said Pansy while still trying to free herself. I am sorry, screamed the Suzuki heir, and Pansy stopped forcing. I should have told you that I was betrothed, spoke clearly the Slytherin seeker. The Slytherin princess turned her gaze down and frowned. Why should I care if you were betrothed or not? I can see that is bothering you. Honestly, I never thought of speaking of it, since it will be cancelled, said Harry while letting her go. Pansy's eyes were wide open. But please, don't go say anything. You know, this should be a secret. I mean, the whole thing should have. Either way, please wait until it's done at least before announcing it, said Harry before the door was finally opened by older students who also wanted to enter. When the other students entered, they saw Harry and Pansy looking at each other. Very well. Take care of it, said the black-haired girl, who then turned to the stairs. On one of the steps was Harry's cat, Pandora. Pansy took the cat in her arms and smiled at it. She entered the girls' dorm and hugged the cat. The week of exams is close, but Suzuki and company did not look affected by it. For one, Hermione has been added to the study session, and surprisingly, she was a better teacher than Harry. And it also helped that they have a study session every weekend after the problem was resolved between Suzuki and Parkinson. One morning, before the classes started, an owl came to Harry and gave him a letter. Dear Harry, I know you get Wednesday afternoons off, so would you like to come and have a cup of tea with me around 3? I want to apologize for the way I tried to enter your house. Send your answer back with this owl. Hagrid. That's a school owl, said Draco. Harry wrote, 6 p.m. will be perfect. Then the Suzuki kid gave the paper again to the bird, who flew away. Pansy only turned to see him, and Harry shrugged. I have been invited to tea. At 5:50, Harry was walking in the direction of the small hut of the half-giant. Surprisingly, Hermione and Draco went with him, which in reality was a payback to Pansy for yelling at them the other day. Now she is stuck with Crabbe and Goyle, who will be bothering her. What they didn't know was that Pansy made her own move and left the boys with Daphne. On his way to Hagrid's hut, Pansy also showed up, with a smirk on her face. The 4 kids arrived at the door, and Harry knocked. Are you really going to drink tea with the forest keeper? Asked Parkinson. He is the one who invited me, said Harry. Seriously, you should think a little more about the places you frequent, said Malfoy. Well, the first time that I was invited here, said Harry. I have nothing against you coming and visiting him, but a week before the exams, you should think more about studying than drinking tea, said Granger. Look, I was. Harry was interrupted when the door opened. Oh, you are punctual, and I see you bring your friends. Oh, come in, said the half-giant. Harry entered and said, Excuse me. Hermione entered next to Harry, but she did not say anything. Draco and Pansy sighed and followed suit. Inside the hut, they saw Hagrid's big black dog sleeping. Pansy looked at the dog with some worries, but Hagrid said, You don't have to worry about that old dog. It's as brave as a puppy. The half-giant started to look in his things to find extra cups, and then he turned to the kids. Make yourselves at home. Impossible, murmured Pansy. Draco, who was the only one who heard her, nodded. When Hagrid found the cups, He put them on a table and started to serve the tea he was brewing. I guess I need to introduce the unexpected guesses. On my right is Hermione Granger, and at the left first is Pansy Parkinson, and Draco Malfoy," explained the Suzuki Kid. Hermione smiled at Hagrid when she was presented, and Hagrid smiled back. He was kind of happy that Harry still associated himself with the Gryffindors. Unlike Hermione, Pansy only nodded, and Draco only raised his eyebrow. Harry's gaze turned to see each one when he was introducing them, and when he tried to go back to the half-giant, his eyes ended up looking at a mask. A green mask with golden trims. Harry stood up and went close at it. Is that supposed to be the mask of Prince Connect? You know him? Asked Hagrid. But Pansy and Hermione asked, who? Connect, the Mayan prince, said Harry. Then Harry continued with a little explanation when he saw the girls' faces. Mayans, an old culture that is in the south of Mexico, and it extends to Guatemala, Belize, and some parts of El Salvador and Honduras. Obviously, this is a fan-made mask. At the last statement Hagrid, smiling, nodded at him. Pansy, a little desperate for the small of the place, decided to make an excuse, without much effort, and leave the place. Draco and Hermione follow her, the first because he could stand the smell of the hut, and Hermione because she wanted to study a little more. I still don't know why they wanted to come. I guess that she is still having some problems with trusting me fully again, thought Harry. Harry, called the half-giant while having something in his hands. Well, I want to apologize. Dumbledore made me see my mistakes. And the biggest was not to talk to you, Hagrid said, somehow ashamed. You don't have to apologize. It was our fault for using excessive force, answered Harry.
No problem, really. In fact, I have a present for you. Well, it's a present from the headmaster, but I was the one that put the photos inside, said Hagrid while giving Harry a photo album.
Harry opened the album and saw some moving pictures of two teenagers, a boy and a girl, and in other pages, the same couple but a little older. You looked like your father, said the half-giant, which was answered with an eyebrow up. You birth father, that is. Somehow. But you certainly have your mother's eyes, reaffirmed Hagrid. Harry looked at the photos, with a face of interest, but in his mind, he thought, so, this is his new approach. Thanks, said Harry with a fox smile. Hagrid smiled back, happy to know that the present was well taken. In the Great Hall, all the students were enjoying a great feast, since it was the last dinner at Hogwarts. Results of the exams were given, without any surprise. Harry was first, followed by Hermione, becoming the top students. Close behind was Pansy, Draco and some other Ravenclaws. The headmaster then cleared his throat with a sonorous charm. Another year gone. And I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle. Before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully, your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. Now, as I understand it, the house cup here needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In fourth place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. In third, Hufflepuff, with 352. Ravenclaw has 426 and Slytherin, 490.
A storm of cheering happened at the Slytherin table. The Hufflepuff and the Ravenclaw table clapped with respect.
Only a few Gryffindors clapped. Percy Weasley clapped as if was his duty as a prefect, with his straight posture. Hermione was also clapping, and the annoyance of Ron made it even more meaningful for her. Lastly, Dean Thomas won some confused glares from some Gryffindors, especially Seamus, but Dean only shrugged without stopping clapping, and his friend also clapped with him. Above the heads of all the students, banners with the colors and crest of Slytherin on them were unfurled. The feast started with cheerful energy at the Slytherin table. Harry remained with his good manners. Draco let himself go a little and put too much food in his mouth. Pansy also took care of her image. In contrast, Bulstrode was in some sort of eating contest with Crabbe and Goyle. When the feast ended, Harry and company walked back to their common room, and while getting out, they could hear how Ron was being a git again. He was blaming Hermione for Gryffindor loss. Hermione was ready to answer, and Draco was getting ready to go and defend her, but it was Dean who said, "Shut your mouth, Ron." To the surprise of the Slytherins, Dean was backed up by Seamus. The other girls were only spectators, except Lavender, who was on Ron's side but without saying anything. Harry was happy for the outcome, but then he saw the reaction of Draco. "Do you want to also go there?" Draco did not answer and only continued walking to the Slytherin common room. 2 cabinets were occupied. In one was Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle. At first, they were in silence, but after a few minutes, they started to talk about different topics related to Quidditch. Except for Dean, who still believes that football is better.
In the other cabinet was Harry, Draco, Pansy, and Hermione. And the first to speak was Pansy. "So, when will you break the marriage pact?" Pansy was looking at Harry's eyes, and for that reason, she did not see.
Hermione's wide open. Draco was also interested in the answer and turned to see Harry.
Harry was looking at the window. He turned to see the 3, and while turning his head to face them, his mind was, "What? I did not think about it. I was so focused on the exams, and not failing the great tomb of Nazarick. Damn, I have to say something. What should I say?" Harry cleared his throat. "Well, I was planning to travel to Canada this summer with her to talk with the head of her family." Hermione could not think of a better idea. If they do that, she could finally meet her magical ancestors. Pansy nodded, and Draco did the same.
The train arrived at the King Cross station. The whole group left the train together. Dean said that he needed to go now because he was going to watch a game of West Ham. After all, their family got tickets for all the family. Lucius Malfoy arrived at the station alongside Crabbe and Goyle parents. The Malfoy patriarch presented himself to Harry. "It's an honor to finally meet the boy who lived." Harry smiled back, and the long-haired blonde got closer and uncovered the forehead to see the scar. "I am sorry, but I have to see it." That scar was made by a powerful wizard. Lucius said to test Harry. The Suzuki heir moved his hand and made his hair to cover the scar again, powerful enough to die in the hands of a baby. Malfoy patriarch composed himself and said, "Bold words, but you are young, I am young. Yes, but my words are not bold. I have witnessed true power, and a mere lord will never compare to the Supreme 41 who possess real power." Lucius was intrigued by these 41 individuals, but before he could ask, the Parkinson arrived. The 2 men exchanged greetings and talked a little. Then another group arrived. Albedo and Lopus Regina arrived, and with them were the Granger family. Lucius scowled at the image of the Granger family, but to his surprise, the Parkinson family saluted them like old friends. He then watched as Perseus Parkinson greeted Albedo. He realized that the Suzuki family had already made their move within the British wizarding world.